For instance, China or the US? Who is leading, who's lagging? For instance, I know there's no US manufacturer for 5G, but some say also Europe is off the pace when it comes to leading in connectivity.
Worldwide is that there is a general uncertainty amongst the populations because of the very rapid increase in using artificial intelligence, other new technologies.
And so when it comes to China and their ambition for us as NATO allies, and this is something that has created concern for us with some of the things that China has done.
We need to do more. We need to do a better job of balancing our commercial interests with our security interests. That is not easy.
Can the Paris Agreement survive in its current form without involvement of a significant country such as the United States of America?
But if we are to heal the world together, as GLOBSEC theme suggests, it should not be so. It should be us who will lead and set the pace.
Greetings, everyone. It's good to see you all this morning. We have a delightful opportunity to learn about the world from the viewpoint of Ankara and much more, because I know you're not from Ankara, with the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mevlut Çavuşoğlu. It's a pleasure to see you this morning, Mr. Minister. Let me just open up and get right to it and ask you, many people are looking at Turkey and Turkey's foreign policy, how it's pursuing its interests in the world. And I'd like to know from you, to hear, what is driving Turkey's interest today? How does the world look from your perspective? What has changed? What's remained the same, say, over the last decade that is driving the choices you're making?
Well, to understand the Turkish foreign policy or priorities of the Turkish foreign policy, first of all, we should understand what's going on around us, particularly in last decade. Many fragilities around us. Failed and failing states. Terrorism, terrorist cells, foreign terrorist fighters, which is a challenge for not only for Turkey or for our region, but for many other countries. We captured foreign terrorist fighters from 125 countries, for instance. And other challenges around us, and irregular migratory flows coming from Syria and other countries. And we are surrounded by the conflicts with the frozen solutions. Nagorno-Karabakh is one of them, Ossetia, South Ossetia, Abkhazia, Crimea, and Transnistria, and posing threat to the stability in our region. And there are also countries in our region trying to grab the hydrocarbon resources that belongs to many others. I mean, to all of us. Therefore, the act of Turkey is not by choice most of the time, but a necessity. And we have to face all these challenges. That's why we have to be enterprising and very proactive. And also, we shouldn't forget the humanitarian aspects of our foreign policy.
As you sit in the middle of this complicated neighborhood, you have a number of failing states around you. Yeah. You did a deal with Europe to take in many of the refugees from the Syrian crisis and others. How to put this? Do you resent the way the world is looking? Do you feel like you're taking a burden that Turkey is not appreciated for?
In words, yes, appreciated. Everybody praised Turkey's efforts to host so many refugees. Also, that we are reaching the vulnerable people, particularly in Syria and beyond. But nobody is sharing this burden. This is the problem. We spent billions of dollars, more than $40 billion for the Syrian refugees only in Turkey. But what we receive from international community is not more than 1 billion. What we receive from European Union, even though we have this joint statement of 2016, is around 3 billion. But they pledged 6 billion by the end of 2018. It didn't work. And this is a huge burden. There are 1 million school-age Syrian kids in Turkey. And there are more than 400,000 newborn babies in Turkey. So this is a burden that we need to shoulder all together. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. That's why we need to, for instance, revive the joint statement of 2016, 18 March of joint statement of Turkey and the European Union. And as long as those problems continue in our region, and the problem of irregular migration or refugees will also continue. So we need to have new visions and strategy, and we need more solidarity to shoulder this burden. And after pandemic, there are estimations that more than 100 million people additionally will be mobilized, leaving their homes for this reason and that reason.
So let's take three hot spots right now. You mentioned Nagorno-Karabakh, Armenia and Azerbaijan. Let's take Libya, where you've got Turkish forces down there on one side of the Libyan coast, another controversial hotspot. You also have the exploratory ships and sort of the desire to sort of draw lines in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean. Some observers are saying, wow, Turkey is on the prowl. Turkey is trying to sort of change the status quo in these various areas. Where do you take exception to that? Because it looks as if Turkey is trying to sort of change boundaries, change rules, intervene in places. What is your response to that?
First of all, we are committed to territorial integrity of countries in our region and beyond, including Syria, Libya, and the others. And everybody should be also committed to territorial integrity of Azerbaijan. You are right, the status quo has to be changed. But Turkey is not very ambitious to change the status quo alone. We have to change the status quo. It cannot continue like this. The territories of Azerbaijan, including Nagorno-Karabakh, under the occupation of Armenia for almost 3 decades, since 1990-22. We have Minsk Group, we have Minsk co-chairs, Russia, United States, and France. Has there been any solution or any credible efforts? No. So that's why Armenia is very much encouraged to attack Azerbaijani territories that are not under the occupation at this moment, in July and also recently. So we also believe in a peaceful and negotiated solution. But everybody has to understand the frustrations of Azerbaijan. Now, Azerbaijan believe that they have to fight in their territory to get back their territories. They have to do that. And in other areas like Libya, we have engaged with the legitimate government that established after Sehrad Agreement in 2015, after long conferences in Rome, and also recognized by the United Nations. But some others engage, like France, with Haftar, putschs. And thanks to our engagement, Haftar couldn't enter into Tripoli. Otherwise, this war could be turned into an urban war. Then it could continue for decades. And we balance this situation on the ground. That's why now we can speak about the lasting ceasefire and also political process. So this situation had to be changed, and it was changed thanks to our engagement. And meanwhile, of course, we spent a lot of effort in Istanbul, in Moscow, in Berlin conference. Now we support the ongoing talks, intra-Libyan talks. And also with regards to Eastern Mediterranean, I told you that there have been some countries trying to grab the hydrocarbon resources that belongs to all of us, including Turkey. And we were so patient until 2018 to start our activities. It started in 2003. Greek Cypriots signed agreements violating our rights and ignoring the Turkish Cypriots with Egypt in 2003, then Lebanon, then Israel, and they gave licenses. And they started their drilling activities in 2011. And Turkey had to start its own drilling activities in 2018. We had to wait 7 more years. Meanwhile, we call on everybody for equitable sharing and delimitation. But unfortunately, constantly refused. And on the other hand, Greece has maximalist claims. And they have one Sevilla.
Oh, you brought charts.
Yes. This is the Sevilla map.
Yeah.
According to this Sevilla map, you can easily see nothing left for Turkey. You can see better here on this map. And this is the Greek claims all these areas that you can see with Greek flag. And they are leaving only this much for Turkey. So we are talking about international law and legitimacy. So is there any international law and is there any court judgment that giving a right to a country like this? Or is there any country that can accept this? And in addition to that, I mean, based on this map, Greece is, claiming for island Costa Rica, which is only 2 kilometers away from Turkey. This is a very tiny island with 10 square kilometers, and 580 kilometers away from the mainland of Greece. And Greece is claiming for this very tiny island 40,000 square kilometer continental shelf or exclusive economic zone. That's why they are against our activities. And we have been conducting our activities, seismic research activities, in the areas that we registered to United Nations in 2004, and we gave the licenses in 2009 and 11. And meanwhile, of course, Germany and some other countries mediated, and we gave another chance for diplomacy and for meaningful dialogue with Greece. And hours before the release of the joint statement that we agreed with Greece, to start exploratory talks and confidence-building measures between the militaries and political consultations, they went to Egypt and signed the agreement. You can agree or disagree with the contents of the agreement. That's another story. But hours before the release of this joint statement, signing an agreement and violating the Turkey's continental shelf is not a goodwill. Unfortunately.
So let me try and understand
these are the problems
this.
that we have to take. That's why I'm saying that we had to take actions, not by choice, but by necessity.
So the world is watching this, and it's fascinating. You have warships. The Greeks have warships. They sort of meet up. Technically, you're sort of allies via NATO. Jens Stoltenberg, in my interview with him yesterday, talked about visiting both capitals, both leaders, and investing in de-escalation infrastructure, hotlines. So I guess my question to you is, how is the warship approach going, and what's the alternative?
Well, deconfliction is important. That's why we supported and appreciated efforts of Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, and from the beginning. And we gave our consent to his statement. Greece also did. After he made this statement, unfortunately, Greece rejected. I think because of the public opinion, public pressure. We are more comfortable comparing with them as politicians. And then now they are okay. They are attending the meetings. We agreed on a joint statement. You can have disagreements on this and that, right or not, okay? But there shouldn't be any conflicts between allies. That's why we supported NATO's deconfliction efforts. Now it's going well. Why we had to send our ships over there? Because Greece sent their ships to attack Oruç Reis research ship. And they attempted, actually. And our ships had to stop them. That's why. And our ships and military has the clear order not to attack first. But if there is an attack, of course, they have to retaliate. This is the clear order to our military.
Let me just tell the audience, we're going to take questions from you here. We've got boom mics out here, and I've got a couple more, but then we'll be sure to get out to you in the minutes that we have ahead. How is, I hate to put it this way, the dance with the EU going? For years, there's been talk of the EU accession track. Do you believe that there's a real EU accession track? Is it still an objective of Turkey to try and go that route despite what seems to be a further and further away road?
There is a joke in Serbia. The question is, when is Serbia going to be a member of the European Union? The answer is during the Turkish presidency.
So have you given up?
Everybody, no, we are not giving up. We have been candidate country for 60 years, and we started negotiations at the same day with Croatia, and Croatia assumed the presidency very recently before Germany, by the way, and they are supporting our membership. Of course, it is personal, and some countries are against Turkey's membership. Of course, it is not personal at the same time, because EU is having problems with its own policies, including enlargement policy. And they almost concluded the negotiations with Montenegro, but they stopped the accession talks with Montenegro. And it took time to give a date for other Western Balkan countries, North Macedonia and Albania. So because of the problems within the European Union. But at this moment, there is a stalemate in our accession talks. But we are very open, and we have been telling the European Union that Turkey is ready to meet all the opening benchmarks of any chapter. And Turkey is ready to conclude, actually, to meet the closing benchmarks as well, to conclude all these negotiations at any chapter. But EU is at the same time, criticizing Turkey for this and that, but they are not allowing to open the most critical chapters, 23 and 24 on human rights, rule of law, this and that, security, most important chapters. They are not allowing to open this. Okay, there is a stalemate. But are there other areas that we can continue working together? Yes, of course. I just mentioned
so you're still
migration.
Up for the dance.
Yes, migration. And we have agreements. Visa liberalization is one of them. And modernization of the custom unions agreement. This is mutually beneficial, by the way. So there, security, countering terrorism, and there are many areas we can work.
So you're sending the message to Europe right now, you're still interested?
Of course, Turkish people are interested, even though there is a lack of trust, even though there have been many disappointments. And if EU wants to be a global actor, to face the challenges, EU should be engaged with the countries like Turkey and other countries like Turkey.
Now, let me just ask you finally, before I go to the audience, Russia and NATO. It looks to some observers like Turkey has one big foot in NATO and, is a robust member of the NATO alliance. On the other hand, you've bought these S-400, air defense system. You're flirting with Russia a little bit, and some folks are confused.
Flirting with Russia?
Yeah. So I guess the question is, are you hedging your bets? Do you not trust NATO to be the security partner you want? What's going on with the S-400 system and a kind of alternative security set of arrangements that's caused a lot of ulcers, I guess, for some of your allies?
Well, NATO is at the center of our security strategy. This is for sure. And if you look at the NATO's activities and the missions, Turkey is in top 5 contributors. And we are very much committed. And what we need is that NATO should adapt itself to the new realities. And it is actually, NATO is spending a lot of efforts. There are some mechanisms, actually, and Turkey is also represented there. That is, also we need strong solidarity. And NATO's solidarity shouldn't be actually sacrificed for the solidarity within European Union. And therefore, we believe in NATO system. But we prefer, of course, to purchase our needs, defense industry needs, all items from NATO allies. Does Turkey need the air defense systems? Yes or yes. And it is an urgent need for Turkey. Did Turkey try to purchase those items from the United States and other NATO allies? Yes. But were Turkey able to purchase from them? No. Unfortunately, we couldn't purchase from United States.
Donald Trump said no to a deal?
He tried. He tried, but
he couldn't get it done.
The Congress should give its consent. Unfortunately, he couldn't. That's why, look at I just mentioned some of the challenges around us that we have to face and the threats. So I have to buy from somewhere. Even today, some EU countries are actually not giving the defense licenses for defense items that we need from those countries. But I need them. So if they don't want to sell to Turkey, then I have to buy from somebody else. And in this case, Turkey shouldn't be criticized for this.
Right.
And Turkey's NATO membership shouldn't be questioned. Shouldn't be questioned. That's why I had to buy S-400 from the United States, from Russia. And today, I'm still trying to purchase those goods from the United States, those kind of goods, defense, air defense systems, also from Eurosam. I mean, this is an Italian-French consortium.
Right.
They have something.
Right.
We want to buy from them. We want to work with our NATO allies. That it doesn't mean that, I mean, when I have to buy from another country, it doesn't mean that I turn my back to NATO. So I don't believe in NATO. I, of course.
But it does, I mean, we got to go to the audience. I wish we had an hour again. Next time, we had to do this for more time.
Sure.
But it sounds like there's a trust deficit, or at least some trust dips inside the alliance that have caused some of these issues. Because it is a function of levels of trust, is it not?
I'll give you one example. In Idlib this year, Turkey had to stop the aggression of the regime and its supporters alone, with my own capacity. And I didn't only stop the aggression, but at the same time, I stopped the mass flow of additional more than 1 million refugees to our borders. It means to Europe. It's also a very sensitive issue in this country, Slovakia, I mean, irregular migration.
Excellent. Right here, yes.
This microphone is huge. My name is Emine Cepar. I'm the First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Sayın Bakanım, sizin burada görmek çok memnunum. Hoş geldiniz.
Yeah.
And my question, I will reflect a little bit that my country is really going through the toughest period in its history. 6 years of war, occupation of Crimea that you mentioned already.
Right.
So my question is about the Black Sea. Is there a flirt on the Black Sea with Russia? Because we believe that there are 6 submarines of Russia, which is enough to control the whole equatorium of the Black Sea. And do you feel insecure because of the militarization of Crimea and its consequences for the control of the Black Sea?
Great, thank you. And if you can do it in about a minute.
Emine, thank you very much. You will get more questions to answer.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay. Emine, you know, we import gas from Russia and oil, of course. And we have good trade with Russia. Russia is, I think, number 2 trade partner of Turkey. But we never flirt with Russia. For instance, Russia wanted to enter Libya. They proposed us. We said no 2-3 years ago. But they entered Libya together with France, another NATO ally. And with regards to Crimea and eastern part of Ukraine, Turkey is one of the strongest supporters of Ukraine's territorial integrity. And we will never recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea. Unfortunately, some of our Western allies already forgotten Crimea. And together with some other countries like Lithuania and other Baltic states and Poland and other European countries, we should continue supporting you and also Crimean Tatars. So we are not flirting, and we are against, the Black Sea, and we are against any kind of aggression in Black Sea.
Yes, sir. Real fast.
My name is Nikos Nikolaou, Ambassador of Cyprus to Slovakia. I would like to kindly ask Turkish Minister, for the sake of regional security in Eastern Mediterranean, will Turkey, in the future, according to the international law, stop illegal activities in the exclusive economic zone of the Republic of Cyprus and the continental shelf of Cyprus? And will Turkey withdraw the occupation force 40,000 troops around from the Republic of Cyprus following the invasion in 1974.
Thank you. The Cyprus question.
Thank you very much. I wonder which law is telling that Turkey's activities are illegal. It's only according to the Greek Cypriots, and the countries are supporting within the European Union, supporting the Greek Cypriots. I have a question to you, Ambassador. Do you admit that Turkish Cypriots also have rights on hydrocarbon resources around Cyprus?
Except he's going to have to answer that outside the room.
I mean, yeah, do you admit that? But let me answer on behalf of you.
Yes.
Your leader, Anastasiadis, admits this. But why don't you ensure equitable revenue sharing? What Turkish Cypriots are asking is very fair. Equitable revenue sharing. And they made proposals in 2011, 2012, 2019. Why did you reject that? And you are talking about Turkish troops over there. All these issues negotiated within Annan Plan, also in Kran Montana. And Turkish Cypriots, and with the support of Turkey, actually supported this Annan Plan at the referendum. Why did you reject that in 2004? Why did you reject all the proposals in 2017 in Kran Montana? Let me tell you, let me answer this question. Because you don't want to share anything with Turkish Cypriots. This is what Anastasiadis is telling. This is what your leaders are telling there. You don't want to share anything. He told me that Greek Cypriots don't want to share even the hospitals with Turks. That's why they cannot agree on any settlement. That's why he had to step back. So you mind on your irregularities and also violations of the rights of Turkish Cypriots. And Turkey is the guarantor, one of the guarantor countries in Cyprus, and Turkey is obliged to protect the rights of the Turkish Cypriots, period.
With that, we're going to have to end it. I want to thank Minister Çavuşoğlu for a very candid assessment. I look forward to having you back for a full hour. I want to thank all of you. Just as we close, I want to tell you that here in 5 minutes, there'll be 3 Visegrad foreign ministers joining you. And if you'd like to join in the Habsburg room, you get me again moderating a forum about AI and the future of war. So I want to thank you so much, Mr. Minister. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Great conversation. Thank you.
I'm Roger Hilton, Defense and Security Fellow at the GLOBSEC Policy Institute. Renowned World War I Slovak General Milan Ratislav Štefnik's life motto was guided by 3 principles: do believe, do work, and do love. These words are constant sources of inspirations that help guide GLOBSEC's defense and security research mandate. As the global security landscape increases in complexity and swings with perpetual change, GLOBSEC strives to engage the highest level of government policymakers and thematic experts to provide clarity and elevate public discourse. Given the unrest underscoring contemporary international security dynamics, providing a platform to discuss and debate is essential. Against this backdrop, the program is designed to address and analyze the most critical defense issues facing Central and Eastern Europe, as well as the globe, with the objective of delivering policy and predictability to an uncertain world. Now, more than ever, foresight is needed to make sense of resurgent rivalries, emerging technologies, and its bearing on the future of conflict and military doctrine, as well as the role of climate change as a driver for a diverse set of future security challenges. Consequently, like General Stefanik, GLOBSEC believes in the value of transatlantism, multilateralism, and partnerships. GLOBSEC works to help overcome security misperceptions and potential escalation. And above all else, GLOBSEC loves peace and stability. As history has confirmed, guaranteeing defense and security is a never-ending process, which is why, as the international security dynamic changes, so too does GLOBSEC's defense and security program. My colleagues and I look forward to updating you through our roster of research projects and our flagship initiatives and conferences that can be accessed across GLOBSEC's social media networks.
Good morning. My name is Sylvie Kaufmann. I'm a journalist with Le Monde, the French newspaper. Welcome to this second day of discussion at GLOBSEC Forum. I mean, it started already with Turkey. We are now turning to the EU. And I'm particularly happy to moderate this session on Visegrad cooperation, as I'm old enough to remember writing about this group when your countries were still aspiring to join the European Union, and some other countries, including mine, I think, were not so keen on opening the door to the club. So here we are in 2020, 27 member states, including your countries, and it is my honor to welcome on this stage the Foreign Minister and Secretary of State of Europe of 4 of these countries, the Visegrad 4. So welcome, Minister Ivan Korčok, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic.
Hey.
Minister Tomáš Petříček, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic.
Good morning.
Minister Péter Szijjártó, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary. And Secretary of State Szymon Szynkowski, Secretary of State for Europe of the Republic of Poland, standing in for Minister Rau, who I think was not feeling too well this morning, took the wise decision to stay in Warsaw for all of us. So thank you for being here, all of you, in person. And this is how we are going to proceed for this session. I will lead a discussion during the first part of the session with the 4 ministers, and then I'll turn to you, the audience, for questions. Questions can be asked, as always, either in the room, and I will ask you to raise your hand, and there will be a microphone, or online via text or Zoom. So, I'm going to start by asking the same question to the 4 of you. And I will start with you, Minister Korčok. How would you define the V4 today? What is its purpose? What is its role in the European Union? If you can all answer, rather shortly, and we can then debate on what you said.
Well, thank you, Sylvia, and good morning to all of you. I'm glad we are having 4 of us an opportunity to share with you how we view V4 very quickly. Number one, what V4 means to me, it's a pragmatic cooperation still as we speak. Without going too far back into the history, but still next year we are going to celebrate the 30th anniversary of establishment of this cooperation. And back then the main objective in 1991 was to prove to ourselves, but to prove to the rest back then, to the rest of European Union, that these three countries and later on 4 countries can cooperate in order to get into European Union. That objective was fulfilled in 2004, and in that moment there were many voices, including within Visegrad countries, but also outside, who have had some doubts and questions whether it makes sense to continue with this cooperation. But very soon after we joined European Union, we agreed, okay, we want to continue with that within European Union, focusing on European agenda, and that's happening. But in addition to that, we also cooperate very intensively in many other areas, and they are not that often showing up in the limelight. They're not that much seen by broad public. But I have found, I hope I have it somewhere here, what it means, the cooperation amongst 4 of us. 6,000 grant projects that have been provided in several areas, 6,000 grant projects. So the V4 is not only making us loud within European Union, but rather internal cooperation as well. 4,500 semesters of individual scholarship that we are funding, as a matter of fact. 96 million in projects. Many and dozens of outreach activities in the Western Balkans and in Eastern Partnership. So, to make the long story short, the cooperation continues where it started. We not only are focused on our internal European agenda, although this is a big part of it. We cooperate internally, and from a Slovak perspective, everywhere where we can find consensus, we are cooperating. It does not mean, however, that we are by default cooperating and coordinating our activities on all questions. So we look pragmatically at individual items within European Union. If 4 of us agree we will cooperate, we'll do that.
Minister Pecic, what does Visegrad 4 mean for you?
Good morning. Ivan, as always, already told more or less the same I wanted to say.
Which is interesting, yeah.
But
later.
let me stress that I still believe that the core business of V4 is applicable even after almost 30 years since the establishment of the group. First of all, I think that it is still a platform for improving or deepening the understanding of our politics, of our societies in the Central Europe, to improve our neighborly relations, to strengthen people-to-people contact, to support civil society in our countries. And the second key priority is now, after achieving the key goal of the 90s to integrate in the Euro-Atlantic institutions, now I think that it is the goal to actively use the membership of these institutions. And as Ivan told, we are very much Europe-oriented in our discussions. We are discussing a lot about European policies, about sectoral issues. But V4 is not only inward-looking. Indeed, it is also a platform how to share our experiences with other parts of Europe and world, Western Balkans, Eastern Partnership. But increasingly, we are also going beyond the traditional regions of our interest. I can mention recently we launched the common project with Germany in Morocco. So V4 is, I don't want to say going global, but we know that our interests are not only our immediate neighborhood, it is also a broader EU neighborhood.
Thank you. Minister Sijarto, is the V4 also a platform for improving the understanding of your societies in this region? How do you see it this way?
Sure. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation, and congratulations for organizers of GLOBSEC to be brave enough to have this meeting in person and not through video conference, which this is much better this way. Let's put it this way. Strengthening V4 cooperation lies in the heart of our foreign policy. We look at the V4 cooperation as the tightest and most effective alliance within the European Union. We have reached many things during the last years within the debates in the European Union compared to what we could have reached if we had not spoken in a unanimous way. We are proud that the Visegrad countries are kind of becoming a growth engine for Europe, because if you look at economic figures, of course, prior to the pandemic, you could see that the growth rate of the Visegrad countries is well above the European average. On the other hand, our alliance is able to keep important topics high on the agenda of the European Union, which topics might fall, or at least fall behind, if we had not been emphasizing them. For example, enlargement of the European Union, the openness of European Union towards the Western Balkans. And I think we can be proud that regarding the most important challenges faced by European Union, we could stay united. So when it comes to illegal migration, for example, we stood firm against obligatory quotas, for example. And I'm pretty sure that if we had not done so, obligatory quotas would have been implemented in the European Union. So we see V4 as a tool through which all four countries can reach more compared to what we could reach one by one. Strengthening of the alliances in the heart of the foreign policy of ours. And I think this is a historically very well-based cooperation on which we have to build in the future as well.
Thank you. Secretary Szynkowski.
Good morning, and first of all, thank you for the invitation and congratulations for organizing GLOBSEC in such difficult circumstances. I'm very sorry that Minister Zbigniew Rau was not able to attend because of illness, but I'm really glad that I can be here, not only as Deputy Minister in the Polish MFA, but also as a governmental plenipotentiary for organizing the Polish presidency in the V4 group. The V4 in the past 30 years has become a symbol of Central Europe and a reference point of regional cooperation on the political map of a region. And on one hand, it's of course the very important political cooperation, first of all on the level of prime ministers, coordination and consultation, the position before European councils. We try to consult all the most important issues on the level of prime minister before the meetings of the European Council, and it's very useful. It showed its effectiveness, for example, in the 2018, when the compromise about the migration policy was made on the basis of the proposals of the V4 group in the June 2018, and also the last proposal of the European Commission about the Migration Asylum Pact also use many of those arguments which was the base of this compromise from the half of the 2018 from the Visegrad group. Of course, there are also many controversial issues there, and we will discuss also those issues within the partners of the V4 group, and then with other partners in the European Union and with the European Commission. But that show also the effectiveness of the V4 cooperation. The last weeks and summit of V4 in Lublin in Poland was also an opportunity to define a very clear statement of V4 group when it goes about the situation in Belarus and the case of poisoning of Alexei Navalny, and showed also that V4 can propose a very important economic plan for Belarus. That is what was presented by V4 group on the sitting of European Council, and was also accepted by the European Council to work on those proposals in upcoming weeks. On the other hand, apart from political cooperation, we have many sectors of cooperation. Infrastructure is a very important thing. Axis north-south. It is a great challenge to improve all the connections, beginning from the road, railway, but also energy connections between our countries, and a little bit broader between Free Seas initiative countries, because it's a broader format, also which couldn't be founded if V4 group will have their tradition not 30 years for 30 years. And the last thing, it was mentioned by my colleagues ministers also, the International Visegrad Fund, which clearly showed its effectiveness in the last 20 years, but also showed its effectiveness during the pandemic, because it was adapted and maintained its operability, undertaking new projects dedicated to fighting the COVID-19 effects. So we have a good, very intensive political cooperation and coordination. We have many sectoral projects, and we have also concrete in grant projects on the level of projects supported by IVF.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to turn to a hot topic, which is the topic of the rule of law. On September 30, the European Commission put out a report on this issue. And I would like to turn to you first, Minister Sijarto. What you won't be surprised, I guess, right? Well, you've been quite outspoken in your country on this issue, so it's just natural that I would give you the floor first. So what do you think of this report? And is Hungary prepared to opt out of the recovery fund if there is conditionality?
Look, first of all, I think we have a common ground when it comes to principles. First, I want to make it very clear that I find the approach pretty much unacceptable, which suggests as if European funds were the matters of generosity of our Western European friends. And I also find the approach unacceptable, which suggests as if the European funds were kind of humanitarian donations. You know, this is partly our money. We are part of the European Union. When we joined the European Union, we understood we had obligations, like opening our markets, opening our economies, where Western European companies appeared, made huge profits, mostly taken them out from the country back to the western part of Europe. And on the other hand, we were about to enjoy some benefits, meaning cohesion funds and other European sources. But once again, I want to underline that this is not a humanitarian donation. This is based on the treaties. We had to deliver, which we did. That's why the funds are partly our money. And not to forget about the fact that we Hungarians do contribute to the economic performance and achievement of the European Union. So I do have to make clear that the growth rate, for example, in our countries was much higher in the recent years than in the western part of Europe. So saying that we do not contribute, saying that the Central European countries are just enjoying the benefits of being members of the European Union, this is totally untrue and unfair. When it comes to rule of law, we don't have a problem with that. When it comes to rule of blackmail, then we do have a problem with that. And when I look at these reports, you know, they are biased, they are unbalanced, they are mostly based on lies, and I simply do not understand how it is possible that prior to such kind of reports, it is usually opposition, mainstream media, and anti-government NGOs who are being consulted. After such a methodology, it is the only outcome what can happen, that there is a biased and unbalanced report. You know, I have taken part in many debates in the last 6 years, for the time I've been foreign minister of my country, where this perception came up that we are not a democracy and we are building dictatorship and so on and so forth. And we break rule of law. And then I always ask my partners with whom we debated, please, give me the concrete regulation. Tell me what concrete regulation breaks rule of law, what concrete regulation builds dictatorship in my country. And then we can discuss on a factual basis. I can argue, you can argue. But, you know, just putting forward that you are not a democracy or calling a country ill democracy, the nation of which had to fight for its freedom until 1990, basically throughout our whole history, it's simply unfair. And one thing must be digested by the Western European liberal mainstream even. I understand it's complicated to digest, but must be digested. That this government has been governing the country based on the will of the Hungarian people. We have won 3 continuous elections with a huge margin. We are the only government in Europe which is a one-party government with a 2/3 majority in the parliament. I understand by liberal mainstream it can be considered as dictatorship, but no, no, no. This is the outcome of democracy. This is the outcome of the elections. We have not won our power on lottery. We have won it on elections. Yeah. And saying that what we do is anti-democratic is not fair, because what we are doing is based on the will and the authorization of the people. And I understand that we cannot satisfy the liberal mainstream, but believe me, we don't have this intention. Okay. We want to satisfy our people. And the outcome of elections have shown that we have satisfied them. And you might like or dislike what we are doing politically, fine. But what we never accept is to call it anti-democratic, because it is not. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, but the time is running out so fast. No, just before I give the floor to your Polish colleague, about my question about opting out. Because the Prime Minister said there would be this possibility of Hungary opting out of the recovery fund. Is that a possibility? Look, once again, why should I contradict the Prime Minister? He represents the country and he represents the government. But what I want to underline is the following, that when it comes to factual debates, we are open. But when it comes to subjective type of criteria, we think it is totally unacceptable. Because if a subjective criteria comes in, it means that there would be some persons, we don't know who would make a ruling whether a country is eligible for those European funds which are partly their money, and this is totally unacceptable. Okay. Well, thank you for those muscular statements. Secretary Szynkowski, as other countries, including Italy, Spain and France, Poland, I guess, badly needs the money from the recovery fund. Do you think there is a possibility that this fund could be blocked because of the issue of the rule of law, because of differences among member states about this issue?
Of course, I hope not, but I cannot add many words to this, what already my Hungarian colleague, Minister Szijjártó, already said. I can only maybe add one thing, that when we hear now from the German presidency that we will have a very objective new procedure of peer review, which we can, of course, if it will be objective, objective support as a country. And that is what we hear, that we will have some alphabetical analysis of each country in the context of the respecting the rule of law. And on the other hand, we hear the voice in the interview of one of the very important politician, German politician, Katharina Barley, the vice president of the European Parliament, who say that the Prime Minister Orban and Hungary should be starved to death because of not respecting the rule of law. It doesn't build the credibility of this proposal of the objective analysis of the respecting the rule of law. I have to say it very, very clearly. And no country should be starved to death. It is unacceptable, such statements. It doesn't bring the credibility to all those proposals about the objective discussions about the subject of the rule of law.
Okay, Minister Pečíček, last week at the Coreper meeting in Brussels, the Czech Republic and Slovakia actually voted along other member states on a German proposal, compromise proposal on the rule of law, and therefore dissociated themselves from Hungary and Poland. Why?
First of all, the exercise, the peer review, the regular dialogue on the rule of law is about rule of law in all EU member states. I would like to stress it is not only about our friends from Hungary and Poland, and let's be honest, none of the EU member state is perfect, and that was the intention, to stress we are all discussing about where we can improve the situation about rule of law in our countries. At the same time, I think that for us this is part of our commitment to the European Union membership. When we entered the EU, we also accepted this is a club with certain rules, and we should be able to discuss whether we are all meeting them or not. And as Peter told, do not politicize this excessively, because I myself, I'm from center left, Peter is conservative right, but still we can discuss, and we do not have to agree on everything. But we should be able to have a content-oriented dialogue about that, not to make it only a purely political exercise. I think if there are some argument that we would like to see some improvement in Hungary or in another member state, we should be able to listen to the second side. What is really there? What is the regulation we are concerned about? What are the effects? Sometimes I'm afraid, because I took part in some of the discussion, that it is rather a dialogue of death. We are not listening very much to each other.
So, Minister Korczok, I could ask the same question to you on this vote, and more generally, Minister Siarto earlier mentioned the illegal immigration issue, on which the V4 did have a very united position, and it was indeed quite effective on the quota issue. But for instance, on this issue of the rule of law, there's not this such a unity among the four of you, and yet Prime Minister Orban sees himself, or that's how he's seen on the European scene, as the figurehead of the V4. Do you sometimes have a feeling of the group being hijacked? We heard, for instance, yesterday we heard a very different tone from President Chaputova here. So how do you feel about this?
First of all, rule of law, as complex as it is at the very heart of our domestic agenda here as a new government. This is why people in Slovakia have voted for change in our country, because one of the key areas of rule of law, judiciary, and transparency was so much in the forefront of our domestic developments before elections. So therefore, the new Slovak government is logically committed to strengthening rule of law back home. This is why we remain open to discussing this issue at the level of European Union. I'm not as good diplomatically or as good diplomat as Tomáš is, but I'll put it very bluntly. I'm quite sorry that rule of law issue became such a divisive or divisive, I don't know what's right, issue on European level. On the contrary, rule of law is a cement that puts the whole building together. I agree at the same time with what my colleagues have said, that like with other important elements and issues that are being dealt with on European level, there must be objective criteria, there must be a clear process. No one should feel that he is subject of an objective scrutiny. Now, Sylvia, you have asked why we agreed in Coreper last week about basically the draft of the commission legislation. We believe we need to move. We need to move in order to get done what matters most at this moment, and that is how to implement resources that have been made available within the recovery fund. And two, maybe less diplomatically, I don't think that recovery funds will be put in place unless the rule of law conditionality is in there. I mean, I don't see any readiness on the side of the parliament. I don't see any majority in the council how not to include this rule of law conditionality into that package. I don't think, I hope so, I hope that all countries will be part of recovery fund, because this is what we need collectively to help European economy, and Hungary is part of it, and I'm certain Hungary will benefit, Hungary will contribute to economic recovery. But we have moved in European unions over the last, and that would be my last point, over the last 10 years. I remember when the first initiatives were put on table, how to start a rule of law scrutiny. It must have been 8 or 10 years ago. We have moved, and we in Slovakia are open to basically any discussion about rule of law. But I agree, once again, process, objectivity. Everybody must be scrutinized. And by the way, the first individual country scrutiny that will take place, I think, in November or December. It will be Germany, it will be Belgium, I think. So nobody will be exempted from this scrutiny. I don't think, therefore, that is something that is directed against 1 or 2 or 3 or some specific countries.
Thank you very much.
That's how I see it.
Thank you. I will open the floor to questions now. Are there any questions in the room? Don't be shy, just raise your hand, and otherwise I can continue with my own questions. No questions here. No.
Audiences.
You've been speaking so well that everybody's satisfied. It's great. So may I turn to foreign policy, EU's foreign policy for a moment. And You've mentioned, several of you have mentioned Belarus. We had Mrs. Tsikhanouskaya given the award yesterday, and she will be speaking today again. Again, there's no, European unity on what should be done, and indeed, the EU doesn't have so much leverage on this issue. Maybe I will start with you, Minister Korczok. What should be done, and also of course, it's difficult to. We cannot really dissociate this issue from the Russian question. What is your view of how we should deal with this as a European Union?
Well, first we have to do, and we've done so, what we have promised right after elections in Minsk in August, I think, where we have had a united position on elections themselves, that they were rigged, manipulated, and therefore response was agreed. And I'm glad that this response was implemented last week I think, where the sanctions were put into force. So that's what we owe to people in Belarus, people on the streets right now as we speak, who are protesting for freedom, but they have to see that we have not left them alone, and therefore I believe that the first response was right. Second, and those were the conclusions from last week, is to start with sort of positive agenda, not only to focus on sanctions, which certainly were legitimate, but how to help people in Belarus. They're in difficult economic situation, therefore I think we're doing nationally our part. In Slovakia, we have provided funds and financial resources for students and scholarship funds for those who were subject of repressions and violence. And number three, you asked Sylvie about Russia. We must avoid any interpretation that this is a geopolitical struggle whereby us, countries of the European Union, are trying to pull Belarusians by their sleeves and get them closer to European Union. Mm-hmm. We're not doing that. I think we would make it too easy then for Lukashenko, who could say, well, it's not about you, it's not about your freedom, it's about the European Union and NATO and other countries trying to get you closer for geopolitical reasons. We have to be very careful not to give this, so to say, argumentation chip to Lukashenko at this moment. So one, response; two, help economically; and three, to continue with the clear narrative that it's for the Belarusian people and citizens to freely choose who they want should be running and governing their own country.
Yeah, Minister Petříček, indeed, I think there's a consensus that this shouldn't be turned into a geopolitical struggle, but at the same time, particularly this region, because of your history, you probably have a particular feeling for what's going on there. So how do you reconcile these two imperatives or factors, should I say?
I believe that there are two interlinked questions that we need to currently solve. And first one is that as in our past, increasingly the people felt the regime is no longer legitimate, no longer delivering what they are expecting. And this is also what's happening in Belarus. Mm-hmm. And our role is not to play the role of Belarusian. We are here to only help them to decide what their future is, and to avoid that we legitimize something they themselves feel is no longer legitimate, being President Lukashenko. So we should avoid any step that might legitimize this regime any longer. And it is interlinked with the question of Belarusian sovereignty. Because any even doubt that we are taking Lukashenko as a legitimate representative of Belarus means that any concession on Belarusian sovereignty he can, or he might in the future do, can be taken forever as granted. And here I think that this is exactly where our own experience come into the play, because in 1968 we were occupied by the Soviet army, by the armies of the Warsaw Pact, and our sovereignty was seriously undermined. And here we probably cannot expect that something similar, but we can expect that step by step, maybe without even noticing, Lukashenko can concede on Belarusian sovereignty in order to get some support from Moscow. And this is where we Europeans need always to be on alarm and to point out this is not something we can take as a legitimate step. And with expected democratic change in Belarus, this will have to go back where we are now. That we have sovereign Belarus. The only thing we want is that people can freely choose who is going to be their representative.
Minister Sijarto, do you think this question can be solved by talking to Moscow, as France and Germany suggest? Do you think this is a possibility, or is the OSCE option really an option according to you?
Look, I understand the most important thing is to keep the channels of communication and dialogue open. I was called by Foreign Minister Mackay earlier this week. Of course, I accepted the call, and we spoke for like a quarter of an hour, and he gave me his understanding about the situation in Belarus, which definitely does not coincide what we think about how things are going and what direction they are going to. But still, I do believe that if we cut the channels of communication, that definitely does not help. I don't know whether it contributes to the solution, but definitely does not help. On the other hand, I think we should encourage somehow, I'm not quite sure that we have the toolkit, but we should encourage somehow an inclusive, wide-ranging political dialogue within Belarus, including all political stakeholders, asking them to sit around the same table. I'm not quite sure if all parties stick to their preconditions, it's going to be successful or not. But it's very complicated to give advices from here who should give up what preconditions, because we simply do not live there, and then I don't think we are wise enough to do so. Maybe one backstage information that we came together, foreign ministers in Berlin, to have Gimnich at the end of August, where we should have been able to make some kind of a decision about a sanction list, or at least put together the final proposal. That happened at the end of August, and then we came together for a formal Foreign Affairs Council at the end of September, and we still have not made the decision. So I'm not quite sure that this is the speed the European Union should react on such kind of issues, because then you started with saying that we do not really have leverage. I mean, if we make decisions with such a speed, then we will not have leverage for sure either. So I definitely do believe that we have to call for an inclusive dialogue and to build democracy somehow. Now the question is whether it is geopolitical or not. Yeah, it's a good wish that we keep geopolitical aspects away, but just responding to your core question, that whether it's possible or not. I mean, Moscow is there in the backyard. I'm not quite sure we can leave geopolitical consideration out when it comes to thinking about this whole issue. So unfortunately, I'm personally for sure, and maybe others are not wise enough either to see the way forward, but we're ready to contribute. Polish should take the lead in this regard. There's a significant Polish community in Belarus, so I really do believe that in this case the best way, at least from our perspective, from V4 perspective, is to rely on the Polish, and we were very much satisfied with the proposal which was put forward by Prime Minister Morawiecki just very recently on behalf of V4. I think if we can implement that, then we can contribute somehow to the solution.
Well, I guess Secretary of State Szynkowski, you of course agree with this, but there is also a Belarusian community in Poland. What do you think of the Russian way, like not to mention President Macron's policy on talking to Mr. Putin? Do you think this is an avenue?
First of all, I wanted to say that V4 Group traditionally cares about the EU stability in the EU neighborhood. It's always an important, just from the beginning of our presence in the European Union, it was traditionally a very important subject of our activity. First of all, the activity in the Eastern Partnership. We are here active as a country for years. For 11 years. Second thing, we support the Western Balkans. It's also a very important region where we should be active as a European Union, but we are supporting, for example, we are supporting the opening of a negotiations process with North Macedonia and Albania as a V4 Group very actively. And of course, the most recent subject is the situation in Belarus, and we are also very active there. Ad hoc V4 summit in Lublin, which was called ad hoc, was concentrated mostly on this subject, and we presented an economic plan offered for Belarus for small and medium enterprises, for NGOs, for students, also a visa liberalization program. That's a very concrete steps which was supported by our V4 partners and also supported by our EU partner after that in the meeting of the European Council. So we have some very concrete offer how to support our eastern neighbor. The second thing is the channels of contacts with Russia that you asked about that. We of course are interested in dialogue, but dialogue can be continued only with credible partners. And after what happened in many cases, and last case is poisoning of Alexei Navalny, we don't think that Russia is a credible partner at the moment for a dialogue, and that is a problem, because I think it should be important to try to reopen the dialogue with Russia, but nowadays it is not possible because, especially after using such a methods against many oppositionists, we cannot we cannot continue dialogue with such a partner. And of course, the breaking of international law in many cases also in the Ukraine, in Crimea Peninsula, that is also something that we cannot accept from a partner which should be a partner for a dialogue for us.
Understood. I think Minister Korczok, you wanted to
Yes, I wanted
jump
to
in.
add something to that. While we, of course, are focused on the developments on the ground in Belarus, we too should not basically forget that there is disinformation war underway in Belarus, around Belarus. And I have realized that even here in my own country, that there are many on social media, in political circles, who are trying to describe developments in this country by labeling them through certain shortcuts, I would say. It's the Maidanization. Come on, what modernization can there be seen? I absolutely deny that. We have heard Lukashenko saying that NATO is mobilizing its troops and deploying its troops in Poland, in the Baltic countries, but we know they have been there since 2014, and they have been there for a particular reason, to respond to annexation and Russian aggression, annexation of Crimea and aggression of Russia against Ukraine. Part of disinformation war is happening through labeling them again as if they would be fascist symbols, on the streets with the white, red flag. That was the flag under which Lukashenko was sworn in. All of a sudden he says it's a fascist symbol. So we should be careful when interpreting what's going on there and once again strengthen the narrative. When Peter says, and I heard him saying that repeatedly, and I understand that, when he says we should follow the Polish approach logically because Poland has a community there and so on. But how can that work in practice? Because obviously Lukashenko does see, and my Polish colleague might correct me, does see Poland as arch enemy. Mm-hmm. It was you and Lithuania who was requested the other day to decrease the number of your diplomatic staff. You have pulled back your ambassador, so Lithuania did. How can that work? I'm asking myself, when the Archbishop of Catholic Church in Belarus left for treatment to Poland, he was not allowed to return back. Mm-hmm. So when we say keep the channels open with Lukashenko, I think it's a very relative expectations. He's not picking up the phone. I think his strategy is very clear. Not to talk to anybody from outside. Let the people, so to say, on the streets being tired. Winter is coming. But I was, and I'll finish with that, by the perseverance and courage that Svetlana Tikhanovskaya has shown. She said, we have no right to stop. Because we were deprived of everything that is so common in your countries. And two, she said, well, it's a quiet, non-violent protest, and I think that gives energy and courage to people in Belarus, and that is why we should support them.
Definitely. Thank you very much. We have 3 minutes left, and I want to ask, so that's less than 1 minute each, and I want to ask each one of you to finish. What do you think of the concept of European sovereignty? And in short, is it contradictory with your own national sovereignty, or can you conciliate the two? I will start with our Polish colleague, friend. Guest, I should say.
Subject is very broad
short,
and
right?
Time is short. But so I'll be very briefly. We should make all our efforts to keep the balance between our good transatlantic cooperation and transatlantic relations, because it's also a very important point of the foreign policy of Poland to keep a very close transatlantic bond. It's important for our security, because also of our geopolitical situation, and that's not against power and good cooperation within the European Union, and also regional cooperation in V4 group or other regional formats, as for example, such as Free Seas Initiative or Nordic-Baltic cooperation. We should make all our efforts to keep the balance between those kinds of cooperation, not to define one of them as the most important one.
Thank you very much. Minister Sierto.
Well, thank you. We are interested in Europe to be strong. We are interested in the European Union to be an important player when it comes to global political and economic issues. We are a country where export per GDP ratio is 85% and 78% of exports head to the European Union. So obviously our interest is European Union to be strong. Now we definitely have debates how we have to make European Union strong again. Our position is that the European Union can be strong in case it is based on strong member states. So both strengthening the member states and strengthening the European Union is something where we can agree and we are ready to work for.
Great. Make European Union great again, right? Yeah.
At least strong.
Minister Pacicek.
I believe that this concept is right. We need to build the capacities of Europe to act, sometimes on its own. But I fully agree that it should be done on the basis that we look for synergies with NATO, with other platforms where our security is guaranteed. And my understanding of that is, yes, under the condition, this is not a competition with our Euro-Atlantic cooperation. Yes, we need the capacities, not only military. Yes, we need to be at the edge when it comes to technologies we need. This is not only about military sovereignty, it's about technological sovereignty and political capacities to act.
Minister Korczak, you'll have the last word.
Yes, I'm in favor, but I would say the problem of this notion of sovereignty is that we are talking too much about that, and this notion of sovereignty, the word itself, is provoking many within the European Union and outside. And instead of dragging us into intellectual debate about sovereignty, we should really be focused on what makes us internally more stronger and more cohesive in order to be what we always wanted to be, a global player. But we will not be a global player unless we do much, much more in our common foreign and security policy.
Well, time's up. Thank you very much to our panel. I have a small announcement to make to end. There are refreshments downstairs, that's very important. And the next session in this room is at 11:30 on the subject of EU's global leadership, so that we'll continue our discussion with Minister Korczak again, and 4 more foreign ministers. I think there are even the French and the German one. So please come, and if it's standing room only in here, you can also watch the session in the Habsburg room. Thank you very much to our panel. Thank you, and to the audience.
Prior to the coronavirus pandemic, the US-China tensions have spilled over into global trade and heightened political confrontations. In addition to President Trump's trade war, the US has repeatedly condemned Chinese track record on human rights and upped its military presence in the South Pacific. The relationship is at a low point, probably the lowest since the US formally recognized China in the 1970s. The big question is whether or not we will see a further deterioration or there is a chance to salvage this relationship. As the world's largest economies and two military superpowers, this question has ramifications beyond their diplomatic posturing. The EU is often caught in the middle. And that's due, on one hand, to a lack of coherent foreign policy when it comes to Beijing. EU considers China both a partner, a competitor, or a strategic rival, pointing at Beijing's treatment or unfair treatment when it comes to European multinational corporations and lack of access on one hand, and their anti-democratic governance structures on the other, but in the same time struggles to find the perfect middle ground to cooperate with China. The EU has reached across the pond to try to find ways to work with the United States when it comes to the relationship with Beijing, but the low tide in the transatlantic relationship might have a say. The big question moving forward is how we will be able to ensure that we are not moving towards an escalation of this conflict into something that will have global consequences, and how we will be able, as transatlantic partners, to work with China without sacrificing our liberal values.
Beautiful landscapes, multifaceted culture, unique folklore. Slovakia is no longer pursuing its beaten track. We are writing a different and modern story. A story about a forward-looking and inviting country that's able to attract talents and investments. Because it's ideas that are the biggest treasure in the modern world. If there's something we can be really proud of, it's the power of ideas. So let us introduce Slovakia to the outside world as a country where ideas are both born and turned into reality. Let us present a country of good ideas, because Slovakia is a good idea. Good idea, Slovakia. A simple, powerful idea being able to inspire the world as well as Slovaks themselves. Good Idea Slovakia is both the slogan and the brand of Slovakia at the same time. Multi-layered typography created by applying the typeface of the world-famous Slovak designer stands for the variety and richness of ideas.
So I think this is the crucial question for Europe. I think we have to understand the reasons people have gone to vote for the populists. And that has to do with solidarity and equality, which they feel is lacking, and it has to do with a sense of community and identity. So we, pro-Europeans, liberal internationalists, have to address those fears and concerns that they have. That means a different economic policy, it means talking more about liberal patriotism, and it means giving a vision of Europe, the European Union, which actually delivers for them and not just for an elite.
Umenie nás inšpiruje, prináša radosť a robí svet krajším. Vzdelanie znamená múdrosť, vďaka ktorej môžeme rásť a rozvíjať sa. Technológie a inovácie zjednodušujú náš život. Prepájame tieto svety, pretože veríme, že umenie, vzdelanie a technológie spolu vytvárajú novú, inteligentnú budúcnosť. 3 svety, 1 banka. Tatra banka.
Hi, we are the Wilfried Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfried Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
GLOBSEC Bratislava Forum is the platform to tackle disruption and discuss solutions for better tomorrows.
Basic theme of disruption is crucial because, to me, the issue is not whether it's climate change or whether it's the Chinese or the Russians or whatever. It's actually the concatenation, the mix of them all. And that's what I think is so valuable about this, because it is a generalized conference. It allows us to see how all these problems combine. In Washington, we don't have enough exposure to what's happening in Central and Eastern Europe, particularly. And we think we know everything until we come to GLOBSEC.
GLOBSEC has convened a very impressive group of people that are subject matter experts on our most pressing global challenges. And I've really enjoyed the depth of the conversations, also the energy and the ambition to do something about these challenges is something that I have felt.
When you can find an area that intersects the business asset with the social impact asset, I think that's the place where you find sustainability.
So not just the government, but the companies and societies, all of them together in an effort for progress.
So I come here, I get inspired, I get more hopeful than when I arrived. So this is my third. I only wish that it was my 12th or 13th. I missed out, and I wish I had come earlier.
Možno ste ho prekonali, ale možno aj nie.
Je dobré sa to dozvedieť. Testujeme protilátky, ktoré si váš organizmus na tento vírus mohol vytvoriť. A to najspoľahlivejšou laboratórnou metódou.
ELISA metóda v rozbore krvného séra má najvyššiu spoľahlivosť výsledkov.
Ak ste ochorenie prekonali aspoň pred 2 týždňami, zároveň vaša celková imunita je v poriadku a vaše telo si utvorilo protilátky, tak tie sa ukážu v triede IgG.
Len teraz v štartovacej cene 38 € plus manipulačný poplatok. Nepremeškajte.
Kliknite na lab.online a kúpte si svoju istotu.
Len teraz za 38 €.
Zdravie máte v krvi. Lab.online.
GLOBSEC Tatra Summit drives discussions that shape the future of Europe.
Uncertainty. You have Brexit, you have the trade wars.
The climate change has become the part of financial risk.
Making Europe green, making Europe strong, and keep Europe united. You can translate this into climate, competitiveness, and cohesion.
But if we talk about carbon-free future, I think none of us want to go back 100 years. So what we need is innovation and technology.
It's absolutely necessary today and now talk about carbon neutrality in a way which preserves competitiveness of European industry.
You need incredibly strong
long-term thinking politicians who realize that if we don't start today, we will lose out completely.
Europe has to become more assertive and more sovereign. Europe has to give up expecting others to solve its problems.
Take on your shoulders the responsibility not only for yourself and for your interests, but also for Europe as a whole.
Representatives of business and trade have a role to play.
We have to save the industry in Europe. We have to help them in this transition.
You've managed to bring together a very high caliber group of people. So we've had very stimulating, intelligent conversations.
It's a very intimate conference, and this was a place where you really could have a conversation.
The Tatra Summit is definitely the leading forum, especially from the point of view of content and deeper understanding of the issues of competitiveness of Europe.
What I find very nice is to have here regional aspects, but the whole thing embedded in a pro-European context.
I work a bit in the European bubble in a way, so it's very interesting to see the different perspectives from professionals coming from the region.
Let's start here in this region, at least. Let's do something.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can get you to all take your seats, we're just about to begin. Could I invite Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian, the Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of the French Republic, to come on stage as I introduce this session. The one thing I want to make clear is Minister Le Drian will be speaking in French. You all have translation sets that are available to you. These are now set at English. But if you do need to hear this in French, please turn to channel 3. And if you need to hear this in German, please turn to channel 4. These are set to English. As you take your seats, I'd like to just outline the fact that we're going to have a whole host of people up here to speak, beginning, of course, with the keynote of the Minister. A stronger Europe in the world is one of the top priorities of the von der Leyen Commission. We've seen the COVID-19 crisis make that a pretty difficult priority to achieve. And as we can see, Europe has pledged to promote a responsible global leadership. And we can begin after the hellos are said, of course, because we have a whole host of things to talk about. This is one of the most critical conversations we will have at GLOBSEC in Bratislava this year about where Europe really stands in the global leadership position in the post-COVID era. So without any further ado, I'd like to invite Minister Le Drian to the stage to give his keynote.
Je vais enlever mon masque. Je suis testé négatif. Messieurs les ministres, chers amis, 30 ans après l'année qui vit la réunification de notre
So
continent,
30 years on from the year
l'adoption de la
that saw
Charte de
the
Paris
reunification of
pour
our
l'Europe,
continent and the adoption of the
je
Charter
crois
of
que
Paris for a new
nous pouvons
year,
être fiers du chemin que nous avons
I
parcouru.
believe that we can be proud of the progress we have made.
Je voulais commencer en le rappelant, car
I meant to begin
c'est dans
by
l'adversité, il est
reminding
garder
us
intact
of all of that,
le
because
souvenir
in
de ce que nous avons
these
traversé
times of adversity, it's crucial to keep the memory of what we have already been through together intact.
Les Européens
In the middle of the
pouvaient enfin,
autumn
avec
of 1990,
les
the
autres
Europeans were
libertés,
at last
celle de
recovering
prendre en main
alongside
leur destin.
all the other freedoms,
L'histoire
that
venait
of
de
taking
s'accélérer
their
après
own
nous
destiny
avoir
in
totalement
hand.
séparés.
History
Elle
was
nous réunissait.
just speeding up after brutally separating us,
nous
it
avons vu
suddenly
se
reunited us.
La figure
And
d'un
suddenly,
monde qui si longtemps nous
we
avait
saw the
maintenus dans une
face of the
vie
world
tragique.
fade away, a
Soudain,
world which for so long had
l'espoir
held
de
us in a
construire une nouvelle
tragic
Europe nous a
division.
été rendu.
Suddenly,
Après
the hope of building the new Europe was restored after decades of confrontation and hemiplegia. Europeans were reunited, and Europe was at last reconciled with itself. That is why I prefer the beautiful word of reunification, which brings us together, to the world of enlargement, which distances us from one another. But this immense historic effort has, if I may, captured us. Over the last 30 years, it has consumed all of our energies, and we've let ourselves act as if the march of the world was ultimately not our own business. Moreover, the guarantee of American power seemed secured, and the end of history appeared to have come. And we used this geopolitical lull to focus on ourselves and carry out this colossal enterprise, the reunification of our continent as a community of values and interests, which remains absolutely unparalleled. Yes, unparalleled, because nowhere else in the world have nations decided freely to link their destinies to one another's, to pool some of their prerogatives, even the most sovereign thereof, to share a common currency. But we did all of that, not only to gain efficiency together, but also in the name of everything that altogether brings us together and surpasses us. I mean the history that we share and the shared desire to continue writing our history all together. But let me be clear, this long period of time, these 30 years focusing on ourselves was necessary. Necessary given the scale of this task. Necessary too, given the challenges that we had to face and that we faced successfully, the economic and financial crisis of 2008, the repeated terrorist assaults on our societies, the migration crisis of 2015 and 2016, the coronavirus crisis, the actions of external powers which have sought to confront us from the outside and divide us from the inside, attempting to exacerbate the disagreement that can emerge between our countries and within our societies to make them fault lines that, although artificial, are not less dangerous. But that has enabled us to face up all of these challenges. That has always been the strength of European solidarity since the Schuman Declaration some 70 years ago. So this was necessary, but while we were busy on our European introspection, the rest of the world changed. The international stage has become a little more brutal every day. And even in our neighborhood, we're seeing many conflicts multiply due to the modernization of military capabilities, the proliferation of sensitive technologies, the interventionist ambitions of external powers, with no qualms about fomenting disorder to advance their pawns. We're seeing the importing of foreign mercenaries, the use of private military contractors, the instrumentalization of refugee flows, misinformation. All of that are used as new influence strategies. We are seeing destabilization become a fully fledged power instrument. And in Ukraine, Syria, Lebanon, and now in Nagorno-Karabakh, we're seeing these harmful dynamics internationalize and heighten crises with local roots. This reality, for too long, we dare not look in the face. For too long, we have believed that, thanks to a sort of European exception, we could escape the perils of this new global context. But let us be clear, the bloc we form is today being defied, marginalized, and the risk is that it can be transformed into a theater of influence. So I meant to take stock. This is where we stand, a success and a negligence during these 3 decades. And I believe that the 2 main questions of the year 1990 are raised for us again in the light of the pandemic crisis, the world to come and what we are. The difference is that we are now in the context of the COVID crisis. And I therefore would like to bring about a simple message. We have a very clear choice. We must emerge from the withdrawal in which we've lived for too long, or we will be swept out of our own history. There is a risk, which I dare calling existential, for our Europe, and faced with that risk, our only option is to look anew towards the world to defend our unique model. The time, I believe, has therefore come for Europeans, if they really wish to keep control, to once more conceive their destiny within the march of the world. And for me, there is hardly any doubt. The construction of Europe is now also played out beyond our borders, in the efforts that we can and that we must make to influence international affairs and make a distinct and stronger mark. The paradox, but it is a fruitful paradox, is that this dynamic of looking beyond ourselves and globally asserting ourselves can also serve at the same time to ensure we fully remain who we are, to rediscover the thread of our European ambitions, overcoming the narcissism of our small differences, to rediscover in a world, the meaning of our collective adventure, because sometimes our Europe appears to have lost its bearings. The shock of Brexit, the rise of populist movements and centrifugal forces, the repeated violations of the principles and values that are the very heart of our union, and the promotion of illiberal democracy. All of these signs should alert us. They are the precursors of a sickness of languidness into which no doubt excessive introspection could thrust us. As I was saying, the fractures and the loss of bearings characterize our times, and the COVID crisis is very much a terrifying revealer, as well as a great accelerator. But the series of undermining activities that today seek to blur the lines of international affairs, of course, these did not arrive with the pandemic, and we need to acknowledge that we shall all benefit from establishing and respecting shared rules. This idea is the one that enables us to recover from the tragedy of 2 world wars. And let us acknowledge it, this idea is no longer the subject of a consensus. Multilateralism is even suffering from a 3-fold chronic illness. The temptation of unilateral withdrawal, I have in mind the Trump administration, systematic blocking, I'm thinking of Russia, an instrumentalization of common institutions to benefit special interests. Here I'm thinking of China. The outcome is a world in which the frameworks for our regulatory and collective action have been weakened. To put it simply, a world that is increasingly stranger to who we are, we Europeans. Next, the undermining of the European security architecture, the foundations of which were laid by the Charter of Paris, is a case in point. Over the last few years, this architecture has been dismantled methodically and systematically. The key principles of the Charter, the inviolability of borders and the sovereignty of states, have been flouted, such as in Ukraine, where Crimea has been annexed illegally, and we do not and will never accept it. When repression and arbitrary arrests answer the people's refusal of an illegitimate election in Belarus, and the offer of mediation by the OSCE is rejected, it is yet another foundation of the Charter of Paris, which is again flouted. And when arms control agreements are challenged, on the pretext that the cooperative approach to governing strategic rivalries is excessively binding. There, it is the indivisibility of security that is weakened, and our security that regresses. So, in a way, these huge regresses confirm somehow, as the Charter said, that in order to strengthen peace and security among our states, the advancement of democracy and respect for and effective exercise of human rights are indispensable. We cannot make the link any clearer between humanistic values and building our collective European security. Ladies and gentlemen, the actions and strategy of Russia have played a significant role in this weakening of the European security architecture. The instability and the challenging of common rules resulting from this reduce Europeans' security. And that is why we consider that it is not in our common interest to accept this situation without seeking to restore channels for communication and to re-establish rules of behavior which can strengthen our security. Hence, our twofold attitude with regard to Russia: dialogue and firmness. Dialogue without naivety, because we cannot envisage rebuilding a collective security system in Europe and restoring stability without seeking to involve Russia. And the difficulty of carrying out this dialogue successfully must not sap our will to continue it, but also firmness, because the violation of European and international norms cannot go unanswered, because Russia must provide answers to the question we ask it. When we observe, for example, that a Russian opposition figure, Mr. Navalny, has been the victim of an attempted murder on the territory of Russia, using a chemical weapon from the Novichok family that was developed by Russia. And because, absent such answers, it is our responsibility to draw the conclusions, as France has done this week with Germany, proposing that the European Union should sanction those responsible for this attempted murder, which is unacceptable, both from a democratic standpoint and because it normalizes the use of chemical weapons. Dialogue is not an excuse for playing for time. We must be very clear. Dialogue with Russia does not mean doing it a favor. It does not mean abandoning our ambition to build a peaceful continent. On the contrary, it means defending this ambition by asserting firmness and getting ready to play hardball whenever necessary. A European security architecture can only be meaningful if the states within it respect common rules. This imperative applies to all, including Russia. That was true back in 1990, when we signed the Charter of Paris, and it is still true in 2020. Dialogue and firmness is also our approach to China, which for us can be at the time a partner, without which we cannot rise to the challenges of the environmental and climate emergency, a competitor, particularly in the economic and technological fields, and even a systemic rival, to use the words of the European Commission, a systemic rival in the battle of models. It is therefore indispensable to talk to China, and it is indispensable for Europeans to do so with a single voice, without naivety or taboos, on all subjects that are important to us. Firstly, reciprocity in our economic and commercial exchanges. And this requirement for reciprocity must be held high, without any hesitation. In a relation like ours, there is no place for one-way roads, and I have in mind the new Silk Road. Ultimately, what we have to say to China is very simple. We want to take what it says at face value. China says it is in favor of multilateralism. Very fine, that it must agree to correct everything that weakens international cooperation, first by giving up any unilateral action, second by ending the asymmetry in access to its market, and thirdly by making the requirements of sustainable development the new compass of our relations, including in trade and our cooperation. And next, China's fulfillment of its international commitments. I have in mind Hong Kong, and in particular Xinjiang, where we're committed to ensuring that the massive violations of Uyghur human rights are brought to an end. We also need to be more assertive with the United States and in the transatlantic relationship, asking for a better sharing of responsibilities to be matched with a better sharing of the burden. France's commitment within NATO, alongside all of our allies, including the United States, is intact. The President's recent visit to Lithuania has further recalled our contribution to the enhanced forward presence, which is an integral part of the alliance deterrence and defense posture. The strategic reflection process France proposed within NATO a year ago should contribute to strengthening the alliance. And in a few weeks, we will receive the conclusions of the work carried out over the course of a year by the group of experts mandated as requested by Heiko Maas and myself on the occasion of a ministerial meeting at NATO. So one of the absolute prerequisites for a strong alliance is now that Europeans act more proactively and shoulder more responsibilities within an overhauled and rebalanced alliance. There cannot be a European defense without NATO, just as there cannot be a credible and sustainable NATO without lasting European defense commitments. This reality has led us to take important steps since 2017 in consolidating tools aimed at making European forces more capable, more proactive and better equipped, and this effort must continue. But whatever happens in November, we cannot expect American voters to answer for us the questions we are asking ourselves. Everything we've done to strengthen our ability to defend our defense and security interests is not against one party or another, and even less so, of course, against the transatlantic relationship. It is done for ourselves. Let us never lose sight of this fact, because the debate in Washington also sketches out the prospect of a profound change in the security guarantee America offers its allies. And whoever the next president is, it will be easier for him to defend increased US engagement alongside Europeans with his voters if the Europeans do shoulder their responsibilities. And starting now, when our interests are threatened, we must stand united to act. And once again, get ready to play hardball without abandoning dialogue. That's what we're doing in the Eastern Mediterranean, deploying all our options at our disposal in response to the tactics of fait accompli and intimidation, and to bring together the conditions for constructive negotiation. And in June, a Turkish Navy ship engaged in hostile maneuvers against a French frigate, the Corvette, which was doing nothing other than executing the orders received from NATO chain of command to monitor illegal flows in the central Mediterranean. The Corvette suspected a Turkish merchant ship, the Sirkin, of participating in violations of the UN embargo, arms embargo on Libya, and I welcome the response made to this serious incident. First, the response at NATO, where the Secretary General took the responsibility of working on safety measures to ensure such behaviors did not occur again between allies. And second, the answer at the European Union, where the 27 decided on the 21st of September to sanction the shipping company responsible for the Libya embargo violations committed by the Sirkin. That is the only valid approach to deal with autocratic powers that are testing and constantly testing our limits. And this approach, those who legitimately demand firmness vis-à-vis Russia, and I say this is essential for France, must also dare to apply the same firmness to Turkey in the name of Europe and also in the name of NATO. Because throwing a prudish veil over abuses of this sort will not help strengthen NATO. The problem must be named and must be grasped the nettle, and we must grasp the nettle through dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, as I suggested, it is time to globally assert what we are and what we stand for. That means, firstly, asserting ourselves as a united bloc, faithful to our values and defending the autonomy of our model, while going further in building our European sovereignty. This common sovereignty is not the opposite, but rather the continuation, the supplement, and even in the context of the brutalization of international affairs and the normalization of predatory attitudes. The guarantee, this common sovereignty is the guarantee of our national sovereignties. And I say this today in Bratislava, in Slovakia, a country where you know what it means to be disposed of its sovereignty and to recover it thanks to European reunification and thanks to our union. The strength of our European solidarity, through which it is true that we bind one another together, is also paradoxically that it protects our independence. And those who do not accept it and prefer simplistic oppositions certainly do not understand this continent and its history. Asserting yourself as a European does not mean turning your back on your country. On the contrary, it means loving your country enough to give it every chance to strive. We have begun to strengthen this common sovereignty in the most strategic sectors: industry, trade policy, defense, digital technology. This is a vast effort that we will continue in each of these key fields. And now, of course, also in the health field to prepare us for the eventuality of further pandemics. And in the energy field as well, starting by diversifying our supplies. But to fully reconcile what we are for ourselves and what we are in the world, we must also assertively turn our model into a humanist force in this competition of value, which I'm convinced is one of the essential dimensions of international competition today. We can be proud of our European model, so long as we acknowledge that the price of this pride is the duty to always stand ready to defend it, including against political leaders who, even within our union, deliberately twist its demands. Yesterday, we made it the foundation of our reunification. Today, we need to propose our model as the compass for a change of course in globalization. This model has made Europe the most advanced continent in the protection of fundamental rights, and most revealingly, the continent of the abolition of the death penalty. The continent, too, that has upheld the rule of law to the highest degree. The continent of landmark regulation. The continent of intellectual and academic freedoms. A continent, lastly, which, after decades of civil war, managed the exploit, no less, of making its diversity of national histories and cultures live together. This model made us just as much as we made it, and that is why sharing it on the international stage is a natural next step in asserting our sovereignty. But that is not all. And if I had to describe it in one word, I would say it is a humanist model, simply because it is based on nothing other than a certain idea of humankind, its dignity and its potential. It is not based on transcendence or on providence, but on humankind, and humankind alone. That is, I believe, what gives it a universal reach. And it is what makes it the possible matrix of a useful third way. Here again, first of all, for us, but potentially for others on our planet. A third way to overcome the rivalries that undermine the international community, because we have nothing to gain from allowing a new duopoly to form. And that is what drives our European efforts to bring together all powers of goodwill within the Alliance for Multilateralism that I launched a year ago with HECOMAS in New York to demonstrate that collective action is more than ever before a guarantor of effectiveness. A third way to overcome the false choices that paralyze us in the face of today's challenges, such as in the digital field, the false choice between the proponents of an authoritarianism 2.1, you know who I have in mind, and those who are prepared to blindly hand over to ruthless, lawless private actors. With the GDPR, which has inspired legislation far beyond Europe's frontiers, we have begun to show that it is possible to foster controlled development and new technologies. A third way that is crucial to defend our common goods, our health and our planet, to cite only a few examples, that must not be sacrificed to antagonism and individual greed. The third way that meets the requirements of tomorrow, my dear friends, this is the direction Europe can take to rise up to the many challenges. We should walk away, Europe that fully emerging from the age of innocence to finally enter the age of responsibilities together, because this is what makes us strong. This is the vision promoted by France, but it is not alone. This is also the meaning of the initiatives we're taking at 27 alongside our partners in the Americas, Asia, Africa, and elsewhere. And it is in this spirit that France is preparing to hold the presidency of the Council of the European Union in the first half of 2022. Thank you for your attention.
Indeed. Can Europe be the global leader through this crisis and beyond? And can it lead responsibly? It's the gazillion euro question, isn't it? I think it's pretty established that the continent is up for the commitment to a rules-based, fair system. But on the flip side, we have been called slow, ineffective, even slightly compromised by our membership. And sometimes what we want to do is not what we end up doing. So can a German presidency at the Council, a German European Commission president, lead us on a new path? That will be an interesting part of the debate that we will have at this point. So let's invite this distinguished panel up on stage. Can I ask Ivan Korčok, the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic, up first? That's your seat. We have a lovely surprise for you. I did promise you this yesterday. Things may go wrong because we're trying a hybrid conference, but nice surprises can happen, and we have one. Heiko Maas is here. We were pleasurably pleased to know that he was coming for this forum. He is, of course, the Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany, if I can get you to join us on stage. And also Nikos Dendias, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic, is also joining us. And online, and joining us remotely, is Bogdan Orascu. He is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania. Gentlemen, thank you all very much for being here. It's very timely that we're having this conversation. I do want to remind you all that we will, of course, have questions, as usual, from the audience. Remember, keep your questions brief, introduce yourself, the organization you represent. Remember, the wonderful GLOBSEC staff are holding these massive boom mics, and they are heavy. Remember what I told you yesterday, their arms will fall off and it'll be on your heads. So keep it short. And for those of us joining online on the room, please make sure that you are texting us via the app and also via Zoom. I will have this up and running at some point. And if I can get it up, we will ensure that we have your questions ready to go. I'm going to ask one of the staff members to come and have a look to see what is going on with my system. But once we get that fixed, we'll get started on questions from all of you. The one thing I want to do, ministers, and if I can open it up to all of you, is to first look inward, because I know we'd like to make proclamations of what we'd like to be, but the one thing that does hold us back is sometimes what's happening in our own houses. So if I ask that critical question of how do we appear to the world? How does the world see us from your perspective? It's your job. You go out there, you tell the story of Europe. Do you think the world looks at us as leaders of a free, or leaders in a free world who can take decisive actions? We're not really on board together about pretty much anything when it comes to taking decisions. Turkey, Belarus have been mentioned. The EU COVID recovery fund's a great example, making it through the Council with lots of compromises. Compromise seems to be the factor that rules us all. So the question here for you, if I can get you all to start off, and maybe Ivan, you can kick us off. How do you think the world views us? As a leader, an active participant, a passive observer, busy with our own issues?
Well, thank you. And before I try to respond or share my view, could I say how glad I am to have my colleagues here with me physically. And I want to thank you all, Jean-Yves, Heiko and Nikos and Bogdan remotely for for your courage to come. I'm repeating that, that it's something, you know, that in previous years has been taken for granted that we are meeting here, but all of a sudden the fact that a physical conference is taking place is an expression of courage, and some say even that organizers must have been nuts that they have dared organize this. So in fact you are recognizing this ability of organizers to show with this event that maybe we will have to live with COVID, but COVID will not entirely paralyze our life, and we will accommodate somehow. And I think this is a first attempt to come up with that evidence. Now, to your question, how does the world look at us, if I understand that correctly? I mean, two angles that I feel is used when they are trying to understand what EU is all about. First, they of course looking into our own backyard. So what's the state, if you want, of the Union? And here certainly they have been seen as, at least in recent 10 years, so in the last decade, through the multiple crises that those have been chasing us for quite some time. You remember it started more than 10 years ago with the euro crisis, where our common currency almost collapsed. Then we saved that. We saved euro, and immediately another crisis showed up, migration, and so on, and so the Russian aggression, and so on. So the world is looking at EU through our ability to cope with these challenges. And I think, of course, there can always be a reason for pessimism, but we should not really be completely pessimistic, because look at euro. I mean, of course, it's still half pregnant, if I may say so. It's incomplete, the economic and monetary union. Migration, we are struggling with that, and I hope with the Commission's proposal we will somehow try to find a model that is acceptable. We're trying to cope with a country which has challenged the post-1990 order, Russia, by invasion, by annexation of Crimea, and so on. So we still have to come to terms with the fact that one country has decided to leave. And I could continue like that. So the first angle from which the rest of the world is looking at us, how we are dealing with our own domestic, so to say, issues. The second angle is they're looking at us in terms of how we are able to live up to our own ambition to be a global player, because we claim a global position in the world, and that they logically look at this ambition of European Union through our ability to achieve sort of order and stability in our closest neighborhood. And here I think we should be doing more when it comes to Ukraine. Now a big challenge in Belarus, but look at the southern neighborhood. So I think that there is a clearly a thing that you cannot claim global leadership unless you're able to organize your own neighborhood. And I believe, and I'll wrap up with that, that unless we do something with the most underdeveloped policy of all in European Union, and that's our common foreign and security policy, nobody would trust the European Union that we can credibly be a global player. In CFSP, we have to move from the point, basically, where we boil down our positions to the lowest common denominator. We agree something, but who in the world cares about that? I wish we had more courageous approach to what we do together. So two angles, internally and external impact, if you want. That's how I see it.
Thank you for that, because I wanted to pick up with Minister Mas and ask you, do we have a leg to stand on when we go out and say we want to lead the world, when compromise is what the EU is built on? And how do you, when you go out into the world, think that the world views Europe?
First, thank you for introducing me as a nice surprise. It's not always the case when I'm traveling. Thank you very much. Und ich würde gerne Ihre Frage beantworten, weil das ein Thema ist, das mich
because that is an issue that keeps me busy when I'm traveling around the world.
Europa gesehen.
How is Europe seen from the outside? And what I see and what I hear about this is that very often, and regardless of where I'm traveling, people tell me that they expect more from Europe. I believe that we must not do too many things at a time or just have illusions about Europe could be the world leader. But I believe that when it comes to shaping the development of the free world and liberal democracies, that we could do a lot more than we're currently doing and have been doing. And to be honest, I also believe that this is not linked to Corona or the post-COVID world. I think it is a challenge that we have to face up to in Europe. We live in a competition of big powers between the US, Russia and China. The challenges resulting from that can only be addressed together with a European answer. And if we don't do that, because everybody believes that in individual cases there might be short-term advantages through dealing with China directly or dealing with the US separately, this will not be a long-term solution. It won't be lasting. A former Belgian prime minister, one of the forgotten founding fathers of the European Union, once said there are only two countries in Europe, two sorts of countries, small countries and countries that haven't yet realized that they are small. And I think that this is true. It's still true today, and I can only fully support what Jean-Yves said in his speech. We need a common approach for the United States. I don't know who will win the elections, but I don't think that everything will change, regardless of who will be the next president. We have to get used to the fact that the US will withdraw from its former role as the world police step by step, and it's true what Jean-Yves said, therefore. The US are our closest ally outside the European Union. We are allies within NATO, and if we want to live up to our role, we need to strengthen the European pillar within NATO. We also need a common approach when it comes to dealing with Russia, and we believe that this needs to be a dual approach. In cases like we've seen right now, the poisoning of Mr. Navalny, we need to speak a very clear language in the EU, but we also need to know that we need Russia. They are part of our neighborhood. We need Russia to solve the conflicts in Syria, in Libya, in Ukraine. And Jean-Yves elaborated on that. We need to be able to play hardball, but at the same time we must never let dialogue be stopped. And this is why within NATO we have again and again advocated for holding meetings of the NATO-Russia Council. And the same is true for China. I don't believe that China is trying to single out individual countries and buy them out of the European Union. I don't think that the 17+1 initiative, which interestingly is called 1+17 initiative in Beijing, I don't think that this is a valuable contribution, but China is an important player for us. It's become the most important trading partner for Germany. But Hong Kong, the Uyghurs, the South China Sea, all the issues that we are seeing, it just can't be that we only look at trade interests and economic interests. There are values that we have set as a foundation for ourselves, and we need to stand up for these when we are dealing with China. But it only makes sense if we do that together as Europeans, and this is why we need more new European sovereignty, as we call it in our presidency of the EU. We don't want to be going forth and back in this competition of powers. And let me speak about the regions: North Africa, the Sahel zone, a new center of the international terrorism. The Middle East is also in our vicinity. And with regard to Iran and Israel, the Abraham Accords, I think there is a window of opportunity, and the eastern neighborhood of the European Union also needs to be on our agenda.
I do want to pick up on that, because I think that is a question of looking outward. But I did want to also get Minister Dandias's opinion on what you just brought up about sovereignty and about issues within Europe of how different countries perceive a united foreign policy. Mr. Dandias, have we really brought ourselves to a point where we can have a united front, a united foreign policy, united strategy, a security policy? Your country's been at the forefront for a few years now with migration as being one of the big issues. Turkey's another one. Do you think it's possible?
Well, thank you for the question. And if I may start by expressing my gratitude to Ivan for giving me the opportunity to be here today and sharing this panel with Jean-Yves and Heiko. Now, on the question, well, usually I give straight answers. And the straight answer on straight questions is a no. Unfortunately, is a no, but with a caveat. The European Union is a new experiment. And if I may say so, a very proud experiment. If you go by car from Brussels to Amsterdam or from Brussels to Paris, you pass from battlefields of the past century, which millions of people have lost their lives. And yet again, these countries, all these countries, this family of nations and countries, have chosen to live together and have achieved something that if we have spoken about it in, let's say, in 1930, it would have been totally impossible even to imagine that would ever happen. So, for this historically short period of time, the European Union has created, I may say, the most proud achievement in the history of humanity. Having said that, unfortunately, time does not wait. Challenges do not wait. So, to your question, which has to do with foreign policy and with the challenges on the periphery, and you listed migration as a challenge of cardinal importance, in which, let's be frank between us, we lack a common approach. But it's not the only one. Jean-Yves, in his excellent presentation before, mentioned quite a few. Our reaction to Russia, our reaction to Turkey. Heiko spoke eloquently about the Sahel, about terrorism, about the Middle East. Is Europe up to those challenges? The answer is no. For understandable reasons, you cannot expect this to happen within 60, 70, 50 years. But yet again, unfortunately, those challenges do not wait. So the answer is a no, but with an optimism. We can do better. We are trying to do better. Much effort is needed. My country very many times felt quite alone. For example, in the recent crisis with Turkey in southeastern Mediterranean, we didn't feel that we got all the solidarity we wanted. But yet again, this is a process into making.
Minister Orescu, if I can bring you in here and ask you, from your perspective, do you feel part of a common approach for a common foreign policy, foreign security standing of the EU? Or do you feel that we're still working our way there and we're not ready for global leadership in the European Union?
Well, thank you so much, first of all, to Ivan for his remarks. I just want to make sure that I don't have a lack of courage to travel to Bratislava, but unfortunately, due to some commitments and lack of good connections, I was unable to be there in presence. But I'm glad that I can be together with you, Ivan, with Jean-Yves, with Heiko, and with Nikos. What I can say is that indeed the world can see EU with both its ups and downs. And for instance, when at the beginning of the crisis, the EU was blamed for the lack of action and for the failure to show solidarity with some of its member states, the critics of the European Union were very happy, and they used this and try to play this initial weakness against the EU's claim of a global role. But after the EU came with a lot of important measures, like the regulation of transport corridors, like access to joint procurement procedures for medical equipment and medicines, or the creation of the strategic reserve for medical equipment, which is RescEU, hosted first by Romania and now joined by Germany, and culminating with the adoption of the recovery plan. I think they started to look at the EU with some sort of an admiration because we were able to cope with these challenges of the crisis. And I think they also look at the EU with hope because EU is not just, a bunch of states trying to cope with certain crises, but we also represent a regulatory power and an ensemble of democratic societies, meaning that, when we talk about resilience, which is very much on our minds, when we discuss about how EU should be shaped in a better way in the near future, and not only, we don't only speak about health equipment, but we also speak about democratic values. We also speak about, the adherence to a set of rules which are making the order-based global order. In order to answer to your question, I think it's work in progress, and I think we should try to define better which are our common interests, and this means a joint effort from both the EU institutions and the member states. I think the EU institutions could hear more the concerns of the member states, and the member states could try to hear in a more attentive manner which are the interests of the other member states, just in order to find which is the common interest that we should promote together. So I think a better foreign policy of the European Union is achievable. And this does not and cannot be solved only by formally changing the way we take decisions, because this is another discussion whether we should move from...
That's a whole other discussion.
Indeed, from unanimity to majority decision making. But I think it's very important that we develop together a sort of code of conduct inspired by the spirit of the treaties. And in this way, we could move together towards a more efficient foreign policy of the European Union. I think EU can claim a global role if at least three conditions are fulfilled. The first condition is that we have to be aware that EU is entitled to this leadership role, because we have all the prerequisites of being a leader, especially on this value-based system. The second is that EU has to earn its leadership role, because nobody will give it to us if we don't have this concern to make it happen. And third, and this is very much about the concept of strategic autonomy that, again, it's on our tables these days. Well, earning it is not necessarily about differentiating us from others, but also about identifying ways to cooperate with others. And when I say others, I mean like-minded others. And I will stop here for the time being.
Minister, thank you for that. I want to pick up on what Minister Erskis just mentioned and talk a little bit about we need to earn the right to be leaders in the world. How do you all see that happening if we are seen to be compromising significantly in-house in terms of rule of law? We hold ourselves up as a rules-based organization. So when we go out and we look at mediating, negotiating, diplomacy in other regions, and we are seen as compromising with certain states, do you think that weakens our position as potentially leaders in a global sphere? Anyone want to pick that one up? Mr. Mas?
Ich muss erstmal einen Punkt ansprechen,
I'd like to address
der
one
mir auch
point
immer mehr
first
auffällt. Der
that
ist mir
I
gerade
realize again and again,
während der
and
Corona-Pandemie
it
aufgefallen, weil
also
es
came
ein
to my mind in the
Kampf
corona crisis. There is this fight of narratives.
Wobei ich mal dazu sagen will,
But let me
als
also mention that as a German foreign minister, you should rather be a bit hesitant when it comes to assuming leading roles in the world or claiming such roles for oneself. But I realized that, especially over the last 2 months during the corona crisis in China, for example, there has been such a new dimension of strategic communication with the only goal to anchor a narrative in Europe that the Chinese were the ones, as Jean-Yves said, who really are those acting in terms of multilateralism and really helping others, etc. And I feel that in the Navalny case, Russia is trying to establish a narrative that couldn't be more absurd, but is putting huge amounts of effort into winning this fight about narratives in this individual case and other cases as well. And in the United States, the American president does this all by himself via Twitter. And I believe that in Europe, we should also deal with the question of, yes, we do have problems. We have problems within the EU when it comes to migration, for example. Also in individual countries when it comes to the rule of law. However, if you talk to people across the globe and ask them what they expect from Europe and how they see Europe, there are 50 million refugees in the world, and I'm 100% sure most of those being asked, where do you want to go? What's the place to be for you? They would say Europe. I want to go to Europe. And this is why I believe, without wanting to be arrogant or anything, but we need to really see what we have achieved. Have we merited this leading role is a question that we need to answer, and then we should be more self-confident in defending that. And I think many people across the world believe that what we have been able to achieve in Europe, and Jean-Yves made such a great summary of that: liberal democracies, freedom, rule of law, fairness, justice. This is the most desirable environment many people want to live in, and I think that gives us the right to defend of course, our values in any case, but also our interests in the world in a much stronger way. And also live up to what many people expect from us. And I think we should start. Others are building up strategic communication in order to create a better image for themselves in the world. And maybe we should start talking in a better way, in a more positive way about ourselves than we're currently doing.
That's a great point. And our first question from our audience online has come in for Minister Le Drian. Did you feel that France received enough support for its initiative in Lebanon? Could European partners have done more to support that initiative? I can repeat the question.
Lebanon? Yeah.
Minister Le Drian, a question from Eamon online. He's asking did you feel that France received enough support for its initiative in Lebanon? Could European partners have done more to support the initiative?
Au Liban, la responsabilité principale
appartient aux Libanais. Belongs to the Lebanese people.
Et ce que je dis aujourd'hui, c'est que les Libanais, l'ensemble des acteurs politiques,
all of the political stakeholders with all their different backgrounds, all the groups, all the religions, they did not live up to their responsibilities. And this is what France is saying, because we have a long history with Lebanon. But it is also what the European Union is saying. When we gather together, the ministers of foreign affairs, when we discuss Lebanon, we agree on that. Lebanon is going through a crisis beyond the tragedy of the blast. Lebanon is going through a political crisis, which has been ongoing for a long time already. They're going through an economic crisis. Half of the Lebanese people are below the poverty line. They are going through a moral crisis, a social crisis, and on the 17th of October, it will be 1 year since the first demonstrations against the inactivity of all political actors. So France, as well as the rest of the European Union, said it on many occasions, and Heiko himself traveled to Lebanon. We're saying it so that the Lebanese authorities should face up to their responsibilities. Everybody knows what it takes in terms of reforms. Everybody knows what it takes for this country, except that at the moment they're not facing up to their responsibilities. I hope they will. And I believe all of the Europeans share the same point of view, and we express this on a number of occasions.
So the question then comes up with all of the other issues, and you've all brought up the Middle East, you've brought up Russia, you've brought up Turkey, Belarus. In a number of these scenarios, the standing option seems to be dialogue, and that's what the EU excels at. Sometimes, though, dialogue isn't going to work. It doesn't work every time. Do we have the strength and the will to follow through, as has been suggested, that we need to be firmer? And how do we be firmer? Because sometimes we're seen as using sanctions and specific sanctions in a slightly weak-handed way. How do you go out in the world when dialogue doesn't work to show that you mean business because you are leaders and that's what you stand for? I'm leaving that open to everyone to address the issues that have arisen in the last couple of months across the world.
I'll try.
Yes, please.
First, before we enter into that dialogue for which we're calling, I believe the precondition to have an impact on our partner is our own unity. And I have been in this job of foreign minister just for 6 months, but I believe that internally in the European Union we have to have a more intensive, sometimes even more controversial discussion about the most important issues in order to have not only positions on many issues, but to have policies on those issues. Take Russia, for example. Is it a policy that we still remain on what we have adopted as a response to what happened in 2014, Russia annexation and so on. So it's not a policy, it's guiding principles. And one of those principles is so-called selective engagement. So, and there is obvious a very subjective interpretation what selective engagement with Russia means. But we have to have a united position. Otherwise, Russia and other players would not take us seriously on many issues. We need unity in many other issues. Take, for example, Middle East. There is dynamics, obviously triggered by the Abraham Accords and other normalization of relationship between Israel and other Arab countries, which brings me also to the point that we are not using many instruments that we are having in our hands, and it is money, for example. By far is the European Union the biggest development assistance donor in the world. But what are we receiving in exchange? And I don't want to say that it should be revenues or financial revenues, but it cannot be that we are spending money worldwide in many regions. And, for example, in Africa, countries are not ready to cooperate with us on migration, on readmission of illegal migrants. And because they're not ready, we are exposed then to a very heavy impact of migration in Europe. So I think unity, using more assertively instruments at our hands, and once again, to have policies instead of positions. And for me, in that big picture, where we urgently need a, first of all, internal discussion is the transatlantic bond and relationship. If we continue like this, a strategic decoupling between us will continue in many areas. So whoever wins it in November in the United States We are the closest partners. And I think United States should understand it cannot withstand global competition with China unless we do it together. And we in Europe should absolutely understand that we have to do more to be a better, more able, more capable partner for the United States globally. So those are the 2 or 3 preconditions, as I see them, in order to make Europe stronger in the world.
Anyone want to agree or disagree on what's been suggested in terms of having teeth and more bite than bark?
Yeah, we're good at barking.
We're very good at barking. Can we bite when we need to, Mr. Maas?
Ich würde es etwas diplomatischer formulieren
I'd say it in more diplomatic
Heiko, wieso? Du und diplomatisch und ich und politisch.
Diplomatic or political? Well, in content, you're right, Ivan, and there are many areas in which we take more concrete stances. But what do we invest across the world, and in how far do we link this to strategic partnerships is an important point. And in the last year, we started a Latin America initiative. During our presidency as well, we want to host a big conference with the foreign ministers of the Latin American countries, because we have realized that, for example, China is not only active within Asia and Africa, but also is very present in Latin America with a lot of money. And without any hesitation, the investment made there are linked to political concessions or political strategic decisions trying to bind these countries closer to China and its policies. And when I traveled into Latin America, almost everybody told me we would absolutely prefer to be working with you in Europe, but you have to be here. Where are your projects? And this is why I believe, yes, where we have strategic partnerships, we should have strategic partnerships, economic cooperation, and also enhance political ties, and not only bind these regions more to our interests, but also have this value discussion that we want to have. And I think there are many opportunities that still differ from what China is doing. This is almost blackmailing, if you will. So I think we could do a lot more. I fully agree with Ivan here. Also by taking money into our hands, yes.
Any questions in the room? There's one right there.
Thank you. It's a question for Minister Maas. It's Tom Nuttall from The Economist. Mr. Maas, a few weeks ago you caused a lot of excitement in Germany when you told Bild am Sonntag that if Russia was not forthcoming about the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, Germany would be forced to reconsider the gas pipeline Nord Stream 2. Russia has not been forthcoming on the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, and yet the sanctions that you have proposed with your French colleague yesterday are going to focus on individuals in Russia, no mention of the pipeline. Can you tell us why it was that you did not feel like you wanted to follow through with that suggestion?
Weil wir uns dagegen wehren, dass dieser
are
Entwicklung
against
Nawalny
having this development against around Mr. Navalny being bilateralized as a German-Russian project. Those who were against Nord Stream 2 so far have used this situation once again to highlight this situation and put this project into the spotlight. It's an economic project. And they, of course, use the situation to try to destroy it. But for us, it is important to make sure that these are not German-Russian consequences that we draw, but that these are European ones. When a nerve agent from the Novichok group has been used, it's a breach of the international agreement under the OPCW, and the response can only be an international one. And that is what we do with our partners, what we've discussed with our partners and with France too, and what we launch, what we are launching. The discussion about Nord Stream 2 is a discussion that reflects many different interests. It is often said that we were being under Russian influence when it comes to gas exports, but I can only say we had imports of gas from Russia when the Soviet Union was still existed. We had the Cold War, and the US were those who criticized us most over the last year. They have doubled their heavy oil imports from Russia, so they are the second largest importer for Russia here. So I think it is important that such decisions are national decisions when it comes to energy supply, or European decision when it's about European supply, and these are not projects between Germany and Russia alone. It requires an international reaction, and this is why we need the consent of our international partners, and that's what we are working on in the European Union right now.
I think a follow-up question to that, gentlemen, would be, this has happened before, where promises have been made that we will take action, and comes back to my bark and bite question, and inevitably these are sanctions put on individuals rather than on a larger entity that might be responsible. We might have seen situations of that arise when it came to misinformation, disinformation, Ukraine, even at some point Belarus. I think the question is a valid one, where how much togetherness do you need to ensure that you actually find a reaction rather than a tokenism that might have been suggested? Ms. Dandias, do you want to give your perspective on this? And Ms. Lodria?
Be considered a little biased on my answer because of the recent experience we had on Cyprus and the sanctions that the Cypriot Republic asked to be brought upon Turkey from what was clearly an illegal intrusion in the Cypriot territorial waters, and a couple of other huge provocations against a member state of the European Union. And yet again, the Union was extremely reluctant to impose sanctions on something that was a clear-cut case, really. It was black and white, which is very rarely the case. So the problem is that, as it was said before by my colleagues, that we have not arrived yet to a point of having a common foreign policy, a common security policy, and also the basic understanding that we must defend our values, not only the soft way, but also the hard way if needed. The European Union, although it's economically is a giant, military-wise does not at all, or almost at all, act as a European Union. Let's take Libya as an example. It have taken months of negotiation to achieve what? Create a small fleet, or 3 or 4 frigates, which would just patrol 100 miles north of the Libyan coast in order to impose or help impose the arms embargo, which was decided by the United Nations. And we are living with a situation in Libya for years, which is a nightmare, and a nightmare for the European Union. We had allowed Russia to intervene in Libya, we had allowed Turkey to intervene in Libya, we have allowed Turkey to transfer thousands of jihadists from Syria to Libya, which pose a grave danger for the European Union in the future. Jump to Lampedusa, to Sicily, to Italy, and so on. We have not reacted properly. But I have to say, if I would like to look to the optimistic side of things, as it was said before also by Bogdan, the European Union is a project into making. And it may take some time, but I'm optimistic that we will arrive there. It will take time, and we have to be trying and trying and trying more and more and more.
Let's get another question, if there's one in the room. Else I have a whole bunch of questions online, and I think this one would be quite a valid one for Minister Rescue. Minister Rescue, how do you imagine the relationship with Hungary and Poland will proceed after their slide to a, quote, illiberal democracy? And this comes from Nassim online.
Well, just to make the connection with the previous discussion, basically, I think the power of the European Union lays in its attractiveness. And its attractiveness is based on what EU represents in terms of values. What we have is not just an important economic power. We don't only have a huge population compared to other actors around the globe. We also have creativity and vitality of the people in the European Union. We have a lot of political and even an emerging military power resources. And we are building on all of this. But we also have this characteristic which is inherent to the European Union, the fact that it is multilateral in nature and it has an important set of democratic values at its core. And this is very attractive to what we have around us. And this attractiveness should play for the member states, even if, some of the member states choose perhaps another way to express their domestic political choices, if you mention the so-called liberal democracy. But it is also very important to our neighborhoods. So if we want to have a global role, if we want to have real influence in the world, we have to start in our neighborhood. And with this, I agree with Ivan, who mentioned this in the beginning. Again, we are in the making of a more coherent foreign policy, and this is an important goal to achieve. But at the same time, we shouldn't try to make the European Union as a state-like actor, because we are not a state-like actor, and we will not be a state-like actor. We are to put together and try to make a compromise in a positive sense in this sense between the reconciliation of the national interests of the member states and the common interest of the EU as a whole. So we have to find the common denominator, which is in fact the common interest of the EU as a whole. Sanctions are important as a tool, but not as such. Sanctions are important in order to make the target of those sanctions come back to the respect of the values and norms, which are at the core of the European Union and what we preach for others as well, without imposing them, but as a sort of a power of example. So if we choose not to use sanctions at some point in time, but the same goal is achieved through dialogue and negotiations and with a lot of diplomatic démarches, then that means that we have achieved our objective. So I think this is where we are in terms of values and principles. I think they are the most important resource that the EU has.
And I think Minister Lodrin wants to make a point on what you just said. So please hop in.
Oui, sur les sanctions, parce que le sujet a été abordé à plusieurs reprises. Je pense que c'est un outil important.
I believe that sanctions are an important tool. It is not something symbolic when we adopt sanctions, because they do have an impact, a negative impact on those targeted. If not, they would not keep asking for the lifting of the sanctions or to fight against the adoption of sanctions. So the sanctions are useful, efficient, and do bring about some clear consequences for the individuals and the entities, because the sanctions also apply to entities. So I would like to remind this, because sometimes people say, well, Europe will only adopt sanctions to showcase, to brag about it. It's not just a political stance, it is a tool at the service of the European Union, assuming, of course, they are clearly implemented and genuinely implemented, but that's the case. Second, we heard the word compromise on a number of occasions, with a tendency or a slight tendency to criticize this concept of compromise, something negative. But everything we've been doing together in Europe for years now, for 70 years, as a matter of fact, has always been based on compromises. But there's some very positive, very valuable compromises, very good for the future. So this is on this basis that we're acting. And sometimes compromises can be very positive and very offensive as well, even though there are different opinions expressed when we discuss. So we live on that, but it is also a strength. And thirdly, like I said in my speech, we're beginning to walk away from naivety because we are beginning to look around, look at the world, becoming, like Ivan very well said, to becoming a global stakeholder. Because until recently, we did not fully stand for what we are. We sometimes felt that we were not such a power, whereas now we should have very much stand for it. Of course, it brings consequences.
So the
but we began already.
The question here, Minister Lodrian, then is: would you be tougher on a Belarus? Would you see the EU being tougher than it is on a Belarus?
L'Europe vient de prendre des mesures et des sanctions
recently adopted sanctions and measures to target those responsible for corruption and the electoral fraud in Belarus, and these are very significant decisions. You have a list of 40 individuals or entities, and these sanctions were adopted a week ago. So we shall see as to their impact, but it's not something small.
I think Minister Korczak, you wanted to hop in.
Yes. You asked a very good question, how much togetherness we would need in order to make bigger impact in the world. 100%, of course, but this would be absolutely naive to expect that in politics you can have 100% of something. Therefore, I believe that we will see a combination on the one hand, which I would prefer always that in foreign policy issues where basically interests of European Union as a whole are at stake, I would see a bigger role for the head of our foreign policy, and I will always support him in his effort to represent more boldly and assertively Europe on a global scene, our colleague Josep Borrell. But it will not be always possible. And I will support on behalf of Slovakia efforts where individual states are trying to help resolve some issues, and I will mention them, if it again serves European interest. Therefore, I entirely agreed and supported efforts by Heiko and Germany trying to de-escalate the situation in the Eastern Mediterranean. I mean, this is absolutely good. If this helps, why shouldn't it be that we support one country? Jean-Yves has presented today, I think, fascinating speech about broad foreign policy issues. Rarely I'm making notes. This time I was making my notes when you spoke. And at the very end, this will be my last remark, you said what I believe in as a representative of a small country. The only way for us to sustain on a global scene is through multilateralism. And you've mentioned and referred to the alliance of multilateralism. I'm absolutely in favor of that. But we see these days that multilateralism as such is not enough. It must be what we say effective, because otherwise we see multilateralism failing in a way. What else, and this is really not diplomatic, but I'd like to describe things as they are, not as we would like to see them. Mm-hmm. Isn't it a bit an evidence of failure of multilateralism what we see in Nagorno-Karabakh right now? Because in the Minsk group since 1996, or I don't remember, 1994, it is a multilateral effort, but it is a frozen conflict. And frozen conflicts means that they always flare up when it serves one's interest. So absolutely in favor of maybe not effective but aggressive multilateralism, but all involved really engage with its full weight and impact in order to prevent us from really freezing conflicts.
Yep.
As we see it in, as I'm saying, in Nagorno-Karabakh, I hope Ukraine will never turn into frozen conflict. That would be very, very bad if something like this happens in direct neighborhood. So 100% togetherness, when it serves European interest, on an ad hoc basis, I'm absolutely supportive of individual efforts. And number three, not effective but aggressive multilateralism. That would be something on behalf of my country.
You have led me very, very smoothly into my closing of this session. We've got about 5 minutes left, so I do want to go back to the panel and get your last words and last comments for this session on the fact that we are looking at a US election, a potential re-election of a president or a new presidency altogether. We are looking at issues with our neighbors across the board. When you take on that and what Mr. Korczak just said about multilateralism, are we looking at a redefinition of the phrase free world, multilateralism? What will change? What needs to change? And I'm going to magically set you about 45 seconds each to close this. Who would like to start? Should we go to Minister Rescue? Might as well put him on the spot.
Well, thank you so much for this last question. In fact, it's putting the emphasis on again on what is very important for us as well for the Romanian foreign policy, but I also guess for EU foreign policy, which is the transatlantic link, because we can't have just multilateralism and efficient or aggressive multilateralism. This multilateralism should be based on friends, and we need such friends. And irrespective who wins the elections in the United States, we need the transatlantic bond to be more coherent and firm. And this is because EU and the North America represent a one and single community of values and security. The fact that what is differentiating us for a time being, well, it's less important than what unites us. So this is extremely important for the EU foreign policy in order to be efficient. We need to, well, go over these differences and build a new transatlantic link, which is much better and coherent.
On that note, I'm going to give last comments to Minister Dendias.
Well, thank you. It's obvious it's not for us to say who would like to be the next president of the United States. It's for the American people. But there's one thing clear to me, that we need to engage with a new administration in a very positive way. The United States is a valued ally of Europe and also of the values that Europe represents. Sometimes there are misunderstandings, sometimes there are different interests, but yet again, engaging with the United States in the most positive way, I think it's the only option for Europe, and I leave it there.
Minister Lotrea?
Oh, j'ai dit tout à l'heure ce que je pensais du lien transatlantique.
Earlier, what I thought about the transatlantic link, the necessity of strengthening it, but on a new basis, because we can see what the American trends are, and these are meant to last. It is not based on who is the president, one or another. No matter who is in charge, the stakes for the United States are different from what they were some 15 or 20 years ago. So the transatlantic link should be understood against this new background. So indeed, it should be strengthened, but cover not just security, also trade. And we need to discuss in all transparency with the Americans. And that goes is not in contradiction with multilateralism. What is multilateralism? It is the fact that members of the international community agree together on standards or rules on the main challenges we're facing and agree to comply with those rules. So it is about defining the rules and complying with the rules. And at the moment, we're seeing that this system is falling apart as it were built after the Second World War. So we need to redesign it, and this is what we're working on, including at the European level.
Minister Maas, since you were our wonderful, nice surprise for this afternoon, you get the final word.
Zunächst einmal hoffe ich, dass es nach der
First of all, I hope that after the elections in the US,
keine Überraschungen gibt.
there won't be any surprises, and that after the elections we will know who will be the next president and that everybody accepts the result.
Ich mache mir keine Illusionen.
I don't have any illusions about the fact that the path of the United States will be to withdraw more from its international role, and I think that this will continue regardless of the result of the elections. That means Europe will have to assume more responsibility in terms of foreign policy and security policy. But I hope that the transatlantic relations will become better, and that and there are good preconditions for that. There are multifold opportunities to do it in a better way than it has been done recently.
Ministers, all of you, thank you so very much for your kind words and also for your frank words at times. Please give up a round of applause for making the time to be here at GLOBSEC. As we disperse, I just wanted to highlight a few things. Lunch is available downstairs, but there's a session right now in the Habsburg room on how to fix the global economy. The next session in this room is at 1:30 p.m. when we'll be focusing on the Balkans. And there's one more service announcement. As part of the precautions to protect us all from COVID, this room is being disinfected yet again during the lunch break. So please don't stay in here chatting. You will be sprayed down. You might not enjoy it. Thank you for being here. Have a good lunch.
Political Islam has for a long time been accepted as the lesser of two evils. Germany, France, or the UK have accepted Muslim Brotherhood representatives from their countries of origin as refugees decades ago, but have recently been changing their perspective. President Macron has named the Muslim Brotherhood as a problem in February, just as the UK did in the 2015 counter-extremism strategy. Central and Eastern Europe has been closed off to such movements, but for the last 3 decades, the situation has changed. What is interesting is that despite the diverse environment of Muslim presence it contains, studies of movements such as the Muslim Brotherhood are lacking. GLOBSEC, with the partnership of Counter-Extremism Project, has launched a project that looks into the diverse environments of 5 selected countries across the Central and Eastern Europe that aims to map the Muslim Brotherhood activities in it. We have devised a methodology that assesses the linkages of local groups to the Muslim Brotherhood, so if you're interested to know more about it, please feel free to read our first report on the matter. And for the project as such, follow us on social media to stay up to date with our current research.
Well, facial recognition can be a tool that can be helpful to law enforcement, but it can also be very significant as an invasion of privacy. If you use facial recognition, for example, to run against video or photographs of people who've done something wrong, that can be a useful law enforcement tool. But if you're using it to surveil what everybody does, every place in the public, at every minute, in order to create a large database of everybody's behavior, it can become a very significant instrument in eliminating privacy and in enhancing totalitarian surveillance state.
According to GLOBSEC Trends data, the support for EU membership is very high in Austria, at 78%. Against the background of the rather chaotic Brexit management in the UK and increased global instability, Austrians feel safer as part of a common European family. That is also why the traditional Eurosceptics, such as the Austrian Freedom Party, have toned down their voices in questioning EU membership as such, and shifted rather towards talking about changing the overall design of the European Union. However, GLOBSEC's survey had been carried out before the Austrian government of the Conservative People's Party and the right-wing Freedom Party broke down. We can expect the formation of a new government in autumn 2019, which could have implications on Austria's positioning towards the EU. And this might also have an impact on the public opinion on the EU. The current caretaker government in general avoids big initiatives, whether at a domestic or the EU level now. So it remains to be seen which EU strategy the Freedom Party will adopt in the run-up to the national elections and afterwards.
How come there is a relatively strong belief in the narratives of either Brussels or Franco-German dictate, though?
The EU is often regarded as far, remote, and difficult to understand, also amongst those who can be defined as pro-European. Another point of criticism often mentioned is the democratic deficit and the doubt that a small country like Austria can have a say in the EU. These fears have actually been nurtured by Austrian mass media since EU accession. According to GLOBSEC Trends data, 4 out of 10 respondents agree that the EU dictates to us what to do, and 3 out of 4 respondents agree that the European Union is ruled by a few large states, such as Germany and France. This can be attributed to the fact that the founding members have been regarded both as the main drivers of the integration process of the last decades and as main players in handling multiple crises. Germany, as Austria's big neighbor, has always been in a special focus in the domestic EU-related debates and in the media. On the other hand, it also shows the importance that Austrians still give to the national level. Ever since the accession, nostalgic sentiments of a peaceful, neutral, and independent Austria in the heart of Europe have been highlighted by political representatives and media in contrast to EU membership, which is then associated with the loss of sovereignty and self-determination. In this regard, Switzerland is often cited as a role model Austria should have followed.
Hello, folks. We present our workspace as a service strategy. Everybody knows it. We work in vastly different ways than we did only a few years ago. That's why we reinvented the office-to-office experience. With more than a quarter of a century's experience in real estate, we believe some things have to change if a workspace is to properly serve its users. We took workspace design beyond the borders of the physical space, and our strategy brings 5 core elements to make you productive and happy. Want to know what they are? We're interested in user experience, your well-being and productivity, or simply you. Our Space Experience Toolkit helps us by working with aspects of BREEAM and WELL certifications. Symbiocy, a workspace solution using data and our knowledge to create healthy, collaborative and productive spaces. Do you want more? Enjoy our offer of diverse services like bike sharing, community events and concierge, delivering more value to you and your company. Just more. Freelancers and startups, your attention please. HubHub is for you. co-working spaces encouraging collaboration and creativity by bringing startups and corporations together under one roof. Are you looking for much flexibility? Cubes are flexible workspaces with all-inclusive services that are simple to scale and expand anytime. Project teams and SMEs welcome. Why are we doing this, and why is it important? Because just as your home isn't just your flat, work isn't just an office. Our strategy, Workspace as a Service, is a way to create a healthy and productive work environment ready to serve generations to come. We're an international workspace provider and city-forming property developer operating in 6 European markets with 800 professionals. And in all countries, we're excited to introduce our well-being approach by creating new business districts that are not only lively places for people to work, but great places for people to be.
Hi, we are the Wilfried Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfried Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
So I think this is a crucial question for Europe. I think we have to understand the reasons people have gone to vote for the populists. And that has to do with solidarity and equality, which they feel is lacking, and it has to do with a sense of community and identity. So we, pro-Europeans, liberal internationalists, have to address those fears and concerns that they have. That means a different economic policy, it means talking more about liberal patriotism, and it means giving a vision of Europe, the European Union, which actually delivers for them and not just for an elite.
Umenie nás inšpiruje, prináša radosť a robí svet krajším. Vzdelanie znamená múdrosť, vďaka ktorej môžeme rásť a rozvíjať sa. Technológie a inovácie zjednodušujú náš život. Prepájame tieto svety, pretože veríme, že umenie, vzdelanie a technológie spolu vytvárajú novú, inteligentnú budúcnosť. 3 svety, 1 banka. Tatra banka.
GLOBSEC Bratislava Forum is the platform to tackle disruption and discuss solutions for better tomorrows.
Basic theme of disruption is crucial because, to me, the issue is not whether it's climate change or whether it's the Chinese or the Russians or whatever. It's actually the concatenation, the mix of them all. And that's what I think is so valuable about this, because it is a generalized conference. It allows us to see how all these problems combine. In Washington, we don't have enough exposure to what's happening in Central and Eastern Europe, particularly. And we think we know everything until we come to GLOBSEC.
GLOBSEC has convened a very impressive group of people that are subject matter experts on our most pressing global challenges. And I've really enjoyed the depth of the conversations, also the energy and the ambition to do something about these challenges is something that I have felt. When you can find an area that intersects the business asset with the social impact asset, I think that's the place where you find sustainability.
So not just the government, but the companies and societies, all of them together in an effort for progress.
So I come here, I get inspired, I get more hopeful than when I arrived. So this is my 3rd. I only wish that it was my 12th or 13th. I missed out, and I wish I had come earlier.
GLOBSEC Tatra Summit drives discussions that shape the future of Europe.
Uncertainty. You have Brexit, you have the trade wars.
The climate change has become the part of financial risk.
Making Europe green, making Europe strong, and keep Europe united. You can translate this into climate, competitiveness, and cohesion.
But if we talk about carbon-free future, I think none of us want to go back 100 years. So what we need is innovation and technology.
It's absolutely necessary today and now talk about carbon neutrality in a way which preserves competitiveness of European industry.
You need incredibly strong, long-term thinking politicians who realize that if we don't start today, we will lose out completely.
Europe has to become more assertive and more sovereign.
Europe has to give up expecting others to solve its problems.
Take on your shoulders the responsibility not only for yourself and for your interests, but also for Europe as a whole.
Representatives of business and trade have a role to play. We have to save the industry in Europe. We have to help them in this transition.
You've managed to bring together a very high caliber group of people. So we've had very stimulating, intelligent conversations.
It's a very intimate conference, and this was a place where you really could have a conversation.
The Tatra Summit is definitely the leading forum, especially from the point of view of content and deeper understanding of the issues of competitiveness of Europe.
What I find very nice is to have here regional aspects, but the whole thing embedded in a pro-European context.
I work a bit in the European bubble in a way, so it's very interesting to see the different perspectives from professionals coming from the region.
Let's start here in this region, at least. Let's do something.
Možno ste ho prekonali, ale možno aj nie.
Je dobré sa to dozvedieť. Testujeme protilátky, ktoré si váš organizmus na tento vírus mohol vytvoriť. A to najspoľahlivejšou laboratórnou metódou.
ELISA metóda v rozbore krvného séra má najvyššiu spoľahlivosť výsledkov.
Ak ste ochorenie prekonali aspoň pred 2 týždňami, zároveň vaša celková imunita je v poriadku a vaše telo si utvorilo protilátky, tak tie sa ukážu v triede IgG.
Len teraz v štartovacej cene 38 € plus manipulačný poplatok. Nepremeškajte.
Kliknite na lab.online a kúpte si svoju istotu.
Len teraz za 38 €.
Zdravie máte v krvi. Lab.online.
The Central European jihadis are jihadis without a jihad, meaning
they have no support of a jihadi ecosystem. There are no jihadi veterans around, there are no recruiters or entrepreneurs, there are no families with histories of jihadi involvement either, and there are no radical mosques exist. Some are misfits who gravitate to global jihad down the dissatisfaction and outrage pathway. Their jihadism is merely a tool, not a deep-held conviction. Others make the most of the jihadi ecosystems in Western Europe and are radicalized abroad, and have very little links to their Central European countries of origin. They improvise their pathways into global jihad and cannot rely on the support of more experienced peers who simply are not available. By trial and error, they, for example, journey to the Turkey-Syrian border to opt into the global jihad, but more than often, they fail to get there or are unhappy with the reality of living amongst the jihadis. Their low numbers and failures tell a story of a parochial European jihad. It is embedded in certain communities, often in small towns or even villages in Western Europe. Thankfully, at the same time, the very same European jihad is unable or maybe unwilling to connect with the few wannabe jihadis from Central Eastern Europe.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us after lunch for this fantastic and interesting discussion, I hope. I'm Valerie Hopkins. I'm the Southeast Europe correspondent for the Financial Times, and I'm joined by the Macedonian president, Stevo Pendarovski, or shall I say the president of North Macedonia. When we met 5 years ago now...
I saw a few Greeks in the room, please.
When we met 5 years ago now, your country had not changed its name. We were in front of the government building as tents were camped out. There were paint bombs being deployed across the city, and a lot has happened since then. I mean, you went from being mentioned as a captured state to...
You have been the direct witness of revolution. That revolution has a name, colorful revolution, which goes in two parts in 2015 and 16. And I just tell some of my friends I haven't seen for a long time that in 2016, in the progress report of the European Commission, we have been described as the captured state. You can imagine that. And for only 2.5 years later, we have become the members of NATO and opened the door for the European Union. So such a quick recovery from one regime to a democratic rule, as I think never happened in the recent history on the continent, at least.
Quick, but still not without obstacles. I mean, this time last year, I think the whole region was reeling from this emphatic no that came from Paris. You finally unlocked the doors in March to
I have quite an interesting meeting with President Macron immediately after that very, very negative decision by the European Union. At least it was perceived like that by many people in North Macedonia. That was in October last year, and we have been speaking about the demands by the French side to have the new methodology for entering the European Union or negotiating. And we have been, I can tell you, we have been a bit confused because there have been some voices coming from Brussels, from the very high political levels, speaking about the possible alternatives to the membership. And I asked directly President Macron, are you really preparing some alternative form of membership for the countries from the Western Balkans? He said no, would like that process to be more efficient, and at the end of that process, people to see really tangible results. Nothing more, nothing less, and that proven correct. We are waiting for starting the negotiations, and we do not have any fear of the new methodology. We think that is the best way to progress.
I was just going to ask you about that. So, okay, we can fast forward. In March, you finally got the green light, and then the COVID pandemic hit. 2 days ago now, I got a massive package in my email of the new methodology, accession framework, financial package. I'm wondering if you can respond a bit. What do you think? And you had a commissioner in Varhe yesterday.
I saw him there. He was in Skopje. He has really busy regional agenda. He was yesterday in Skopje and in Tirana, and today I think he's completing that regional journey with the rest of the regional capitals, 4 of them. The rest of them, the 6 all in all. That was a really hectic activity on his part. I think that this time the European Union, not only the Commissioner Varhelyi, but really delivered. And I can tell you that we have been really shocked to see the new so-called investment and economic package. And they have been speaking within that package about 9 billion euros. Most of them, if not all of them, grants. That never happened before. You know, European Union, to be honest with you, then I'm speaking on behalf of the ordinary people, not only in my country, but for all the Balkan people, then have a perception about the European Union as an entity, as an international organization, which is speaking of rule of law, rights of the citizens, that kind of stuff, only talk and nothing concrete. Now they are coming forward with a very, very concrete package. And why this package is even more important during this period of the time? Because we are speaking about the world turmoil caused by the pandemic. And the European Union solidarity, which has been questioned many times in the past, has now proven to anybody that is real, that is existent, and is really delivering. You know, apart from that, I would like to call that a rescue package for the member states, for the current member states, with many billions and trillions of euros. Now they're taking care for the Western Balkan as well. That's a hugely encouraging sign for the people in the region, because from times to times, we have an impression that not only the bureaucrats, but the politicians in Brussels are simply trying to forget the Balkan course of developments. And everybody thinks, okay, they're on the right path. Maybe for 5, maybe for 15 years, they will become the institutionally part of the European Union. Many of them are already in NATO, so the business is finished in the Balkans. That's not true. That's not true. And now they're really showing to everybody living in the region that they really do care about the developments in that natural, not only geographically, I would say historically, civilizationally, and institutionally part of Europe.
That's fantastic. And do you have any plans yet how you're planning to spend some of this 9 billion euros? I mean, I know that's for the region. What are the priorities?
The internal ratio of these quotas or sums of money is still not decided. The day before yesterday, I saw for a short period of time our Prime Minister Zaev, and we have been calculating. Then I think that we are speaking about the 18 million people, all in all, living in 6 Western Balkan countries and dividing that 9 billion euros. And that's kind of a joke, of course, and then approximately 1 billion euros should be allocated to North Macedonia. No, I'm joking. All these sums of money are going to be allocated according to the projects we have submitted. All 6 Western Balkan countries have submitted before to the European Commission, so that's not an empty talk or just something in the air. Then it's very concrete, and we have very concrete projects. And very eager to start with all of them, because the projects are speaking about better infrastructure in the region. They're speaking about a better ecology and better environment for the people. Speaking about renewable energy, replacing coal, for example, with renewable energy. And all of that is badly needed in the region, especially. That is the primary task. I'm speaking now about the Green Deal for the European Union, but certainly that's not less important for the people living in the Western Balkans.
And how about the timeline? I mean, the Germans have said that they really want to move things forward during their presidency, but a lot needs to happen, and there are so many challenges now within the EU, in the world. Do you think that there's going to be enough drive and push to open the first chapters by the end of the year?
No, it is not so easy in the Balkans. We have done a great deal of job in the meantime with the Prespa agreement, especially with our neighbors from Greece. But now we have some outstanding issues to resolve with our Bulgarian friends in Sofia, and I can tell you that we are ready to do that by the end of the German presidency, by the end of this year, and finally to start, but really to start with the negotiations with the European Union. And I can tell you that the political activities have already been decided on our part. Then our Prime Minister will be, I think, in 2 or 3 weeks at the maximum in Sofia to speak with his Bulgarian friend and counterpart, Borisov. Tomorrow, our Foreign Minister will be in Sofia to meet our dear guest, my friend, Katya. And what is important part of that bilateral agreement on good neighbor relations signed in 2017 by the old and new prime ministers in Sofia and Skopje is the Commission of Historians who are dealing with some historical controversies. We have scheduled tentatively scheduled for 15th and 16th of this month. That's a new meeting of that commission because due to the COVID pandemic and due to our parliament elections, which has been twice postponed in the meantime, they have not been in action at all. So we are doing everything possible to realize all obligations we have signed in good faith from that agreement, and we have any doubt that our Bulgarian friends will do the same.
A historical commission for the future. Well, and if that doesn't happen, are you worried a little bit that there could be another swell of frustration with the EU? I mean, we've seen, after last October, there had to be new elections. Before that, the referendum on accepting a difficult identity change for many citizens of your country, and many people felt frustrated that there were more and more and more obligations being.
I would like to say that was the identity change for the citizens. We have changed the name of the country, but with the Prespa agreement, precisely, the all vital, basic identity markers, so to say, of the Macedonian nation has been preserved. And that was even ratified in the Greek parliament. So that was a huge step forward for all of us. Because, we have been discussing for almost a quarter of a century with our Greek friends and have never been ready to sign an agreement. But regardless of the award at the end of the day, NATO, European Union, if we have not seen before that a clear guarantees in place that we are not going to change our identity as a people, so that is out of question in the 21st century. So that agreement was good, looking to the future, but preserving what is basic for both sides. So, to go back to your question, you are right with the frustration. Not only because of that, the waiting on prolonged start of negotiations for us and for the Republic of Albania. Do not forget that we have been treated as a kind of a package last year. If something like that happen again, I can tell you that's going to be very frustrating for the people in the country, for the political elite in the country, because we cannot persuade the people that they should wait for decades and decades to finally start, not enter the European Union, but start with the negotiations. And everybody knows that it's a lengthy and very, very difficult process. But it's going to be very bad omen, so to say, for the European Union, for their attractiveness for the prospective candidates.
Is this something you spoke about being treated as a package, and you see that increasingly there is an initiative in the region to try to work together, also one that is heavily supported by Brussels. How do you see the push, especially strong in the last 9 months, for whatever you want to call it, a mini Schengen, a regional economic area, an initiative focused on the 4 freedoms? Do you think that will help Macedonia, or does it really, in the short term at least, really just make the Serbian economy stronger and help Serbia? You hear this criticism quite a lot.
No, then it's very interesting. Though. If that was the case, then apart from my country, because Prime Minister Zaev was one of the founders, so to say, of that initiative, immediately with Serbian and Albanian Prime Minister, Serbian President, Albanian Prime Minister, then Albanians from the Republic of Albania will certainly not join that initiative if the end result of that process would be strengthening the Serbian economy. You know why. Everybody knows why. So it's a very interesting hybrid of the people from different ethnicities, not only from different countries, with different political outlook. Look, I will say that agree that something like that should start. What is important about that initiative? That is, as far as I can remember, and I have enough of years to remember along, that was the first autonomous regional initiative then stemming from the region. Not being just said by somebody in Brussels, and we, along that copy-paste procedure, saying, okay, why not? This was for the first time originated from the region. And I can tell you that in the meantime, a few other countries are either joining us or discussing about joining us. And that's okay. In essence, the core of the mini Schengen initiative is, as you said, 4 freedoms of the European Union. So why not to have, maybe the term is not quite good or correct to speak about Schengen, because we have one, Schengen. But the initiative as such is more than welcome, and should be more than welcome by everybody in the region. What I would like to see, and I was one of the first, if not the first one, from the politicians in the region, which has publicly said some doubts, some reservations about the initiative, not because the initiative is not good, or the idea is not good, but I would like to see Maxi Schengen. All 6 Western Balkan countries to be in that initiative. We do not need new division line in the region who has been already divided numerous times in the past, and at present, of course.
And do you see this as the symbolic power which it really has, or do you also see a real opportunity for economic growth? I mean, when you see most of the countries in the region, you know, between 60 and 70% of their trade is with the EU specifically, right? So how do you see that there's really so much room to grow the economy, the trade in between the countries?
It is. You know, well before Schengen, mini Schengen initiative, well before we have even applied for the membership. We, for example, we are the formally speaking candidates for the EU membership since December 2005. Then waiting for 16 years to start negotiations. So well before that, we have the EU as our biggest trading partner. And I think that the same goes for the rest of the former Yugoslavia plus Albania. So we are in the same geographical area. We are in a close geographical proximity. We have, especially with the countries around us, with many ties from the previous times when that former states have existed, and why not to use that for the benefit of all of our citizens? So I cannot see how we can be the biggest trading partner ever. Let's say that if we wish something like that with I don't know, with Philippines or with South Korea or any other country which is far away, Australia. So it's quite natural to cooperate with your closest neighbors, and all Europeans are our neighbors, and in essence we are the same family.
The last time we saw one another was in March. It was my last pre-COVID conference in Skopje. And you gave a very impassioned keynote speech that evening about what looked at that time very possible and was still being discussed, the idea of a territory exchange of Kosovo between Kosovo and Serbia, or a partition, whatever we want to call it. And you spoke about the disastrous consequences this could have for your country. Now, one pandemic and one Oval Office meeting later, things look a lot different. I'm wondering how you see, and maybe this will help in our next panel a bit, you can advise me a bit, how do you see Washington reasserting itself in Balkan peacemaking, and how do you see now the state of play in the region compared to at the beginning of this year?
In essence, you have quite different questions in that. I wouldn't like to explain or to speak at length about that ideas circulating around that formal negotiation process between Belgrade and Pristina. I have repeated my stance, and it's widely known several times before and after that meeting you have mentioned, and Serbian president immediately got mad on me, saying that that's not my job. Of course, what we are asking for from the international mediators, or everybody with a good intentions towards the region from the international community. The decision, when the time will come for that, on the Kosovo international status, or the agreement between Belgrade and Pristina, could be whatever they want. And they are both involving parts of that debate. If they agree on something, that's going to be, period. That's going to be the final. But we wouldn't like to see everybody speaking for everybody in the region around these two countries, because we have recognized both of them. We have embassies in Belgrade and Pristina, and vice versa, they have embassies in Skopje. We wouldn't like to see the decision or the solution at the end of that process, which will destabilize the region additionally. So at least if they decide to swap the territories, it's up to them. But I will urge all the international interlocutors and international friends to have at least one provision plus in that agreement, saying that that's going to be eventually the sui generis decision, only for that problem. And it should not be kind of opening Pandora box and kind of to see the kind of a domino effect in the region. Because, you know, I'm the president of North Macedonia. What is my first job? To protect the national interests of the country. the very first interest of my country in to stay within the same borders. So, of course, and I should take care about that by the end of, until the end of my term. So I am asking everybody being involved, and I think that people being involved in the discussion, not only Ambassador Lajcak, but Alexander Vucic and the Kosovo delegation, they are fully aware about that. They are fully aware about that, and I do not expect huge surprises at the end of the process. But what I would like to see, as a person who is living in that region, the decision to come as soon as possible is going to be beneficial for everybody, in the first place for Belgrade and for Pristina.
Thank you very much, President Penderovski. You've given us a very fruitful basis for the continuing discussion, which will start immediately. I would like to ask everyone to stay here, especially if you're interested in the region and in the wider, actually, neighborhood. Please remain. We will just do some...
I will stay in the first row.
Yes.
I'm not going to escape.
Please feel free to ask a question, and thank you again. I don't have the names of the people who are speaking. Sorry, I don't have the list. Okay. Thanks very much, everybody, for coming to join us for the second part of this wider neighborhood discussion. I think we have a very interesting panel, and among my first panels, that is like majority female, so that's fantastic. I noticed that the Western European panels this morning did not have such a balance, so I think that's great. For those of you that weren't here for the previous panel with President Penderovski, I'm Valerie Hopkins. I am the Southeast Europe correspondent for the Financial Times, and it's a big honor to be discussing the European neighborhood here on this panel today. I think we have a very broad mandate and a very short period of time. So I would like to get going. Thank you very much. My vocal cords will need that. Without much ado, so just, I think everybody is aware of everyone in the room. We have Bulgarian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ekaterina Zakharieva here. We have Olga Stefanishina, the Ukrainian Minister for European Integration and Deputy Prime Minister, not to forget. We have Katerina Maternova, who is in DG NIR, very high up, setting the policy. And we have also the European Union Special Envoy for Kosovo-Serbia Dialogue. And joining us remotely via video link in Zagreb, we have Minister of Foreign Affairs, Goran Grlić-Radman. So welcome.
Hello.
I think I might just start with Minister Zakharieva, because you are the closest to me. And there are a lot of things I would like to ask you. But I guess maybe we've just seen that this week, the rollout of the rule of law reports. Your country was mentioned as one of the countries that is experiencing some difficulties with rule of law. At the same time, you have also been one of the countries that has been really pushing for the accession of Western Balkan countries, bringing them into the region. You'll be hosting in November a summit. How are you? I guess I'm asking again, as usual, two questions in one. But how are you working on cleaning up your own house while helping the countries who want to join the EU do the same?
Thank you for these questions. Two questions, you're absolutely right, as always, and I'm happy to be here. And I want to thank the organizers and our host that they managed to organize this forum, because frankly speaking, I really miss, I think, the last time we were together in Skopje, for the Berlin process on 10th of March, and after that the lockdown happens. And I'm really pleased to be here and to be able to discuss again one of my favorite topics, and this is the Western Balkans and the region, the neighborhood, is not the Eastern Partnership here too. I think this report was quite objective. And I'm really very, very pleased that finally I remember the first discussion about this comprehensive horizontal mechanism for all the member states starts many, many years ago. First couple of resolutions of the European Parliament, which recommended to the European Commission to establish such kind of, in the Council, such kind of mechanism. And I'm happy that we finally, after years and years of debate, we succeed to have such kind of mechanism. Because in your previous panels, we talk a lot about a role of European Union in the world. And one of the main roles is really the liberal order. And yes, we are not perfect in our house, but it doesn't mean that we don't want to be better. And this mechanism and this report shows where our advantages are, but also where we have problems and we should be better and work to give the people what they need. And this is perception and feeling to live in justice societies. So many times when I meet my friends and partners from the countries in the region, not only the Balkans, we have a really, really good discussion with Olga in Kiev a couple of weeks ago, sharing our experience with her about how and what we have done good, and sometimes good advice is what we have done wrong during our pre-accession aspiration. And I think the main advantage and good for all the people in the countries is that the reforms always throughout this path are linked with justice, reform, working institutions, and rule of law. So knowing what we have done wrong, I think we are really good supporter of those countries through advices, don't do what we have done wrong.
Thank you very much, Minister Zacharieva, and I'm looking forward to coming back to you to touch on some of the things President Pendarovsky said. Minister Stefanishina, you came here directly after the summit with Ukraine, the EU summit with Ukraine. What were you promised? Are you satisfied with what you got? And what can you tell us about what you expect now from the EU?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank, to bring the spirit that when President landed to Brussels, we had the feeling that 90% of the summit are already successful because all member states were very supportive of our aspirations and ambitions, which we have invested in preparation and discussing the final declaration of the summit. So we were pretty happy of the results of the summit even before we landed the Brussels land. So this also speaks a lot of the way how it is important to invest in sustainability of the dialogue and reforms. And this was the spirit which we brought and invested into this summit. But also the second very important element is that this summit was very different from the previous ones because it wasn't really only a political discussion. There was a feeling that Ukraine brings itself to Brussels not only with the romantic idea of European integration. We bring ourselves with the concrete proposals and ambitions and suggestions how to really make sure that European integration, economic integration, and political association are really taking place. And we were very largely supported by Ukrainian business, Ukrainian parliamentarians, civil society. Basically, all the country prepared the president to make sure that he delivers 100% for the summit. And this support was much stronger than only support for the geopolitical idea. It was the support for concrete results, and we were instrumental with so many positive ideas from our stakeholders, and it was felt in Brussels, and we felt the reciprocity and readiness to engage into a very practical format. And another very important thing we were discussing as is always discussed in a bilateral format, the much broader agenda over the continent and the new policies developed by European Union as the green agenda, digital agenda, where Ukraine is by default a part of this agenda. And we were also discussing the issue of the Eastern Partnership, while Eastern Partnership is de facto no longer physically existing, because it's hardly we can imagine how can we have a successful summit in a situation with Belarus, with the acceleration of the conflict over Azerbaijan and Armenia, and then many other things which are happening and destabilizing the countries itself, not speaking about the format. And this was something which were put on the table, and basically this understanding that Ukraine is one of the not many countries over the region who's still managing to fight Russian aggression over its territory, to face the daily breaches of human rights over the occupied territory of Crimea, still manages to deliver on the reforms agenda and clearly state its European aspirations. So this is something which was very important discussed there, and I think that it's like the obvious truth, which is like was spelled out in the first physical summit after the pandemic.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Katerina, do you share this assessment? Is Ukraine delivering, and what are they getting from the EU in return?
I very much share Olga's assessment, and it's great to be not only on the same panel but also at the same summit 2 days ago, and we collaborate very closely. Indeed, this was the first physical summit of beyond the EU borders, and so just as an anecdote, we struggled a little bit with the translation equipment at the beginning, which actually broke the ice, and indeed the atmosphere was extremely positive. What Olga was describing is a phase in our relations with Ukraine which are much less bombastic in terms of political deliveries, because we already have an association agreement and the deep and comprehensive free trade area, which is really the most complex relationship you can have contractually, short of enlargement process. We have already granted visa liberalization to Ukrainian citizens. So there is what now we have on the table is this deeper sectoral integration, which is much less sexy in terms of announceables, but I very much believe very important for the economy and for the citizens of Ukraine. So indeed, we discussed how to associate or how to make Ukraine be part of the process of both the digital and the green transformation. And we, of course, also shared our concerns on some of the developments, notably around the anti-corruption and judicial reform, which, in my view, is never a linear process. And you always do 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So it's not something that one can change institutions overnight, but certainly I would, as I always do to everyone who says that they stopped reforms, just remind that in the span of the COVID pandemic, Ukraine liberalized the land market, adopted a very important banking law, taking on some oligarchic interests in the banking sector head-on decentralization, made a major step in fiscal decentralization, and something that I think we already talked about in one of the other panels, in fact, unbundled the Naftogaz, something that the European Union has been pushing Ukraine to do for several years and hasn't happened. And all of this happened in the slower time of reforms, which was during the COVID. So I still think it's pretty impressive, but as all good friends are critical, we will of course continue pushing Ukraine in the areas where we think that they should do more.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lajczak, we've had a very, very dynamic few months with regards to your bailiwick, Kosovo-Serbia dialogue. I'm wondering, how do you see the letters of intent that were signed in Washington last month? And how do you see now Washington's role in the dialogue? Is it complementary to yours, or is it a bit pursuing its own aims? Thanks. Sorry for asking you a tough one at the beginning.
Look, from our perspective, we welcome any activity that is here to support the EU-led process, an EU-facilitated process. Because there can be many tracks, but only one track brings Serbia and Kosovo and the rest of the region closer to the European Union. Because our dialogue, our process, EU-facilitated process, is based on EU acquis and on EU standards. So it's not only about normalizing relations between the two parties, but it's also about bringing them closer. No other track can do that. Signing up to the commitment of moving the embassies to Jerusalem is not getting you closer to the European Union. That's one of many examples I can bring. So we have always worked very closely with our US partners. We need them. And it has always been very clear and very well understood by everyone that it's the European Union who is in the driver's seat, who is in the lead, because ultimately the goal is the European perspective, European membership.
Just a quick follow-up, since you were more brief than our previous panelists.
I avoided your question.
Do you... I've had the opportunity in the last few weeks to speak to members of both delegations about their trips to Brussels. And I mean, it should be noted, of course, that immediately from Washington, after these meetings in the Oval Office, they came straight to Brussels before going home, right? But do you really see that there's a willingness to reach a legally binding comprehensive deal on the part of both parties, you know, during your mandate, shall we say?
Yes, absolutely. And parties don't need to be convinced that the dialogue is good for them. They understand it very well because they are in Europe. They see the future in Europe, in the European Union, and they know very well that the entry ticket is the dialogue. They need to go through the dialogue. They need to normalize their relations so that they can get closer to the European Union. So the good thing is that there is no need to explain this to the parties, and they keep repeating, and rightly so, that there is no alternative to the dialogue. Dialogue is very complicated, obviously, because we are discussing the most difficult issues. Our ambition is that after almost 10 years of the process, we want to bring this to the end. That means to sign a comprehensive, legally binding agreement that will solve all outstanding issues once and for all. And here I will echo what President Pendarovsky said, the agreement that will stabilize the regional atmosphere and also bring the parties closer to the European Union. So it's a huge agenda, but there is no way around it. And therefore, the parties are committed to it. But we are discussing issues such as mutual financial or property claims. This has never been discussed before, and you can imagine how huge this issue is. Or the issue of the Association or Community of Serbian Municipalities in Kosovo has been signed 2013, 2015, never implemented. Now it's time to implement because there is nothing for us to wait for. So it is extremely complex and challenging, and therefore it's important that for both Serbia and Kosovo the dialogue is elevated above the daily politics. They understand the strategic importance of the dialogue, and for the European Union to be well aware of the fact that the dialogue is linked to the European perspective. So we must be able to project the perspective in a way that it's credible, it's tangible.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to this topic, but I want to include Minister Grlić Radman. Hi, it's a pity you couldn't be here with us today, but it's great that you are joining us via I don't know if it's Zoom or some kind of telelink. And I wanted to ask you, from the perspective of the Western Balkans 6, the green light for opening talks with Albania and North Macedonia was one of the key deliverables of your EU presidency that was marked by unprecedented, crazy pandemic and all of the things that brought. How committed are you to now seeing that through? And will you maintain the commitments and the alacrity with which you worked during the presidency on that issue? Thank you.
So, hello to everyone, and thank you very much for this question. And so, very, very sorry for not being with you, but because of the epidemiological measures and special circumstances, actually, we used or we learned how we could and adjust to the new reality and method of cooperation. Yes, it was really that accepted that the accession negotiation with North Macedonia and Albania would come to fruitful to success, although in October a year ago, starting with a new methodology, because we didn't actually got the unanimous. We didn't decide it unanimously among the European Union to start actually without any doubt or any objections with these two countries. Then, according to the new methodology, the next day, we tried, or in next months, to convince all the countries of the European Union, or some skeptical countries, just that how it's important that a message for these two countries. First of all, North Macedonia really fulfilled all the criteria were necessary for, and Albania also made a progress. And we thought that it will be really a good also message from the psychological point of view, also not only but for the when it comes to the stability, functionality, democracy, rule of law, and the message for all these countries. I think so that we thought that it will be really a good message and good step forward to start accession negotiation with these two countries. And we succeeded to get a decision in March this year. And then, of course, also according to the very good positive report given by the European Commission on 2nd March this year. And I do remember that, so my first visit after that, or at the same time, I visited in one day as well as Albania and North Macedonia. It was really for us a good message, and for us, we were so happy. Croatia, they strongly supported Albania and North Macedonia. Of course, now this actually the next step, the next key step, actually, the adoption of the negotiation frameworks, and actually the holding of first so-called IGS, intergovernmental conference with these two countries. We expect that this conference will be held to the end of the German presidency, to the end of the year. Of course, our full support to these two countries. I know that all the members of the European Union and surrounding countries that would like to support these two countries, and even for Serbia, for Bosnia and Herzegovina, for Montenegro, it's really also a good message also to continue their reforms. Actually, they can, according to the new methodology, they also could continue their way, but they can choose actually because of their some practical or technical moments when it comes to the new methodology, and that they can also use also this way. And of course, I would like also to mention the recent report of the European Commission, which gives us an overview of the progress made not only by these 6 countries, but also the Turkey as well. So 7 countries of the Southeast Europe. But I would like to use the opportunity, and because you know that Croatia, it's in the Croatians' immediate neighborhood, and we have experience. We have, because of the common history, we share a common history more than 70 years, and the Bosnia and Herzegovina, we share the common border more than 1,000 kilometers. The report actually in the part related to this country, you know that it's really in a very complex countries, notes the need also to resolve political questions, and that will actually unlock its potential on the path of reforms and Euro integration. It is really necessary for the functionality and the stability of these countries to eliminate all forms of political inequality among the 3 nations of Bosnia and Herzegovina, namely Bosniaks, Serbs, and Croats, and reform the existing election law. Mr. Ambassador Lajčák, Miro knows because he is really expert, well-known expert to this region, and happy to see him and to greet him. And also we support Croatia, support dialogue between Pristina and Belgrade, but I think so it is not there, it is good start, but so we didn't solve all the problems which we are expecting or look forward for this country to engage even more actively to overcome their differences. And I think so once they will open the really concretely dialogue politically and economically, I think so we will see the light on the end of the tunnel. We know very well how is the stability, how is the functionality, democracy, rule of law important in this region. This region, we don't like that this region should be to some extent the black hole, you know, in Europe. You know that we opened and we put it on our high agenda. First of all, the enlargement of Western Balkan and the Eastern Partnership, and we are very proud to the fact that the so-called Zagreb Declaration was issued during our EU presidency in May this year.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. I'm going to come back to you about this and about Bosnia. We're going to have another round. I will open the floor to questions soon because I see a lot of people who are very interested in the region and experts. But first, I want to do one more blitz lightning round, picking up from some of the other things that we've heard from the panel. So, Minister Zaharieva, Bulgaria used your presidency of the European Council to convene the Sofia summit, as we mentioned, but I just want to get a little bit more into the specific issues now. I spoke to some people in Skopje recently, and they're very worried that, you know, there was so much support coming from Sofia throughout the whole negotiations, throughout the whole Prespa process, and now that it will be stopped. Do you think that there's a chance that the current challenges might reverse the role that you were playing as a champion for North Macedonia? Thanks.
Yeah, Valerie, thank you that you mentioned our presidency, and I really remember very well 6 months before our presidency started, when we were consulting informally our plans for our priorities with our partners in the Union, with the commissioners, with the President of the Council. Everybody was advising us, don't put so much in focus the European perspective of the Western Balkans, because it's not popular. You are not going to meet so much big support from other member states. But we thought that who else, if the neighboring country in first presidency after we joined the European Union will be able to convince, knowing the region very well, to convince the others that it's a win-win. It's as much important for us, European member states, to support and help the Western Balkans as for them. And I'm really happy that so much, 2.5 years later, everybody who is the next president feel obliged that to talk about the Western Balkans, to mention that this is the main priority. I'm thankful to the Croatian friends for Zagreb summit, because Sofia summit was planned, and we really hope that every 2 years we will have a Balkan summit. Every 2 years. So I'm happy to the Zagreb Declaration. I'm happy to the German presidency. So, on your concrete question, we were the first country that recognized the Republic of North Macedonia, the first one. We were always one of the strongest supporters of the Republic of North Macedonia and the other Balkan countries on their European aspiration. And in every declaration adopted by our leaders, the good neighborly relationship is mentioned as one of horizontal criteria. And there are some remaining open, unsolved questions. But I'm sure and I'm convinced that on the both sides of the border, there is a political will to solve these problems. And that's why we create this commission from people from academia, because sometimes we put these open questions so much only on the political sides of the coin, but they should be also historical truth heard. And that's why we think that academia and professionalists should also be part of this process. And I can imagine that if the people from the both sides of the border could understand each other without translation, how hard could be not to reach agreement on the still open questions. I'm sure that we will succeed. And tomorrow, as the president said, I will meet my colleague Vujar Osmani, the new foreign minister, but I know him, of course, because they changed their places with Nicola, to discuss and I hope have some success of the open questions, and I'm sure that with good faith we
Thank you very much.
We work to solve them.
I wish you both success. Minister Stefanishina, we had an interesting discussion earlier today when we met, where you were saying that that there is no more Balkans and Eastern Europe, that the region and the concept of the wider neighborhood is changing. And we are already running short on time, but I wonder if you could sort of elaborate how you see the region and the neighborhood from your perspective in Kyiv.
Well, thank you. Partially, I've already said some messages about that in my previous intervention. Basically, over the last years, we had such an intensive discussions with the European member states and with the EU about the future of European partnership, deliverables 2020, more for more principle, etc., etc. And Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia, we were strong in our messages related to more differentiated approach and 3+ format, etc. And like 2 years after, we're nowhere in this discussion. And now we see that the pandemic, the new developments in terms of conflict situations over the region of Eastern Partnership, they have put in everything on its place. Now it's clear and obvious for everybody that we should reinvent the way how we running the region. Ukraine is ready to pioneer and to lead this project because Ukraine is the biggest country over basically the continent. Ukraine is the most development and the only EU 100% in EU and NATO oriented country, and we're ready to conceptually lead this process. But once again, and we had a short discussion today with His Excellency President of Northern Macedonia, that we have
pretty a lot of common. Those countries who are really running towards EU and NATO integration, we have so many common issues in our bilateral agenda on the economic integration, on the screening of the reforms, and we're going through the same challenges by transforming the old systems and moving towards the rule of law, the anti-corruption, the reforms of judiciary, the reforms of the law enforcement, and the spirit in bringing us closer to this standard. So we share the same spirit, and basically historically we're in absolutely different reality. And I think that now when European Union is about to jump 2 levels higher in its development with the new, very ambitious agenda related to what I've said, new approach toward economic development, new approach toward digital agenda, and the new normal related to pandemic and COVID-19. So we should reinvent that together, and we cannot go lagging behind and put ourselves in a framework of 10 or 20 years back in the geopolitical reality. So we should adjust ourselves, and as our president is saying, Ukraine will anyhow be successful and blossoming, and we can make it sure that it's not only Ukraine, it is the whole region and the whole continent.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Ms. Matanova, in your previous remarks, you spoke about the Euro-Atlantic commitment of Ukraine and the willingness and ability to make these reforms. But I want to now kind of continue this geopolitical discussion that we opened and ask about the timing and ask a little bit about Serbia, if you don't mind, unless you want to pass it over to your colleague. CSIS just published a new report saying that calling Serbia a client state of China, sort of worrying about diminishing European influence as the economies of Serbia and China become more intertwined. And I'm wondering if you see Serbia specifically as one of the places where the EU really needs to sort of assert more of its authority and economic might in the same way that Washington did last month.
Well, I think that Europe needs to assert its authority and presence in the whole Western Balkan regions. And I think that Europe needs to assert its authority and presence and investment throughout the broader neighborhood. And I think that we try to do that also with the COVID crisis. As you will remember that in March, there were in fact banners in Serbia talking about how China is helping more than anyone else. We were able to, in fact, prove that narrative wrong and successfully show that it actually has been the European Union that stood there. So I think that what is important is that we actually hold the countries to a standard, as we do. On Tuesday, we published a new enlargement report. But as President Penderovsky was saying, we also published our investment plan, which is a serious determination to bring the economies of the Western Balkans closer to the European average. And we are putting their emphasis on really long-term growth path of these countries. And I think that's the way to win hearts and minds. In addition to the push on reforms and the discussions and the fundamentals, whether it's rule of law, whether it's public administration, the economic development is, in my view, as fundamental as everything else. So I would leave it at that. But if you allow me, just want to react to something that Olga alluded to in this intervention as well as previous one. I'm not as pessimistic on the Eastern Partnership framework as you might have seen, because I think it's particularly now, with all the commotion that's happening in the region, that we stay engaged with all the 6 countries, that we are in clear discussion across the sectors, across the areas where we are involved. That doesn't mean that we cannot have deeper integration with Ukraine. We can, we do. We had a separate summit with you, but I very much hope that your skepticism about the Eastern Partnership is not going to be borne out with reality. I very much hope that we will be able to put a solid dialogue with all six on a proper footing ahead of the planned March Eastern Partnership Summit.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lajczak, I want to ask you a similar question, I guess, which is, does Serbia's kind of patronage by Beijing and Moscow, and now it's even growing ties to Washington, make your job a bit more difficult? When Kosovo relies so much on Washington and is still sort of uncertain about the EU because of the non-recognizers, including this country that we're all in today. Does that make your job a bit more difficult in that, there's a lot of unequal bargaining power there?
Oh, there is nothing wrong in having normal political communication and economic cooperation with anyone, including Moscow or Beijing. That's fine. But the precondition is that you make it very clear that the European integration is your priority. And not only verbally, but also by deeds. That means you act accordingly. And now, this is also the COVID foreign policy discussion. All countries of the region understand very well who is their friend and who helped them. And I'm in regular contact with leaders of the Western Balkans countries, and what I heard from every one of them was we wouldn't be able to survive without the assistance of the European Union. 3.3 billion euros dedicated to the region. There were other players sending 1 or 2 planes, a lot of PR, but you cannot compare this. So therefore, European Union is pretty busy with so many challenges, but honors its commitment towards its neighborhood, both the Western Balkans and Eastern Partnership. But we need to be convinced by those partners that they are serious. We cannot lie to each other. We cannot pretend that we are walking towards the European Union and at the same time make steps in the opposite direction. Because then you cannot be surprised that the enthusiasm on the side of the European Union is fading. So we need a new momentum. Right now, there is not much enthusiasm, neither on the side of the Western Balkan countries, not when it comes to the rhetoric, but when it comes to the reforms. And you also don't see that much enthusiasm on the side of the European Union, because what I hear from my partners in the EU is they are not serious, they don't really mean it. They are telling us something, but this is not what they really do. So that's why European Union is a clear leader in their effort. Obviously, we are helping them a lot, but we need to see a strong commitment. So that's what I said once, that you cannot march in several directions at the same time. So you have to have your priorities clear and right. And the fact is that President Vučić told me that the government he's about to appoint is going to be the most pro-EU government in Serbia's history, and that program will be very pro-EU. So I really hope that we are going to see this very soon.
We'll eagerly be watching the composition of the new government. Minister Zahareva, you wanted to jump in on this point, or shall I go first to...
One sentence about perception in those countries. And Miro mentioned PR. I would not say it's only PR, it's propaganda. And 2 years ago, I watched some data from Serbia. 80% of the people think that Russia is the biggest investor in. Number 1 is Russia, number 2 is China, European Union number 3. The reality is absolutely not the case. European Union is the biggest investor, 2 or 3 times bigger than the 2 others. And it's part of the propaganda. I think, as Miro rightly said, the leaders of those countries also have some responsibility to explain the truth. But we also should be more active as European Union. So I would say we should improve our PR too.
Thank you so much. Okay, we almost have only 10 minutes left for audience questions, so I feel very guilty about hugging this and abusing my period. But before you stand up with a heavy microphone, I just wanted to go to Minister Grlić Radman and ask you, you started to talk about the need for reforms in Bosnia, and Prime Minister Plenković has said on many occasions that one of the biggest foreign policy priorities that he has, that Croatia has, is Bosnia-Herzegovina, is working for the Croats. And now I've seen a lot of observers worry, especially with the meeting between President Milanović and Milorad Dodik, that Croatia is not necessarily playing a completely positive role in Bosnia. And I just want to ask you to reflect on that, or perhaps push back on it, as we approach the 25th anniversary of the Dayton Peace Agreement. Thanks.
Yeah,
and
thank you very much.
I know it's complicated, but if you could please be brief so that we can have some questions for the audience.
First of all, Bosnia-Herzegovina is recognized, like Ekaterina said, for Macedonia, but Bosnia-Herzegovina was recognized by Croatia. Croatia was the first country to recognize independency of Bosnia-Herzegovina. No, the Bosnia-Herzegovina is really a complexity and not easy state in the form that. For example, such as a multinational, multi-ethnical miniature, like, for example, in Belgium, Switzerland, or somewhere others, and should also to have an also special approach. The Bosnia-Herzegovina regarding when it comes to Dayton Agreement, but Dayton Agreement is not a novelty when it comes to the Constitution, three nations principle. Of course, it has a really long history in the political and constitutional framework of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Formally enshrined, for example, in the constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina, could you imagine 1963, all subsequent constitution, Bosnia and Herzegovina 1974 to 1993. And actually, the stability and functionality of Bosnia and Herzegovina will be ensured only if there is the equality, of course, of their inequality of their peoples to the nation in Bosnia and Herzegovina guaranteed and respected. And your question, Mr. Dodik is a representative of Serbs, one of the members of the presidency. There are three members of the presidency, and unfortunately, these three members of presidency do not reflect the Croatian representatives because they are outnumbered by other, for example, Bosniaks, and Croatians in Bosnia and Herzegovina don't have their representatives in the presidency. I think it's the problem, and Mr. Lajčák knows very well that first of all, the decision, according to the constitution, should be implemented, and of course the election law, and to guarantee parity, and of course that every nation, every people could choose their own representatives on all levels of the authorities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. But Dodik was also the part of the delegation invited to Mr. Borrell as well 1 week ago. Actually, Dodik visited Croatia, but later on also was in Croatia, visited Bakir Izetbegović and the Minister of Foreign Affairs Bisera Turković, together also with the representative of the biggest Croatian party in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Dragan Čović. Actually, we always pledged for dialogue, and we are for dialogue ready, and I think so, to improve, to strengthen cooperation when it comes to the topics of the common interest should be actually the fact and in our neighborhood. And I think so, I don't see any problem, in this regard.
Thank you. I think we could have a whole panel just about this, or even probably like a number of conferences specifically about this issue.
Of course,
But I just don't want to abuse the fact that this is my pet interest, so I would like to finally open the floor to audience questions. We have less than 7 minutes. We have people going around with very large and heavy microphones, which is why I would ask you to make sure that your question is a brief interrogative statement ending in a question mark. but I don't see any hands. After all this rushing that I did.
Well, actually, the microphone is also part of the new normal.
It's true.
Look at this.
I was at a conference last week where the microphones were wearing masks. It was very cute. And nobody has a question. I mean, I have loads of questions. I'm happy to continue, but I... Well, there is a question for him, but it's a bit esoteric. If you promise to be brief, Minister Schwartmann, I will pose this question to you, which comes from Anton Martvan, who wants to know why Croatia does not recognize the territory between Serbia and Croatia called Liberland. Do you have a very brief response to that?
And what about the European? Actually, we follow the policy via Europeans.
That was very brief. Briefer than I thought. Briefer than it took me to find my spare questions, which I wrote on one of these pieces of paper. Where are they? Let's see now. Here we go. Aha! Well, actually, my other spare question was also for you. After I interrupted you on Bosnia, I wanted to ask you a little bit...
Herzegovina.
Excuse me, yes. Bosnia-Herzegovina. Thank you for correcting me.
I am by origin, I was born in Herzegovina.
It's a beautiful region. It's one of my favorites, and I had the pleasure to be there this July.
So I have two homelands.
Like many people, I think, who have Croatian passports. What I wanted to ask you was about the recent trip of Secretary of State Pompeo in Croatia. As we can see, I'm sorry that I'm American and I keep asking all these questions about American foreign policy, but you know, Washington convinced both Kosovo and Serbia to avoid these 5G with potentially harmful, potentially untrusted vendors, excuse me. And I noticed that Croatia did not sign a similar agreement, and I also wanted to ask if you have any inside info for us, maybe about the port of Rijeka, which is something I'm following as well, which is up for a Chinese concession, since we were talking about Serbia's relationship to China.
Look, thank you very much for this question. You know that with the US we share, we have a lot of common. It's European, not only Croatian, but it's European, the most important strategic partner when it comes for the security. We are also a member of NATO, and we were so pleased and delighted to see Mr. Secretary of State in Croatia. And my first sentence was, "Welcome to Dubrovnik." The Republic of Dubrovnik was one of the first republics to recognize the young United States of America in 18th century, and of course he expressed his gratitude for that. You know how is the Croatian diplomacy and the Dubrovnik, the history and diplomacy so has a long tradition. Of course, the pictures, the photos told more than words, but we spoke such as not only bilateral but regional and on the global issue. We put emphasis, and first of all, for us was very important to welcome Mr. Secretary of State because of their applicants for the visa liberalization, so-called visa waiver program, and we are one of the so the number of the countries in the European Union who has who should to apply for visa, but so we look forward to be elaborate in the near future, and then of course to sign the agreement on avoiding of the double taxation. It's very important for the business community, for investors, and of course for tourists, for everyone. I think so. It was the main topics on our agenda.
Thank you.
We were not asked to sign anything and change our views.
I'm afraid I have to interrupt you because we have now only 2 minutes, and in fact I have one more really big topic that I wanted to discuss before we welcome Svetlana Tikhanovskaya to the stage, and that is that before this terrible pandemic called COVID, at least at my newspaper, the biggest issue that we were planning to write about and focus on was the problem of demography and movement. And I wanted actually to turn to you, Madam Minister. All over your region and the regions that are represented here, you have a massive shrinking population and emigration. And I'm wondering, especially now with the movement of doctors and nurses and medical personnel to the West in the hopes of getting bigger salaries, and you see that, you know, your state invests, pays for the education, trains people, and you don't need to focus only on doctors and nurses, but what kind of policies is your government pursuing to try to reverse the demographic decline in your country?
Oh, Valerie, this is not a question for 1 minute and for 11 seconds. But again, linked with European integration. The biggest loss during these 30 years for the region was the people who left the region. It was really difficult first 10 years after the changes, after 1989. And what all the governments, I think, should do in the region, and mine too, it's to create a ground of people to start to come back. And you know, Valerie, what happened during this awful pandemic? Only for a month, 200,000 people from Europe, Bulgarians, came back. That means that they feel safe in Bulgaria. And this is really a remarkable sign. When you feel threatened, you decide to come back home. So, improve the and it's not only about the infrastructure. We should improve all type of infrastructure, education, healthcare systems. Of course, salaries are very important, but I think people want to live in justice and in good environment for their children. This is what I think will, first of all, make some people, some of them, I'm not unrealistic person, that some of the people to come back home.
Thank you very much for ending on this somber but optimistic note. I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank the audience for being here, and I presume you all want to stay here because Svetlana Tikhanovskaya will take the stage in about 5 minutes. So if you need to refresh yourself, please do so, but be back here in 5 minutes. And thank you again to the panel. Thank you very much.
Political Islam has for a long time been accepted as the lesser of two evils. Germany, France, or the UK have accepted Muslim Brotherhood representatives from their countries of origin as refugees decades ago, but have recently been changing their perspective. President Macron has named the Muslim Brotherhood as a problem in February, just as the UK did in the 2015 counter-extremism strategy. Central and Eastern Europe has been closed off to such movements, but for the last 3 decades, the situation has changed. What is interesting is that despite the diverse environment of Muslim presence it contains, studies of movements such as the Muslim Brotherhood are lacking. GLOBSEC, with the partnership of Counter-Extremism Project, has launched a project that looks into the diverse environments of 5 selected countries across the Central and Eastern Europe that aims to map the Muslim Brotherhood activities in it. We have devised a methodology that assesses the linkages of local groups to the Muslim Brotherhood, so if you're interested to know more about it, please feel free to read our first report on the matter. And for the project as such, follow us on social media to stay up to date with our current research.
Yeah. I can hear Simon. Welcome, everybody. I'm Isabel Kumar from Euronews. We're delighted that you can be with us. Just to let you know, this session will be broadcast on our channel. She's the global face of Belarus's protest movement, a school teacher, unexpectedly thrust into the limelight and taking on the mantle of leader after her husband, who was pursuing the presidency of her country, was thrown into jail. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya now lives in exile in Lithuania, but from there she's still managed to galvanize the protest movement and meet EU leaders as she tries to forge a way ahead for her country after August's disputed election. And it's what she's doing here at GLOBSEC in Bratislava. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, many thanks. Now, first of all, I would like to speak to you about the arrest warrant that's been placed on you by Russia. How did you react to that when you found out?
I knew about this yesterday, and it was the question from journalists, so I haven't read this in news. I hardly say that I had any kind of reaction because it didn't change anything for me. It didn't change my strive for changes in Belarus. So I knew that I can't go home because I will be jailed just at the border. So I didn't know about this investigation, but again, it didn't change anything. It's the problem. We are striving for victory, and only after victory I can go home. That's it.
Svetlana, how does it make you feel, though, personally, when you have an adversary like Russia who wants to stop you in your efforts to bring democracy to your country?
The question is not in Russia. The question is in Belarus. We are talking about Belarus, and we have to pay attention to Belarus, not to Russia. It's our responsibility to solve this political crisis inside the Belarus. And it's a pity that some countries, some leaders don't support Belarusian people in the fight for their rights, for the right to decide the future of Belarus by themselves. But we have to deal with this, but not to pay much attention to such factors.
So you're not frightened when you have an arrest warrant on your head from Russia?
No.
Well, you're a very brave woman. So you have been meeting with a whole host of EU leaders here in Bratislava, but also Angela Merkel. You've been speaking to Emmanuel Macron. There's a lot of words, but what concrete, actionable commitments have they made to you?
Now, all the leaders I have met with are extremely supportive to Belarusian people. They understand what we are fighting for, why we are doing this, and what we want at the end of this fight. And so they are democratic countries. They really take care about human rights, and they are doing their best already, and they will do what they can in the future to support Belarusian people. And I'm at the moment I have to ask for mediation in organization of negotiations with our authorities. So I'm asking if you can be such mediators, and I think they will be helpful in this question.
You wanted Angela Merkel, the German Chancellor, to mediate. Has she said yes?
She says that she will do her best to help us in this question.
And how?
Just to try to call for to see the best way out, because she is experienced politician and she knows how to organize this better, if it is possible at all. Maybe while they will be organizing this mediation, something else can happen, and we will see another way out of the situation. So it's like messages to the countries that we need this help, but we will move on inside country whenever you will be able to mediate or not. It's like a call for help, and it's not necessarily this mediation will happen. But still we have to ask, we have to use all the possibilities peacefully solve this crisis in our country.
Meanwhile, as we said at the beginning of our conversation, there is an arrest warrant on your head from Russia, but Russia does need to be part of the solution. This is an internal issue in Belarus, but Russia does need to be part of the solution. How are you going to bring Vladimir Putin on board?
We are always messaging. We are always calling for, to respect the sovereignty of our country. And we always say that we are open for dialogue with all the countries who would be helpful in a solution of political crisis in Belarus. And of course, we understand the meaning of Russia in this question, because they are our neighboring country, and
they also support Lukashenko very firmly.
We have to distinguish Russian people and Kremlin. Mm-hmm. This because we are friendly with Russian people. We have relatives there. We have friends there. And in the future, after new president comes to Belarus, we want to continue this relationship, trade relationships. We are neighbors forever. We want to even, to widen in this relationship with Russia. But it's a pity that Kremlin-supported regime, but we can't do anything with this. We are ready to talk to Kremlin. We are eager to talk to them, and it's a pity we couldn't find at the moment any contacts, any person we can contact to. But we have to deal with this. We can't demand on all the countries to support us. It's up to every country, up to every leader, but it can't stop us from our fight.
It can't stop you in your fight, but as we were saying, President Lukashenko has a very firm ally in Vladimir Putin. Now, for your whole of your adult life, President Lukashenko has been the leader of Belarus. You know him well as a leader. So I'm going to ask you to put yourself in his shoes. What do you think he's thinking right now as he sees you going around the world trying to get support to get him out of power?
You know, if I were in his shoes, I would, after the first, second day of protest, I would go out to my people and say, okay, I see you are not agree with elections. Okay, I heard you, and let's organize new one, honest and fair. That's what I would do. But
what do you think he's thinking?
I can't really. I don't know. I'm sure he considers me to be housewife, as he called me, and I am housewife. I was housewife, and I'm not shy because of this. You know, it's so she pretends that if she's a leader and you know that stuff, you know, nobody should talk to her because she's the usual person.
But he's frightened of you.
He's right. Sorry?
Do you think he's frightened of you?
No, he's not frightened of me. He's frightened of Belarusian people, because I think he was sure that Belarusian people support him. You know what I think, that he is so far away from Belarusian people. He never paid attention to us. He lost this reality. He was sure that he was sure that Belarusian people will not be able to protest because we hadn't do it before, just in such quantity. He was sure that everything will end very soon. Even if you demonstrate a little bit, doesn't matter. They will end soon. He couldn't expect that even old people, workers, I don't know, doctors, wouldn't support him anymore. I think it was a surprise for him.
Svetlana, you have shown pictures of the human rights abuses in your country. Hundreds of people are detained every week when there are the protests. Would you like to see President Lukashenko in front of the International Criminal Court to stand trial?
I have two opinions on this question, and as a person and as a permanent leader of future democratic Belarus. From my own point of view as a person, I can't forgive him all these atrocities, and people whose I don't know, children, husband, or whoever touched these atrocities, they would not be able to forgive him as well. Never. But from the point of view of a person who has to think not only about myself but about all the country, I understand that it should be a subject for negotiations, because if
but it will be something that will be subject to negotiation.
For sure, because it's easier to let him go. We don't have a feeling of revenge. We just want to build new country, to build democratic country, and if it is the way out for him to go somewhere to the seaside and spend his time there, I think it could be done, just to guarantee him non-touchable. I don't know how it's in English.
Yeah. That
and
he won't be touched.
Yes, just leave us, and we will build our country further, and that's it. If it would be so simple, I think that people would agree with this, even if they have not a pleasant feeling towards him.
And in the midst of this, Svetlana, you're also trying to build a government in exile in Lithuania. Briefly bring us up to date as to how far you have gone in building up this government.
I think you have misunderstood what I'm doing. It's not a government in exile. These representatives I appointed, they are all on the ground. They are all in Belarus. And these people took responsibility. They understand that they're under pressure in Belarus. They're staying there, and they are members of Coordination Council who took leadership of these working groups on the special questions, on special subjects, just to be vocal about, about some subjects. For example, we have representatives, economic representatives, and when foreign leaders ask me, whom can we talk about future economics? So I have a person he can talk to directly, who is on the ground, who understands what economic reforms should be in the future. Because one person can't know everything. I don't know everything, of course. I appointed these people who are professionals in the fields, and they can talk about future of the country. There's a point. It's not government. You have government in our country, and nobody wants to ruin this. It's like other people can talk to.
Are they not being put at risk in that case, given how many people, your husband included, are thrown into jail as soon as they show some sort of opposition to the leadership? Are you not putting them at risk?
We talk to everybody. You are professional. If you understand all the risks, you understand that you can be jailed. If you are ready to take this risk, it's up to any person. We don't force anybody. All the people now are striving for this freedom, are striving for changes, and they understand all the responsibility, and they understand all the danger of their situation, but they want to do this. And it's only on their agreement that I appoint this or that person.
Now, after the election, you have said that you are the legitimate leader of Belarus. Is that correct?
Maybe not in such words. Legitimate leader, maybe, because I have to understand. I have never told that I am legitimate president because I don't have right to say so. You don't have the results of elections. We will never, because they were destroyed right after the elections. We have no any improvements of this. But Belarusian people know that whom they voted for. They told me, you are our national leader. I told, okay, you call me so. I can call myself only like a symbol of freedom. But I took responsibility for all those Belarusians who voted for me, who want me to say on behalf of these people. So, legitimate leader, okay. They gave me such right, the majority of people, Belarusian people, gave me such right to talk on behalf of them. So maybe legitimate leader. I don't know how to call myself.
Okay, because I was just saying, I was thinking when I saw this, I thought, well, if Lukashenko is not the legitimate leader, as you said, because the election results were destroyed, there has to be a new election for a legitimate leader to be elected with outside observers. That's what you want. What's your timeline for those new elections? How do you see this transition of power, your ideal transition of power, taking place?
For foreign countries and for people not see in me a leader of this movement of changes, I made this coordination council. For people see that it's not for one person, it's not she's going to be a transitional president or somehow. It's a big group of people who is organizing these negotiations that will lead to new elections. So after these negotiations is over, I'm sure it will happen soon, I also be together with my team, together with all Belarusian people, decide how to organize these elections, and I really want this to be organized as soon as possible for us to choose real, legitimate leader of our country, and there is no more questions about legitimacy at all.
Are you worried that the protest movement that has been going on week after week, bringing so many people out onto the streets, if there isn't change, if the international community doesn't support you in the way you would like it to and doesn't bring about that change, that the protest movement will die down?
The protest movement will not die out. Demonstrations may be fade out because of weather or some other factors, I don't know, but protests will not. Because our people will never be able to come back to that state of slaves we used to live for 26 years. Everything has changed. We felt that we are united, that we are a nation, and we are at last proud to be Belarusian people. So Belarusian people are ready to fight till the victory, and the authority has to understand this.
The authority might have to understand this, but we've seen how violent the crackdowns have been. How concerned are you? How much of a risk is it that as Lukashenko might feel his back is against the wall, that he will strike out and show more violence against the Belarusian people?
You know, anything can change anytime. And I still insist on peaceful protests only, on peaceful demonstrations. And, you know, some people blame me that we have to be more pushy, more radical. It's not my... I can't decide this, because I don't want any kind of blood, any kind of violence from the side of people, because we are peaceful. We don't want... It's only Lukashenko who's responsible for this violence. I don't want to be similar with him. Maybe we will have to change our tactics. I don't know. Now we have these demonstrations, people are going out, and it is continuing, and we are working with this. If something changes, we will think over what to do.
How might you change your tactics?
Sorry?
How might you change your tactics?
Now, tactics isn't changing. Demonstrations, protests, and strikes are from inside country, and outside pressure is our tactics.
Okay, now you left the country when you were threatened. Briefly tell us, what threats did you face?
I can't tell about this. I can't tell this story. Maybe one day in the future, after new president will come, I will feel free and safe at home. So maybe one day I'll tell you the story.
Okay, I'll be waiting. So Svetlana, you've gone from school teacher to leader of the opposition. You're known around the world. Once this is over, do you think you could return back to your old life?
You know, I've got so many knowledges during this short period of time that I don't think I will be able to a housewife or a teacher of English. I'm not sure, because it would be pity if I just bury my knowledges, my experience I've got. I think I could be useful for my country, and the sphere of human rights became very close to me during this period of time. So I think I will find myself in this area.
What kind of role do you see for yourself more specifically?
I don't know. I have to live till that time.
So tell me, how do you explain what's happening to your children? They have lived through so much. Their father's in jail, their mum's traveling all of a sudden. They're little kids. I have kids. How do you explain this to them?
For my younger daughter, she's only 5, and she doesn't understand that her father in jail. But it's the situation with her is worse, because she misses her daddy so much, and every evening she asks the same question: when my daddy will come? I miss him so much. And I have to explain that he's on business trip. Sorry, he will come very, very soon. And every evening the same story. My older son understands where his dad is, but he doesn't ask much questions to me, because he's adult enough to understand that it's painful. So somehow we manage, you know.
How do you deal with all the strain? You know, how do you deal with all of this? You have just gone through such massive change. You're suddenly a figure everybody recognizes in the world. How do you cope?
we are women. We are strong. We are much stronger than people used to think about women. I was put in such circumstances that I had to accumulate all the inner strength and just aim and move to it. But I find inspiration in Belarusian people, because if not of them, I wouldn't manage, because I see how they need these changes. I just can't step away. I can't stop this. I can't betray all the hopes. They are my hope and I'm their hope. We are like, we are one movement. I'm the same as they are. If not for them, I wouldn't do anything. Just if only we are united, standing shoulder to shoulder, only then we can win. You know, my people is my inspiration. It's what gives me strength to move forward.
Svetlana Sikolovskaya, many thanks for talking to us. Please join me in.
My name is Alina Kutsko, and I'm director of the GLOBSEC Policy Institute. The 2020s are just starting, and the myriad events of 2020 alone already forecast a very complex decade. To come out of these complex times stronger, wiser, and more united, the world needs more diverse, creative, and engaging ideas from all stakeholders, and inclusive coalitions to implement them. That is why we're on a mission to find unconventional, innovative answers to the unconventional challenges that we are facing. While working with our global partners, we want to tap into the potential of Central Europe, to come up with innovative ideas and to relentlessly work on their implementation. We structure our work around several areas and topics. We want an even better future for Europe. Here we design ways to overcome political or economic crises, as we did with our Task Force for Europe. Our defense program works on ideas that update and upgrade our security arrangements, as we did with our GLOBSEC NATO Adaptation Initiative and GLOBSEC European Security Initiative. We also vigilantly following the national security challenges. We explore how to counter terrorism and violent extremism, as we did with our Crime Terror Nexus project and GLOBSEC Intelligence Reform Initiative. Our Democracy and Resilience program is tenaciously analyzing hybrid threats to our democracy and runs hands-on projects to make our democracies and the way we share and consume information ever more resilient in the digital age. We explore challenges facing our economy, intersections of technology and society, energy and sustainability, and global order. We're always open for collaboration. Stay in touch with us. Do not hesitate to approach us with your thoughts, ideas, and suggestions. And we promise you that you will hear from us regularly about our ideas and what we do to convert them into reality.
Well, I think that from what I have seen, GLOBSEC has convened a very impressive group of people that are subject matter experts on our most pressing global challenges. And I've really enjoyed the depth of the conversations, and I've learned a lot on the topics, and also the energy and the ambition to do something about these challenges is something that I have felt. So I think if anyone is serious about learning more and doing something about the challenges that we face globally, this is a great place to be.
Hello, folks. We present our Workspace as a Service strategy. Everybody knows it. We work in vastly different ways than we did only a few years ago. That's why we reinvented the office-to-office experience. With more than a quarter of a century's experience in real estate, we believe some things have to change if a workspace is to properly serve its users. We took workspace design beyond the borders of the physical space, and our strategy brings 5 core elements to make you productive and happy. Want to know what they are? We're interested in user experience, your well-being and productivity, or simply you. Our Space Experience Toolkit helps us by working with aspects of BREEAM and WELL certifications. Symbiocy, a workspace solution using data and our knowledge to create healthy, collaborative and productive spaces. Do you want more? Enjoy our offer of diverse services like bike sharing, community events and concierge, delivering more value to you and your company. Just more. Freelancers and startups, your attention please. HubHub is for you. Co-working spaces encouraging collaboration and creativity by bringing startups and corporations together under one roof. Are you looking for much flexibility? Cubes are flexible workspaces with all-inclusive services that are simple to scale and expand anytime. Project teams and SMEs welcome. Why are we doing this and why is it important? Because just as your home isn't just your flat, work isn't just an office. Our strategy, Workspace as a Service, is a way to create a healthy and productive work environment ready to serve generations to come. We're an international workspace provider and city-forming property developer operating in 6 European markets with 800 professionals. And in all countries, we're excited to introduce our well-being approach by creating new business districts that are not only lively places for people to work, but great places for people to be.
Visegrad is a town in northern Hungary, which has served as a symbol for regional cooperation in Central Europe since 1989. It was in Visegrad, where the heads of 3 Central European states met in 1991 to sign a declaration with a vision of free contacts among their citizens and joint European integration. They were inspired by a congress of the kings of Bohemia, Hungary, and Poland, held in the same place some 650 years ago. The Visegrad Group, originally a triangle, now a 4-member alliance, is born. But it soon became obvious that to achieve all these noble goals, cooperation could not take place only in the castle, but also in the streets underneath. The V4 governments thus decided to establish a fund which would bring Visegrad cooperation to everyone. The fund was to help develop civil society and cross-border contacts by financing student mobility, exchanges between artists, and joint grant projects. To date, we have awarded nearly 6,000 scholarships, residencies, and grant projects. International Visegrad Fund. Central Europe, granted.
GLOBSEC Tatra Summit drives discussions that shape the future of Europe.
uncertainty. You have Brexit, you have the trade wars.
The climate change has become the part of financial risk.
Making Europe green, making Europe strong, and keep Europe united. You can translate this into climate, competitiveness, and cohesion.
But if we talk about carbon-free future, I think none of us want to go back 100 years. So what we need is innovation and technology.
It's absolutely necessary today and now talk about carbon neutrality in a way which preserves competitiveness of European industry.
You need incredibly strong, long-term thinking politicians who realize that if we don't start today, we will lose out completely.
Europe has to become more assertive and more sovereign. Europe has to give up expecting others to solve its problems.
Take on your shoulders the responsibility not only for yourself and for your interests, but also for Europe as a whole.
Representatives of business and trade have a role to play.
We have to save the industry in Europe. We have to help them in this transition.
You've managed to bring together a very high caliber group of people. So we've had very stimulating, intelligent conversations.
It's a very intimate conference, and this was a place where you really could have a conversation.
The Tatra Summit is definitely the leading forum, especially from the point of view of content and deeper understanding of the issues of competitiveness of Europe.
What I find very nice is to have here regional aspects, but the whole thing embedded in a pro-European context.
I work a bit in the European bubble in a way, so it's very interesting to see the different perspectives from professionals coming from the region.
Let's start here in this region, at least. Let's do something.
beautiful landscapes, multifaceted culture, unique folklore. Slovakia is no longer pursuing its beaten track. We are writing a different and modern story. A story about a forward-looking and inviting country that's able to attract talents and investments. Because it's ideas that are the biggest treasure in the modern world. If there is something we can be really proud of, it's the power of ideas. So let us introduce Slovakia to the outside world as a country where ideas are both born and turned into reality. Let us present a country of good ideas, because Slovakia is a good idea. Good idea, Slovakia. A simple, powerful idea being able to inspire the world as well as Slovaks themselves. Good Idea Slovakia is both the slogan and the brand of Slovakia at the same time. Multi-layered typography created by applying the typeface of the world-famous Slovak designer stands for the variety and richness of ideas.
Today, a car remains parked for 92% of its lifetime. Offices and workplaces are used less than 50% of their good time. More than 30% of food production is wasted along the supply chain. We can foresee a future where by 2050, global population will grow by more than 2 billion. And in the oceans, there will be more plastic than fish by volume. We need to redesign existing products and industrial ecosystems, switching to an alternative model that decouples economic development from the exploitation of finite natural resources. Today, thanks to the activities of our Innovation Centre, we are ready to meet the challenges of circular economy, which is a new paradigm for economic and social development, restorative and regenerative by design. Since 2015, we're the only financial services global partner of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the most relevant player promoting the transition towards the circular economy. We're exploring new business applications in collaboration with our partners. Finance plays a key role in supporting investments for the transformation of current linear business models into circular ones by rethinking the approach to risk and value creation. That's why a circular economy for us is a matter of strategic innovation, not just sustainability. This is an amazing collective journey. Welcome on board.
GLOBSEC Tatra Summit drives discussions that shape the future of Europe.
Uncertainty. You have Brexit. You have the trade wars.
The climate change has become the part of financial risk.
Making Europe green, making Europe strong, and keep Europe united. You can translate this into climate, competitiveness, and cohesion.
But if we talk about carbon-free future, I think none of us want to go back 100 years. So what we need is innovation and technology.
It's absolutely necessary today and now talk about carbon neutrality in a way which preserves competitiveness of European industry.
You need incredibly strong, long-term thinking politicians who realize that if we don't start today, we will lose out completely.
Europe has to become more assertive and more sovereign. Europe has to give up expecting others to solve its problems.
Take on your shoulders the responsibility not only for yourself and for your interests, but also for Europe as a whole.
Representatives of business and trade have a role to play.
We have to save the industry in Europe. We have to help them in this transition.
You've managed to bring together a very high caliber group of people. So we've had very stimulating, intelligent conversations.
It's a very intimate conference, and this was a place where you really could have a conversation.
The Tatra Summit is definitely the leading forum, especially from the point of view of content and deeper understanding of the issues of competitiveness of Europe.
What I find very nice is to have here regional aspects, but the whole thing embedded in a pro-European context.
I work a bit in the European bubble in a way, so it's very interesting to see the different perspectives from professionals coming from the region.
Let's start here in this region, at least. Let's do something.
Možno ste ho prekonali, ale možno aj nie.
Je dobré sa to dozvedieť. Testujeme protilátky, ktoré si váš organizmus na tento vírus mohol vytvoriť. A to najspoľahlivejšou laboratórnou metódou.
ELISA metóda v rozbore krvného séra má najvyššiu spoľahlivosť výsledkov.
Ak ste ochorenie prekonali aspoň pred 2 týždňami, zároveň vaša celková imunita je v poriadku a vaše telo si utvorilo protilátky, tak tie sa ukážu v triede IgG.
Len teraz v štartovacej cene 38 € plus manipulačný poplatok. Nepremeškajte.
Kliknite na lab.online a kúpte si svoju istotu.
Len teraz za 38 €.
Zdravie máte v krvi. Lab.online.
take to escape a bullet? Maybe the thrust of 1 million horsepower, combined with the precision of a laser. Or the light-footedness of a hunting predator. But why race a race at all, when you already have all it takes to win? The power from within. Visible agility, invisible armor. That's all it takes. The BMW X5 Protection VR6. Power from within.
The Future of Europe program is one of the cornerstones of our research initiatives at GLOBSEC. It addresses core challenges for the future of Europe, while acting as a hub for analysis, strategic dialogue, and innovative policy thinking. Our main aim is to ensure that the European Union remains an attractive, successful, and viable project. Moreover, our Central and Eastern European perspective brings a unique understanding and knowledge to the policy debates that are framing Europe's future. Together with the GLOBSEC Brussels office and our partners from the EU institutions, the think tank world, foundations, and scholars, we are engaging in policy debates and offer recommendations on the following themes: global Europe and the transatlantic relationship, European neighborhood and enlargement policies, the future of democracy, and European economy. If interested to read more about our work, I encourage you to check our key publications, including Making Flexible Europe Work, European Governance and Potential for Differentiated Cooperation, Europe's Migration Myths, GLOBSEC Guide to Debunk Myths about the European Union, and Revisited Scenarios for Europe, Central and Eastern European Perspectives.
Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome. My name is Edith Good, and I'm delighted to moderate this panel discussion. We have a very ambitious goal today. We will have about an hour to unpack the role of the cities in the 21st century and what local autonomies could do to reverse autocratic trend on the national level. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our distinguished panel. We have four mayors of Visegrad capitals with us here today. Matúš Valo, very close to us here in Bratislava. Gergely Karácsony joining us from Budapest. Zdeněk Ryb in Prague. And Rafał Trzaskowski in Warsaw. And early in the morning, Nina Hatchigan, who is in Los Angeles. Welcome, everyone. One of the reasons why we are here today is the Pact of the Free Cities, which became a very strong buzzword in the last couple of months, which is a cooperative platform established by the Visegrad Cooperation, set up by the Visegrad capitals' mayors to strengthen democracy, to counterbalance the illiberal national governance, and to get more direct funds from the European Union, among others. So let me just start with Mr. Rafał Trzaskowski. Since Poland is one of the most decentralized countries within the European Union and within the V4 group as well, Polish local governance has very significant political power, although the Law and Justice government have been trying to sort of curb this somewhat in the last couple of years. And so what exactly are you aiming to achieve from this cooperation of the Pact of Free Cities?
Hello, it's wonderful to be with you and to discuss such a topical issue. Well, I'll start with this. You know, the strength of Polish democracy also resides in a very strong self-government. And this is one of the secrets of our success of the past 30 years, that we devolved power and that regions and cities carry quite a lot of clout. For example, when it comes to distributing EU money, I mean, a lot of money is being used by the cities. And we have quite a lot of prerogatives when it comes to education, when it comes to health, when it comes to running our cities. And of course, you know, when we see the wave of populism in Poland, it turns out that while most of the institutions are now, first of all, you know, monopolized by the conservative government, and they decided to paralyze some of the independent institutions, I mean, the strength still resides in local government, which is mostly in the hands of the opposition. That's why we decided to cooperate in Poland in order to strengthen self-government, but we also decided to cooperate with other sister cities in our region, because unfortunately, when my party was in power, the V4, Visegrad 4, was trying to work together but propose constructive solutions. Now it is in a defensive mode. That's why we decided to cooperate. First of all, to exchange our experiences and do good benchmarking when we are actually presenting and then fighting for our priorities, such as climate change, such as making our cities more friendly, such as helping our seniors and our disabled people. But we also want to stress that, you know, the face of Central and Eastern Europe can be different, that there are quite a lot of political powers, especially in local government, which stand for values, openness, transparency, tolerance, and so on. And that's why we cooperate together in order to show that face to the outer world, to increase the cooperation between the cities, and to achieve our priorities better in a cooperation where we try to lobby also the European institutions when it comes to coming up with solutions that are dear to our heart, such as, for example, direct financing of the initiatives taken by the European cities from the European institutions.
Thank you. It will be very interesting to see whether this type of initiative will help to reverse or to sort of prevent the further proliferation of LGBTQ zones, for instance, in Poland, which is now covering 1/3 of the territory of the country, as far as I'm concerned. But now I would like to go on with Mr. Karácsony. Because Hungary is a textbook case of top-down centralization, and the Orbán government has been doing everything in order to weaken local autonomies. in the last 10 years. So yesterday you have sent a letter to the EU institutions asking for direct access to the recovery fund so that local municipalities can somewhat circumvent the national government. And you're making great lobbying efforts here during the times when the Hungarian government is threatening the EU budget negotiations with a veto. So what exactly do you expect, how things are going to develop in this matter, and what sort of, to what extent a city like Budapest could leave a mark on the EU budget negotiation?
Üdvözlök mindenkit, nagyon örülök, hogy itt lehetek és beszélgetek.
I'm really delighted to be here and have the opportunity of speaking of these questions. Indeed, Hungary is a fairly decentralized country, and therefore, and we can say that municipal powers have been infringed lately. However, municipalities, local governments, and the opposition of local governments with the central government came about with the municipal elections last year, where in Budapest and the major cities, the opposition won the elections. Actually, we're talking about two different political visions, two different political stances and attitude. This is the opposition in Hungary of local governments and the central government. Local governments are much more committed in terms of decreasing social injustice, climate changes than the Hungarian government. And it's very much inside of social inclusion. And also our views concerning the European Union are different compared to that of the central government. Now, the Visegrad region, following the collapse of communism, meant a new tide of liberty and freedom in the European Union. This was just a renewal of democracy. Today, however, what we see rather is that we're just turning our backs to that on the level of the national governments, and the V4s are rather blocking European processes instead of being pioneers in this respect. There is also an ambiguity because we are on the border of the European Union. Therefore, we would naturally be interested in a stronger European Union, which is ensuring more funding for the emerging countries. And in these countries where the traditions of democracy are not deeply rooted, or not that deeply rooted, it would be more important to ensure the rule of law. But the national governments, not because of ideological reasons, but rather power-related reasons, want to avoid these European commitments. When it was approximately just a year ago that I became mayor of Budapest, one of my first initiatives was to draw the attention of Europe to the fact that there is another phenomenon here, that in major cities, large cities, there are progressive and pro-European leaders. And late last year, together with the other V4 capital mayors, we created the Pact of Free Cities in order to send clear signals to the European Union that this region has another face as well. And indeed, one of our objectives is and has been to increase the direct funding of these cities or municipalities, because not to the same extent, but we're all suffering from the fact that our national governments consider us as political enemies instead of opponents, so political enemies. This, in vain, we try to consider them as allies. Their logics is are rather power-related logics, and they also see that we are showing a different face, and we are showing an alternative vis-a-vis the central governments. And their power interest is very simple. They don't want this alternative to be a valid alternative that could be a fair choice, a different choice. But I think it is not only in this region, and not only because of these power considerations that we need to strengthen the participatory decision-making and the municipalities, because Europe has been faced with problems which could not be tackled effectively without connecting and joining forces with municipalities and with municipal governments. The democratic there's a problem with democratic problem, the democratic legitimation concerning the decision-making within the European Union. In vain would Europe like to progress and go forward in changing the current status, unless they feel that the citizens, the inhabitants, are really backing them up and following them in these initiatives. Cities can represent a more democratic form of governance because they are much closer to the population and the global objectives of the European Union, whether it's climate related, whether it's housing related. These could be brought closer to people themselves, to the citizens. I'm really delighted for the fact that the European Union would like to manage this economic crisis differently compared to as it used to be in 2008. Hungarian democracy actually was just nearly collapsed because of the austerity measures in 2008, and the victory of populists was a result, basically, of those austerity measures back in 2008. Now the European Union is offering huge funding to nations and to countries to get through the crisis, and they also help the Green Deal and the green transition. But this can only be successful if they have the cities and the alliance of cities and municipalities behind them, not only in our region, but in the entire European Union.
Thank you. So as you might have noticed that Mr. Karácsony is speaking in Hungarian with a simultaneous translation coming from his team there in Budapest, and we're truly hoping that it's going to go very smooth during our discussion. But now I'll go on with Mr. Valo, and I'll also like to come to you to demonstrate that this region is far from being homogeneous when it's come to illiberalism and the configuration between the national government and the local governments. Could you please share some ideas with us, how this new configuration on a domestic level could help Bratislava to achieve the same goal within the Pact of Free Cities right now, that the opposition has won the elections recently, and there is a quite established, esteemed relationship between Bratislava and the new government.
Yes, thank you very much. And again, a warm welcome for all of you, even if we are in virtual space. The conference, SAGIC, is happening. The conference is happening in Bratislava. So once again, welcome. GLOBSEC is a conference which is also showing the fact that democracy is doing well in Bratislava, in Slovakia. Our government is moving, I hope, and I can see it in different direction and definitely away from authoritarian tendencies. And I feel in this we are from February this year different than Hungarian or Poland. What is very important to me is to stress out that we need, of course, our national government in terms of finances and also in terms of all other different things my colleagues know very well. But what I'm trying to do and why I'm so happy to be a part of our Pact of Free Cities is that I think it's belief to create some kind of other different network, some new network, not only network of national governments, of states, but also of the cities. And my colleague already mentioned it. I'm not going to repeat themselves. They are very good in explaining it. We are cities where all the mayors are liberal. We are absolutely pro-EU. We know what are our values. And even if last few months, this is also happening in Slovakia. Before it wasn't like that, and I'm happy that in the Central Europe, and I hope this network is going to be bigger. It was born and it's happening, and another network which can, in a way, help democracy.
Thank you very much. So let's put it into a bit of a more global transatlantic perspective, and we are very lucky to have Ambassador Nina Hatchigan with us. Your city is pushing the Trump administration to reimburse local governments for the revenue that they lost due to the coronavirus pandemic, and local governments in general are bleeding revenues because of this global crisis. So could you please share with us what can a city like Los Angeles do to prevent a federal administration overlooking local spending preferences?
Thank you, and thanks so much for having me here. It's an honor to be on a panel with these incredibly exciting mayors, and I just want them to know that many of us in the United States are paying attention to the Pact of Free Cities. It's very exciting. We see your bravery, and we can identify with you because we also are living in a country that's been a long-standing democracy that is showing some real authoritarian tendencies lately. And most cities and many states like California are profoundly disagree with many of the things that the Trump administration is doing and has done, especially on climate policy, on his targeting of immigrants who make up a majority of our city and a huge economic engine for us, not to mention, you know, our friends and our neighbors and our very residents, and also his stoking of racial hatred and many other things. You know, being a foreign policy person, most of what he's done on foreign policy I don't agree with. But in terms of your question about funding, so we were able to get funding, the whole country, because Congress is controlled, is split in its control. So half of the House of Representatives is controlled by the Democrats and the Senate is controlled by the Republicans. But because Democrats were elected in 2018 in such large numbers, which many took to be a rebuke of Trump administration policies, we were able to get a large stimulus package. And that was critical because the federal government wasn't dealing with COVID. We were dealing with COVID. So we had to set up testing ourselves and feed seniors and house the homeless and, you know, many, many programs, contact tracing, the whole thing. So we were able to get federal monies for that. Now, as you point out, we are hurting again, and it doesn't look like the Congress is going to be able to pass a stimulus package. But you know, our mayor is on the phone with federal leaders all the time. The cities in the U.S. get together and they together lobby the federal government. We don't have any magic, you know, levers, but we use the power of our persuasion. And the good news is that, you know, we often do that in a bipartisan way, that Republican mayors are also wanting funds for their citizens. So in this case, everything is wrapped up in election politics, so it's very difficult to make any progress.
Thank you. I would like to get back to you later on the issue of expanding the economic ties of the city of Los Angeles on a global scale, and how could that help you in terms of combating the pandemic crisis. But right now, last but not least, Mr. Hrib, your country is also in a sort of an election campaign, or it has been, because you have regional and Senate elections, and your party just came as second, like biggest oppositional party during this. And so how does this battle between the Pirate Party and the governing party, how does it impact the finances of Prague? Did you also sort of experiment like government diverting funds from the capital, or like in Budapest, or please just share some ideas with us?
Yes, well, thank you also for inviting me to this exciting panel. I'm really sorry that I was not able to come physically to Bratislava. Unfortunately, the situation about COVID-19 is getting worse right now in Prague and whole Czech Republic, so I have to stay here. However, regarding your question, right now, this thing that you're describing is not exactly happening in Czech Republic, but there is a similar process ongoing. The problem is that we're facing this failure of a populist leadership in a live stream, to say so. Because, for example, when the government wants to help someone, they're basically doing it in a way that affects the funding of the cities and regions as a side effect, basically. If they do something with the taxes, like lowering the taxes, the net result is that the cities and the regions will get less money. And the compensation, there was some compensation on the level of the cities and villages and towns. However, there were no compensation on the level of the regions, which affects the Prague as well, because we are both the city and the region from the formal perspective of the Czech law. And well, it affects all the regions as well, but other regions have got other sources of the money, for example, for the road infrastructure and so on. So the process is not a direct one. There was an attempt, however, to replace this mechanism where the cities and towns and villages got the money directly from the taxes with a sort of subsidy mechanism, whereas the central government would decide where the money would go. But we have, of course, opposed this as the mayors of the Czech cities. This was something that was completely unacceptable, because that means two things. First of all, the central government would decide on where the money would go, and of course they do not understand the local problems. And the second thing is that we think that there could be also situations where there would be really formal problems with the subsidies, and this could lead to also a way how to criminalize the mayors of the cities, towns and villages who are on the opposite side of the political spectrum from the central government, for example.
Thank you. Just a very brief follow-up question. There is an ongoing investigation against the Prime Minister of Czechia, Mr. Babiš, who is accused of fraudulent misuse of EU funds. How could that impact the funding, like the EU fundings in general? I mean, what do you expect if it's going to end badly for the Prime Minister? Do you expect more EU fund would be channeled towards local governments?
Well, I have to say that this situation to be resolved is taking quite a lot of time, and I hope it will be resolved soon. And well, from my point of view, the situation is very clear. There is a huge conflict of interest directly in the person of the Prime Minister. And actually, there is also one minister in Czech government who's having a similar problem. I believe that this situation will be resolved soon by the European Union, and that the result will be that the companies who are owned, well, right now indirectly, but definitely owned by the Prime Minister of Czech Republic, will not get the subsidies from EU. It's that simple. So I hope the Czech Republic will be able to use this fund in a different way.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to ask the audience if there are any questions. Please feel free to jump in. Just try to keep it brief, because our colleague over there, she's going to hold the microphone for COVID-related issues. Please don't be shy. Okay, so you keep thinking. Please be prepared for the next round, and I'm going to get back to actually to all of you, all the speakers, with the same question about this issue of extreme polarization when it comes to big cities and smaller settlements. I think it's a crucial issue both in Central and Eastern Europe, but also in the United States. Maybe less in like where Madam Ambassador is coming from, like South California. It's less of an issue. So based on your international experience, how could you depict, or can you share some best practices with us on how local governments could address this changing urban-rural sort of playing?
Is that to me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thanks for the question. We have absolutely extreme polarization in the United States now. And I think it's a result of some aspects of our political system, but also social media is really what's driving it. And so I think it's a profound problem that we're going to have to address. And the internet companies are not taking their responsibilities seriously enough. They do it very reluctantly. But in terms of best practices, I mean, I think I would go back to what you mentioned earlier, that that cities in the U.S. can be tiny, they can be large, but we all have in common that we want to directly serve our people, and so together we can find a lot of unity. The Mayor Garcetti of Los Angeles has described how he will go to conferences and have long conversations with other mayors, and only at the very end realize that one is a Democrat and one is a Republican, because when it comes to the best way to electrify a city using green technology, or deliver the trash in a timely way, or use light-colored pavement because that's better for heat. These conversations are not political; they are fundamentally practical, and that's what mayors, rural, smaller mayors and larger mayors have in common.
Thank you. So going into a little bit more specific, like the issue of political climate change, what we have been witnessing in the region, especially in Hungary, is that the Polish-rivaling parties are under a growing pressure to fine-tune their communication and climate skeptic sort of approach, especially now that new groups and younger generations are coming into politics, getting more involved. So I'd like to ask Mr. Karácsony, how would you capitalize on the support of these generations? I mean, Fidesz has been claiming for a long time that climate change is an elite conspiracy, but then all of a sudden they just decided to take it over from the leftist liberal agenda.
Köszönöm, nagyon fontos kérdés ez, és még egy pillanatra visszatérnék a polarizációra.
Okay. Yeah, we have some slight delay with the English translation, but it's going to happen soon.
Well, and this is that polarization, that there should be polarization. This is the interest of the illiberal governments. That there's an opposition between youngers, elders, small cities or cities and small villages. If we look at the result of the Polish elections, and I think my friend Rafał could talk about that in details. Now, this showed a lot of polarization along these lines, these social division lines, and therefore, if we want to defeat populism, we have to do our best in order to fight back the polarization, so to try to mitigate polarization. There are no perfect solutions. There's no silver bullet in this respect. But we in Hungary, for example, what we are doing is that we are creating a very extended, wide alliance of municipalities where we have the mayors of small settlements, villages, big cities alike, who are all fighting equally for funding and for the progress of their own settlements. We want to make it clear that this type of division line between municipalities and the central government is not a division between Budapest and small towns or villages. And as far as climate change is concerned, yes, there is a very, very strong division between generations. I was very much shocked to understand that in Budapest, according to polls, among the under 30 age group, there is an 80% support. We have 80% support whereas at the older age groups, Fidesz is being supported more significantly in Budapest. So while we have to use the enthusiasm of youngsters, of the youth, because their political participation is inevitable in order to have a social joining forces against climate change, but it is also important at the same time to talk to the older generations. We therefore would like to launch a separate program, an individual program, with a view to involving the elderly, because they are very much threatened by climate change. During the summer, the health problems are really more affected because of the heat, and we would like to win them over for this politics. So again, polarization is just the living environment of the populace. We progressive Democrats, we will need to build bridges instead of walls.
Thank you. Mr. Trzaskowski, the Polish government did not really support the climate agreement. How could Warsaw gain a political momentum and challenge this type of authoritarian populist governance, like how to challenge it based on this newly emerging green identity politics?
Well, let me address, both issues. As you know, I was a candidate in the presidential elections for the President of the Republic, and polarization is something that we need to fight with, because otherwise it is very difficult to reach out to the other part of the society which supports the government. And I think that sometimes liberal progressive parties were making that mistake of basically being a bit too patronizing to all the others who chose conservative or populist parties. And now it turned out that it's much easier for the mayors, for the local leaders, for the regional leaders to actually, even in some difficult areas, to come and to discuss issues with the people, because it turns out that regardless of the fact whether you're mayor of the capital city, of the big city, or a small rural community, I mean, the problems are exactly the same. COVID, education, and also climate change. And that's why, if you stop being patronizing, if you simply start talking about resolving the problems and start talking about the real challenges that are before us, regardless of the fact whether you come from Warsaw or from a rural area, then you can actually start bridging the gap, reaching across the aisle, and then being effective fighting populists. Because, of course, populists are more effective when they are dealing with difficult issues. Because if you have now 30 seconds on the news or 160 signs on Twitter, and you're to discuss refugees, COVID, climate change, of course you're going to be much more effective when you're a populist and when you're just reaching out for simple messages than if you are from a progressive party, when you're trying to balance different arguments and present a coherent policy and coherent solutions. But the most important thing is to be honest. The most important thing is to listen to the new generation. And I think that the new generation, the young people, are very much concerned with climate change. And that's why when we talk about our ways of dealing with the questions, the solutions from the big cities, because, we are at the forefront of fighting climate change because we produce the biggest amount of emissions. And if we show that we are aware of the problems, that we find ways of effectively dealing with them by greening our cities, by prioritizing public transportation, by focusing on quality of life, where we think about people who move around in the cars, but also use public transportation, bicycles, or simply walk around, then we can prove that we are in sync with what the young people perceive rightly as one of the biggest challenges that is before us. So at the end of the day, it's courage. At the end of the day, is a conversation instead of lecturing. And thirdly, and most importantly, showing by example that things can be changed and that we are not just talking about a reduction, neutrality, targets, but we talk about some very concrete things, such as, for example, taking the diesel buses off the streets of of the European cities. And that's where we need cooperation with the European institutions. That's where we need benchmarking and cooperation with other cities all around the world. That's what we are fighting for, direct access to EU money, because we think that if the European Commission and the European institutions will come up with those European programs that are going to be directed at cities and then actually deliver results by, as I've said, focusing on one or two objectives, palpable objectives that we want to achieve, then we can demonstrate effectiveness. And all in all, we can basically achieve all of those results with just one well thought out action plan. Fight populism, fight polarization, because we are really fighting with something that touches upon our daily lives, regardless of who you vote for. And thirdly, demonstrate effectiveness. And who, if not mayors, can actually show that they're on the ground resolving the problems.
Thank you. Just following up on what you have said about the importance of EU transfers, I turn to Mr. Vallo now. As far as I know, your city and the country in general could expect more transfers within the next multi-annual financial framework, despite that Bratislava is in the top 10 richest or most developed regions in the EU. I came all along from Warsaw, where I moved 2 years ago, and the biking culture is just growing on me. And I love Bratislava. I think it's a terrific city, and no offense, but I haven't really seen any biking grounds all around. So what exactly is your green agenda when it comes to the city, and do you have any ideas how to upgrade this part?
Thank you very much. I'm happy you like Bratislava, and of course the bike lines are something we need to work on more, and it's also in my program, and it's going to happen. But of course the green issue or green view on our city is more complex. We are having problem with limited access to EU funding, of course, because we are qualified as a more development region. And this composes a problem with our already unfunded budget, but we're trying to find a way. We have different programs which are already in action. One very program which is let's say very safe bet, and we are planting the trees. We have this program that we are going to plant a certain number of trees. It's 10,000 in the next 2 years. It's not a lot, but it's a good number from Bratislava. Our aim is to have these trees in the place also 10 years after we are going to plant it. And we are also different. We are talking about the water, what's going to happen with the water in the moment which fall down in the form of rain, and how we're going to keep the water in our city, and how to use this effect. We know that we are in the middle of climate change. If you like it or not, it's happening. So we have a problem with our drainage system. It's happening, and this is just two of the many issues we are trying to deal with. And of course there are other things we are talking here in Bratislava about, and the things how we are going to use, and the concept of our garbage removals and all other stuff, which there are many small parts which in the end form our let's say strategy for greener and more sustainable city of Bratislava.
Thank you. Maybe Zdeněk Krip would like to add something to that when it comes to inclusive ideas to overcome polarization and green agenda.
Well, I have to just agree with my colleagues completely. The fact is, and we could see that right now in the COVID situation, that some politicians actually do not try to solve the problem of polarization. They are actually surfing on this wave, and they are abusing this phenomenon to get cheap political points. For example, our president in the current situation, the president of Czech Republic, said something in the meaning that the citizens of Prague are guilty of spreading the virus to regions, and this is completely unacceptable thing, because the point is that the current situation is actually a little bit worse in some of the regions that are outside of Prague in Czech Republic. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that the fact that Prague has got the most positive tested people for COVID-19 is pretty obvious, because it's a city, it's a lot of people on small space, there's a lot of contact between the people, so the cities are always the most and hardly hit ones in the situation, in the pandemics like this. So I think I have nothing to add. I have to just confirm the words of my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. We already have a question from Wojciech Przybylski here. If you could get the microphone, thank you.
Thank you. So Wojciech Przybylski, sorry. Hi, Wojciech Przybylski, Visegrad Insight, Republika Foundation, Warsaw. The question is, from me to the panel, you have a fantastic, especially V4 mayors, you have a fantastic opportunity to tell a different story about the Central Europe than we hear from the national governments. What concrete steps, what concrete proposals can you put on the table as together to tell a different story and change the narrative of Central Europe, not only internationally, but also domestically, about Central Europe, what this cooperation is all about, bring the right message about values and priorities to the discussion on the region. What did you discuss so far?
Thank you. It's a terrific question. Who would like to come first to respond?
Well, if I may, I mean, of course, we demonstrate that local governments can be very inclusive, that they can be open, that they can be transparent, that they can be tolerant. But most importantly, I think we can demonstrate that Visegrad 4 can again have constructive ideas, because what we observe now is simply Visegrad 4 on the defensive, on the governmental level. We don't see anything positive coming out of the group. We, of course, see that they meet, and that's good, because, of course, they should meet and exchange information, but then they do not come up with anything which is constructive. And that's worrying, and that was one of the reasons that we decided to get together and to demonstrate to our European colleagues that there are still forces within the Visegrad 4 which are pro-European, which are constructive, which can come up with positive ideas, such as, for example, fighting climate change, such as, for example, getting direct financing, which is, by the way, helping us to get out of this very schizophrenic situation in which, on the one hand, we want the European institutions to be tough when it comes to defending the European values, because at the end of the day, this is what binds us together in the European Union. But on the other hand, when structural funds are connected with the rule of law, then obviously, it also creates problems for us, because we do not want the funding to be cut from the regional governments or from the cities just because we have a populist government which decided to fight the rule of law. And this is basically what we want to do. I mean, we want to demonstrate to the others that there's still, that there are those pro-European constructive forces within our countries, and that not everything is lost. And I always do that, so you might have heard it, but we also want to demonstrate one very important thing. Quoting Arnold Schwarzenegger, "We will be back."
Thank you. Only because Hungary is also under Article 7, much like Poland, I would like to ask Mr. Karácsony to come in at this point.
Igen, valóban nagyon éles szóváltás van jelenleg a jogállamiság.
There is a huge debate when it comes to the rule of law between the European Union and the government of Hungary. one of the main essence of the cooperation of the V4 capitals mayors is to make it clear to everybody that the Hungarian government is not equal to Hungary. And it is not equal to the leadership of Budapest either. A country is always comprised of various partial interests. But one of the most important weapons of populists is to depict the deconstruction of democracy in a way that democracy is basically just a series of unnecessary obstacles between the leaders of a nation and the population. Populists are always interested in presenting that they represent the voice of the people, even within the European Union. And, as Rafael has already mentioned, the direct funding of cities would make it possible for the EU to avoid a catch situation. In order for it not to have to select between two negatives, one being not sanctioning, not imposing any sanctions upon going against the rule of law, or on the other hand, to impose sanctions upon nations due to the mistakes made by the populists and therefore actually underlining the rhetoric of populists, namely that the government of a given nation, a given country, equals the nation, the country itself. We do not simply fight for our cities to gain funding, although that is definitely a very important objective. But it is equally important that it become clear that the given governments are not the same as the citizens of a given country.
Thank you. Mr. Rib, let me add a sort of a follow-up question to that. And let me also play the sort of the devil's advocate here, because I think it's also important to point out that existing EU programs, like Directed Cities, are quite underutilized in our region. So, for example, the Urban Innovation Action has so far 0 applicants from Poland and Slovakia, and only 1 from Czechia and from Hungary. So, how to make it more efficient and effective in practice? Because you're aiming to get access, direct access to these EU funds. But how to make it efficient at the end of the day?
Well, of course, we would like to support innovations in our city much more than we are doing now. But the problem is that we will face soon very strong budgetary restrictions related to what I have said before, to the compensation related to the tax changes that in general means less money for the regions. But I really hope that we will be able to to keep up at least some of the support for the innovations that also includes the counseling and support for other subjects to be able to ask for these funds. So I really hope that we will be able to help them in this effort.
Thank you. So again, to observe these kind of localities from global perspective, I get back to Madam Ambassador, and I'd like to get back to her with the question, which is concerning, based on your experience, how could exactly a city like Los Angeles be helped out by activities conducted by you, expanding the economic and financial sort of ties of the city? How could that help you in this matter?
Well, it helps us in a number of ways. We've been very active on the global stage under the leadership of Mayor Garcetti. And it's funny, it was just striking me that we're a member of a number of global networks, including the C40, which is the one that's focused on climate change, because as my colleagues have said, cities have a lot of control over carbon emissions and over the possibility of greening their cities. And during COVID, we got a lot of we had a lot of just direct conversations city to city about very specific, questions on, how are you feeding your elderly when they stay at home, and what kind of test did you use? Was it a PCR or an antigen test, et cetera? And some of the cities, represented here were part of those kinds of conversations. But what is occurring to me is that the Pact of Free Cities is really a network of values, and that's actually not something that there isn't another one like that I know of, at least. And I feel very comfortable in there being amongst them. But in terms of economic ties, we don't control trade policy, but we can help our small businesses export, and we can try to attract foreign direct investment to our city. And at a time when the American economy is not doing well, to be able to have those ties with regions that are still growing, is of direct help to our city economically.
Thank you. Getting back to Mr. Rafał Trzaskowski, at your introductory remarks, you mentioned that this is the 30th anniversary of local governance in your country. And there's a lot going on when it comes to changing regulation from the side of the government. And I was just wondering, do you expect any drastic changes when it comes to the regulation of the multi-level governance system in Poland? So do you think that there is an actual threat that the government is about to change the regulation in the upcoming month?
Well, I'm going to share two secrets with you. I mean, one secret is this. I mean, those guys really don't like us. I mean, those populists really have a problem with popular mayors because at the end of the day, they know that we're doing a good job. And secondly, second secret is less optimistic because, unfortunately, if you were to ask me 3 years ago, I mean, what would I expect this government to do? I wouldn't have guessed all the things that they've done. So now I have to be a little bit more cautious. And I think that when they are saying that they want a more centralized Poland, when they are actually undertaking changes which are limiting our prerogatives, when they are cutting away our money, and when they are using political criteria in order to distribute EU money, I mean, unfortunately, that's the direction that they're taking. So at the end of the day, we have to take the words at their face value, and we have to prepare for the worst. But the good thing is that the civil society in Poland is still pretty strong. I mean, the opposition is pretty strong. And we've seen this government and many other populist governments all around Europe and all around the world actually back down when they see a strong protest from the people or from the local governments or from the opposition. And it happened in Poland on 2 or 3 occasions. For example, when this conservative government wanted to limit the powers of the women's rights, the outcry was so huge, and the pressure from all of us was so huge that they decided to back down because they realized that it would cost them too much politically. So at the end of the day, this is a test for us all, for our resilience, that we stand united, that we stand true to our values, and that we simply do what the opposition should do, oppose the guys with bad ideas. And we should do it together. And that's why I feel very, very comfortable with my friends and also with the deputy mayor of Los Angeles, because I know that they have similar problems with the federal government. Because at the end of the day, we are much closer to the people. And at the end of the day, we are much more in sync with the people. At the end of the day, I think we can be effective in fighting the populists and winning the ground.
Thank you. Mr. Volo, I know that the state of play is markedly different in your country, but could you just share with us like one flagship project or action plan that you came up with recently or that you're going to come up like soon, which is about to overcome like existing like sort of polarizations and being sort of inclusive in a sense that which would sort of also overcome the gap between the capital and the smaller settlements?
Okay. In the first place, I really like to see and have Bratislava, our city, as a role model for all the country. I want to see the city strong and self-confident to all stakeholders. And in this regard, we are building a constructive relationship with our new government. That's very important. I need to also add that if we have some big division lines or gaps in Slovakia is between conservative government and liberals. And I really like the idea, I like many ideas of Mayor Rafał Trzaskowski, but I like this one about the bridge. And this, if you're talking about this opposition, about the division lines and gaps and populism, I think the idea of mayors as a bridge, the municipality as a bridge between different group of citizens, or in this case, different values, political values, it's very important. And this is very good because I think on this, many mayors I met during my 2 years as a mayor agree. And that's very important. I mean, if you are talking about what can be our project, which helps to overcome these lines and to bring people together, is of course it's very important to talk about the communication. I mean, it's another project by itself, but it's so important, and this is against. I need to agree with my colleagues that sometimes the liberal media or liberal side tend to be very, very patronizing, and it's very important to be able to express our ideas in a simple way, in a way which is completely accessible to any inhabitant of our cities, and that's very important. What is important for me, of course, in terms of some kind of real project, is to bring people to be a part of the process of change of our city, and we found it. Was one of my dreams. We founded an institute, a think tank called Metropolitan Institute of Bratislava, and we have a department of participation there, where we're trying to do the real participation, not the PR or marketing one, but the real one, which really brings people to important processes of the city, and we are listening to them. So this is very important for us.
Thank you. So before we sum it up, I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions. I can see one hand over there.
I'm from the Association for Production and Use of Biofuels. Before they were mentioned by one of the mayors that the goal should become diesel-less transportation cities, so to take all diesel buses off the roads. Actually, this opened to me one large theme which is connected to the climate change. Of course, we have to handle the climate change. One of the worst is transportation, which causes about a third of the emissions. And actually, we have here a wonderful precedent from Stockholm, which became fossil-free, absolutely already today, with the help of biofuels. So not taking out the biodiesel buses out, just using different kind of fuels. And it meant also a large lowering of emissions emitted. Actually, there is also in power now new directive from European Union which says that in the start of 2021 it shall be almost third of acquired public transport machines acquired ecological. So there are already invented precedences, there are already invented ways, What's missing is more public financing, so help for the city, for the mayors, how to acquire these new technologies, or at least how to change the existing transportation fleet for such new technologies. And there I would like to know from all the mayors whether they have some good experience in relation or from connection to European Union, when it on one hand says via directive to acquire ecological buses, if on the other hand it really helps to promote them and to really acquire them, because it's quite costly.
Thank you. Gergely Karácsony.
Egy rendkívül fontos kérdés, és
Well,
Budapest.
a very important question, and this is very topical in case of Budapest. Now, if there is a less developed city, or which can make a technological leap forward, then you can be one of the first from the last one. And this is such a leap we are preparing for in Budapest. Now, what I inherited a very, very lousy bus park, a very, very obsolete bus fleet. More than 40% of all the buses in Budapest are diesel-propelled buses, which should have been phased out long ago from public transport. But my feeling is that the Hungarian government and also a lot of European institutions do prefer electric-propelled or electric buses, while this technology is not yet at a level to be very safe in operation. So it would be very reliable in operation. And Budapest would be very much interested in switching to biodiesel, biofuels, or gas-propelled buses to go for pilot projects, and we are very, very much willing to be partners in this respect. However, I have a feeling that the European Union rather favors electric buses.
Thank you. Awful so sorry, but we're just running out of time, so we have to sum it up here with some positive food for thought. I think we could say that while democracy might be in recession globally, after this panel, we can hopefully say that it might prevail, or some progress seems to prevail, at least on a local level. With the help of regional and cross-regional cooperation. Before we fully wrap it up, some organizational announcements. Please don't go anywhere, because there will be a panel discussion starting at 5 here about the security cooperation between the EU and NATO. And in the other room, in the Habsburg room, it's going to be a roundtable discussion about the future of democracy in the post-pandemic world. Last but not least, I would like to thank our fantastic panelists for their valuable input, and please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you.
My name is Alina Kutsko, and I'm director of the GLOBSEC Policy Institute. The 2020s are just starting, and the myriad events of 2020 alone already forecast a very complex decade. To come out of these complex times stronger, wiser, and more united, the world needs more diverse, creative, and engaging ideas from all stakeholders, and inclusive coalitions to implement them. That is why we're on a mission to find unconventional, innovative answers to the unconventional challenges that we are facing. While working with our global partners, we want to tap into the potential of Central Europe, to come up with innovative ideas and to relentlessly work on their implementation. We structure our work around several areas and topics. We want an even better future for Europe. Here we design ways to overcome political or economic crises, as we did with our Task Force for Europe. Our defense program works on ideas that update and upgrade our security arrangements, as we did with our GLOBSEC NATO Adaptation Initiative and GLOBSEC European Security Initiative. We also vigilantly following the national security challenges. We explore how to counter terrorism and violent extremism, as we did with our Crime Terror Nexus project and GLOBSEC Intelligence Reform Initiative. Our Democracy and Resilience program is tenaciously analyzing hybrid threats to our democracy and runs hands-on projects to make our democracies and the way we share and consume information ever more resilient in the digital age. We explore challenges facing our economy, intersections of technology and society, energy and sustainability, and global order. We're always open for collaboration. Stay in touch with us. Do not hesitate to approach us with your thoughts, ideas, and suggestions. And we promise you that you will hear from us regularly about our ideas and what we do to convert them into reality.
Well, I think that from what I have seen, GLOBSEC has convened a very impressive group of people that are subject matter experts on our most pressing global challenges. And I've really enjoyed the depth of the conversations, and I've learned a lot on the topics, and also the energy and the ambition to do something about these challenges is something that I have felt. So I think if anyone is serious about learning more and doing something about the challenges that we face globally, this is a great place to be.
Hello, folks. We present our Workspace as a Service strategy. Everybody knows it. We work in vastly different ways than we did only a few years ago. That's why we reinvented the office-to-office experience. With more than a quarter of a century's experience in real estate, we believe some things have to change if a workspace is to properly serve its users. We took workspace design beyond the borders of the physical space, and our strategy brings 5 core elements to make you productive and happy. Want to know what they are? We're interested in user experience, your well-being and productivity, or simply you. Our Space Experience Toolkit helps us by working with aspects of BREEAM and WELL certifications. Symbiocy, a workspace solution using data and our knowledge to create healthy, collaborative and productive spaces. Do you want more? Enjoy our offer of diverse services like bike sharing, community events and concierge, delivering more value to you and your company. Just more. Freelancers and startups, your attention please. HubHub is for you. Co-working spaces encouraging collaboration and creativity by bringing startups and corporations together under one roof. Are you looking for much flexibility? Cubes are flexible workspaces with all-inclusive services that are simple to scale and expand anytime. Project teams and SMEs welcome. Why are we doing this and why is it important? Because just as your home isn't just your flat, work isn't just an office. Our strategy, Workspace as a Service, is a way to create a healthy and productive work environment ready to serve generations to come. We're an international workspace provider and city-forming property developer operating in 6 European markets with 800 professionals. And in all countries, we're excited to introduce our well-being approach by creating new business districts that are not only lively places for people to work, but great places for people to be.
Visegrad is a town in northern Hungary, which has served as a symbol for regional cooperation in Central Europe since 1989. It was in Visegrad, where the heads of 3 Central European states met in 1991 to sign a declaration with a vision of free contacts among their citizens and joint European integration. They were inspired by a congress of the kings of Bohemia, Hungary, and Poland, held in the same place some 650 years ago. The Visegrad Group, originally a triangle, now a four-member alliance, is born. But it soon became obvious that to achieve all these noble goals, cooperation could not take place only in the castle, but also in the streets underneath. The V4 governments thus decided to establish a fund which would bring Visegrad cooperation to everyone. The fund was to help develop civil society and cross-border contacts by financing student mobility, exchanges between artists, and joint grant projects. To date, we have awarded nearly 6,000 scholarships, residencies, and grant projects. International Visegrad Fund. Central Europe, granted.
GLOBSEC Tatra Summit drives discussions that shape the future of Europe.
Uncertainty. You have Brexit, you have the trade wars.
The climate change has become the part of financial risk.
Making Europe green, making Europe strong, and keep Europe united. You can translate this into climate, competitiveness, and cohesion.
But if we talk about carbon-free future, I think none of us want to go back 100 years. So what we need is innovation and technology.
It's absolutely necessary today and now talk about carbon neutrality in a way which preserves competitiveness of European industry.
You need incredibly strong, long-term thinking politicians who realize that if we don't start today, we will lose out completely.
Europe has to become more assertive and more sovereign. Europe has to give up expecting others to solve its problems.
Take on your shoulders the responsibility not only for yourself and for your interests, but also for Europe as a whole.
Representatives of business and trade have a role to play.
We have to save the industry in Europe. We have to help them in this transition.
You've managed to bring together a very high caliber group of people. So we've had very stimulating, intelligent conversations.
It's a very intimate conference, and this was a place where you really could have a conversation. The Tatra Summit is definitely the leading forum, especially from the point of view of content and deeper understanding of the issues of competitiveness of Europe. What I find very nice is to have here regional aspects, but the whole thing embedded in a pro-European context.
I work a bit in the European bubble in a way, so it's very interesting to see the different perspectives from professionals coming from the region.
Let's start here in this region, at least. Let's do something.
Hello, my name is Terry Martin. I'm a senior anchor at DW News in Berlin. That's Germany's foreign broadcasting service. And let me see if I can get this out of my ear, take my mask off. This is not very elegant, forgive me. But it is my great pleasure to be here, and perhaps you can help me with that, at GLOBSEC 2020 at the Bratislava Forum. And see, this is actually a reflection of the sorts of challenges we've all faced here. Yeah, I think I'm getting it. Very good. Okay, we're going to take our masks off so we can have a conversation, socially distanced, but where you can all see us. So, thank you all for being here. Thanks for staying. I know this is the end of 2 days of very intense talks and conversations, and you are all perhaps stimulated as I am and a little bit weary, but we've got a really interesting discussion coming up just now on maximizing security cooperation between NATO and the EU. So let me get straight into the introductions. Joining us from Vilnius is Raimundas Karoblis. He's Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Lithuania. Great to have you with us. Here in our studio, I'll call it, Maria Maya. He is the State Secretary of the Minister of Defense of the Slovak Republic, of course. And joining us from, I can see her now, marvelous to see you, Baiba Braja is with us as well. She is the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO. Thank you all for being with us. So, let's just get straight into this. We're talking about NATO and the EU, two inherently complex systems by themselves. And we're going to try to tease out where they might overlap in positive ways and where they might have some challenges to overcome. There's already been a lot of discussion about this topic here at the Bratislava Forum this year. Europe's quest for strategic autonomy, what that means for NATO. I've heard it talked about it at least 3 sessions here yesterday. So why don't we just dive in at the deep end of this? And the deep end of this right now happens to be where Belarus and the Eastern Mediterranean meet. We've been talking about that too here a lot already. I'm going to put this first question to Minister Karoblis. Last month we saw sanctions. We saw the EU wanting to impose sanctions on Belarus. That was delayed by Cyprus, which made those sanctions conditional on getting EU support in its territorial dispute with Turkey involving gas drilling rights in the Eastern Mediterranean. Now, that is already complex enough, but we're going to start right there because that reflects the sort of challenges that NATO and the EU are dealing with when they begin to overlap. So, Minister Karoblis, you obviously have a very big stake in this. We're talking about you are in Lithuania, which is right next door to Belarus. Tell us, is there what some people are calling a competition of threats between the eastern and the southern members of NATO and the EU?
Good afternoon once again, and thank you, Terry, for giving me the floor. First of all, congratulations to GLOBSEC organizers that they succeeded to hold this conference, even in this format, BTC. So I understand that it was really challenging in COVID situation. And indeed, I am a fan of GLOBSEC. And last time I had the opportunities to participate in discussions in Munich, and the auspices of the Munich conference, it was the GLOBSEC event. We had the discussions on the same European Union common security and defense policy issues and its relationship with NATO. On your question, well, indeed, Vilnius, our capital, is 30 kilometers from Belarus border. And, well, we have the situation, and we had from the conventional defense aspects also some kind of challenge, which was possible to manage. And yes, we have the situation when the factual leader of the country, having the objective and the real problems inside, of course, with the will of populations, going against the will of population of the people of Belarus, And the only way, which is usual for the authoritarian regimes in the East, he tried to find to excuse, to find the reasons, of course, of the problems in other countries, and calling the enemies of NATO, in particular Poland and Lithuania. So I think this is about that, but I think it's your question is wider. So the East and the South. Unfortunately, from time to time, we have this artificial, maybe calls for artificial or understanding or perception of this competition. And unfortunately, so we do not succeed to convince politicians and high-level officials so that it's not about the geography, but it should be treated according to the essence of the problems. Last time, by the way, so we had the discussions in the EU ministers' meeting, defense ministers' meeting in Berlin at the end of August, when High Representative Borrell said that the perceptions of threats regarding Russia are absolutely different to compare Lithuania's understanding and Portuguese understanding. I think it's really not correct at all, so we should treat and assess by the essence. And the essence is such that the character of the threats which we have. And first of all, I like the description, which probably made in 2017 in Reagan's Forum in California, that we have three kinds of threat. First of all, short-term threat, which is terrorism and plus. And the methods are usually speaking about involvement of militaries, so through the international operations of different kind, but this is about that. Second kind of threats, and in our case we're speaking about the medium-time threats, which is Russia, which is the only conventional threat now for NATO. In particular, it was clear, so start of the Russia's aggression against Georgia in 2008. We did not succeed to learn lessons about that, but now we have the threats that had this threat of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, and it's clear that Russia became, once again, unfortunately, after 20 years, 25 years, it's the threat again, and again NATO has the task to come back to the conventional methods, of course, to remedy the situation. And third category, first of all, speaking about the China, which is geopolitical and long-term competition. It's the threat of the competitive nature, first of all, despite the fact that we see there's some military aspects also here. It's about long-term. If we have the structurization of the threats in this form, I think we have significantly much more correct picture. Coming back to the East and the South, already NATO is about the solidarity and NATO about the understanding of the threats. It's natural that the countries which have geographically close to the Russia or Belarus in our case have their own priorities in terms of defense, while the countries geographically in the south others. But here also we have full understanding. Speaking about the NATO mechanisms, as the result of Warsaw Summit, which was also remedied the Russian situation, of course we have enhanced forward presence mechanism, and almost all countries from geographically south of Europe are in the EFP, in the Baltic countries and Poland. Italy, in Latvia, France, Estonia, Lithuania, and similar. Baltic police, now we said goodbye farewell for the Spanish and France, of course, units, while now we have Italians for 8 months, and similar aspects. The same, we have full understanding about the challenges which are in the south. 90% of our troops and operations are in the south in the classical understanding. So Afghanistan, Iraq, Mali, and around it. Close to 40% of our troops and operations are in the Africa and around this. So once again, we don't see the quite artificial division, of course, of this East and the South. More we need to concentrate exactly on the essence of the threats.
Okay.
And according to that, NATO should adjust to this situation.
Thank you very much. That really opens up a lot of territory to get our discussion going. You've picked up on a couple of things that I find that could be fruitful for the rest of our discussion. One, you mentioned a number of common threats, and these threats apply not just to NATO, but also to the European Union. You face similar threats. However, you mentioned that member states within both organizations have different priorities, and you said you tried to suggest that there wasn't really a conflict between the East and the South. Well, we can talk about that in a little more detail, but I want to bring our discussion back to this particular linking of what is going on in the Eastern Mediterranean to what is happening in Belarus. I mean, the message we get, of course, is that everything is connected in some way, but these two things were connected in ways that were affecting the operations of the European Union, and of course, it was an interesting question for NATO as well. So I wanted to ask you, Maria and Maya, from your perspective, when you heard that the sanctions that were being prepared at European Union level on Belarus were being impeded by something happening that has really nothing to do with it, what was your reaction to that?
Well, for all of us, of course, I'll come back to the question of threat perception. It's of course that all countries have their own threat perception, and it differs between the countries. It's natural, and it's something we have to live with, and we have to discuss. That's why we've got different formats. Regarding Belarus, yesterday there was the Svetlana Tikhanovskaya was here getting an award, and of course, for Slovakia, but for Central Europe as such, it's something really close. And when the situation was worsening in 2014 in Ukraine, it was something affecting countries like Slovakia, and that's why we were aware that we need to do something both on NATO or EU side. So that's why, also in case of Belarus, it's something. It's a matter of values for us. It's important to send the right message to Belarusian people and to also wider area around the European Union and Europe, that this is something we are not. We are not okay with, and we need to do something. So that's why we are trying to persuade also our friends and partners in the European Union and also in NATO, of course, when it comes to NATO's actions, that it's sending signals is very important, and that's why. We need to be consistent. Of course, some countries can differ.
I get that part of it. You know, that all makes perfect sense to me. But I think for many people, when they look at that particular situation in Belarus and the implications that it has for Europe and for members of the European Union, particularly for people in this region, the public looks at that and thinks, okay, well, yeah, okay, sanctions. Other people are already applying sanctions. We have Canada and the UK already moving forward on that. The European Union, however, is really called to task here. Why would they not be able to impose sanctions because of something happening in the Eastern Mediterranean? What does that tell you about the functioning of the European Union?
It's a hard question because finding first consensus on action and then the right tools, it's not easy. Of course, it was, I'm getting back to Ukraine, the debate right after what happened in Crimea, especially in NATO, it was not easy. And there were countries opposing our joint action. So this is not easy when it comes to any crisis, when it comes to any situation challenging such as Belarus. Yes, from outside it could be said that nothing's changed, and it's just a symbolic step. Of course, sometimes it's symbolic, but we are just at the beginning of the debate, so it doesn't mean that we will not get to some harder or tougher decisions.
Okay, we're obviously talking about European foreign policy here at this point, and there is a discussion ongoing about whether to have qualified majority voting instead of unanimous voting when it comes to that, which is what that reveals a little bit to me about the European decision-making process. I want to bring in the Assistant Secretary General here. I wanted to ask you what this looked like for you from a public diplomacy point of view in trying to, as NATO, saying what is happening in Belarus is connected to what's going on in the Eastern Mediterranean. How has this played out for you from a public diplomacy point of view?
NATO is an organization and an alliance that is ready to defend its populations and territories, and that's a so-called against all threats, so-called 360 degrees approach. So it doesn't mean that if there are challenges in the east that we would have to choose not to respond to something that is happening in the south. So that is, in terms of the abilities and the concept. But also in terms of the alliance as a political organization, so not only military alliance, but also political alliance, you have seen the very active roles that NATO has played in deconfliction talks in East Med, and they have been this far successful. So it was not the first time NATO played that role, and it was done both through the military and political channels. In the same time, obviously, we are watching very carefully what is happening in Belarus, what is happening in Russia, and what does it mean for NATO. We wish success, obviously, to all political efforts that the EU is doing on the diplomatic front and political front in mediation, also in the East Med on other issues than the NATO. So it very clearly shows the complementarities that we have there. But again, both EU and NATO are looking out for the same interests, which is the safety, security, defense, and prosperity of our peoples.
Okay, so it shows complementarity in your point of view. I find that very, very interesting. Anyway, let's leave that where it is. I think this is a really curious coupling of things that are happening within the spheres of NATO and the European Union that, at least from a public perception point of view, is sometimes difficult to communicate for me as a journalist, but I think for the public to also digest. Let's get in now to the details of the cooperation or lack of cooperation between the EU and NATO when it comes to security and defense. A while back, the EU Parliament published a report called European Defense Union. I'm sure many of you have already looked at it. The report talked about NATO being the first pillar of any such union. It played up the overlapping interests and possibilities for synergies there. A former foreign minister of Estonia, who was rapporteur for the report, he said a stronger European defense cooperation will not weaken NATO. On the contrary, both organizations will strengthen each other mutually. We heard basically the same message coming from Jens Stoltenberg here yesterday. I wanted to ask, but there's another school of thought on that, of course. There's the Trump administration's perspective on that. And I quote from a letter coming to Federica Mogherini last year, and it says that Washington is deeply concerned about what is happening with the European Defense Fund, the Permanent Structured Cooperation, PESCO, and it said those could produce, and I quote, produce duplication, non-operable military systems, diversion of scarce military defense resources, and unnecessary competition between NATO and EU. So how does this work? Let me put that first to Minister Karoblis in Lithuania. How do you see it? Do you see it as full complementarity, or do you see it as creating problems?
Well, I will start from the beginning, maybe. Lithuania was traditionally one of the most skeptical countries regarding the ambitions of the Europe's common security and defense policy. And together with Brits, we were opposing quite a lot of issues in the past, including my previous position as the ambassador to the European Union during 5 years. But yes, in current situation, we see the chance for CSDP exactly about the complementarity role here. It's absolutely clear that the European countries has the problems with the defense spending level, with the capability building, with the readiness, and of course, so this is the question, and Americans absolutely right, raising this issue. European Union countries need to be too strong in terms of defenses, without any doubt. And if the European mechanisms could help here, if they could facilitate the increase of the spending of the EU member states of defense spending to building the capabilities, also facilitation, why not? Of course, we need to use these chances. And the issues of, I think, defense industry, PESCO cooperation, so with usually smaller countries, so if they help the efficiency, of course, it's the right approach with what we're doing. So are we on the right approach? I can't. Will these mechanisms bring it to the competition? Yes, in terms of the perspectives, I think there are quite good chances. The efficiency is not good so far, but so we're starting the implementation phase only. What is really important, and rightly mentioned, the issue of PESCO and similar aspects. Is the European Union close? And this is only about the European Union, or European Union is open also to the access of other countries to European Union mechanisms to get the convergence? Well, I think so. We see from Lithuanian perspective, and not only that, we could be efficient if we are open. And the European Union mechanisms, like the Horizon, for example, R&D, showed its efficiency by openness, by participation of other countries. And I think this is the main question. The cooperation between NATO countries is such that really we need the continuation of close relations in this area, so including on defense industry. For example, Lithuania now is buying project of the anti-aircraft missiles. The program product is from Norway, missiles are from the United States. Well, so this is the example.
Okay, so there's a little bit of skepticism coming there about this whole project. How do you see it?
I'm a big fan of deepening European cooperation when it comes to security and defense, but I'm also the strong believer in NATO. And I think this debate is a little bit artificial because everybody knows, or it's obvious from not only my point of view, but also from the point of Slovakia and the Slovak government, that NATO is a guarantor of peace and security in Europe and of the collective defense. So nobody, when discussing maybe joint projects inside of the European Union, is not doubting. Maybe there are some countries who are, or maybe have an ambition to do something more, and then pushing debate about strategic autonomy or European armed forces. But for us, it's just about making European pillars stronger inside of NATO.
And that's a viable thing to be doing. You think that can be done?
I think so. I'm confident it's possible, but at the same time, we have to admit that there are many problems and sometimes overlappings. We've got more than 40 PESCO projects, and many of them are not moving anywhere. So we have to be critical, of course. But it doesn't mean that Europe or European Union shouldn't bear more responsibility. This is something United States were asking for decades. So that's why, for example, speaking on behalf of my country, we put 2% of GDP into governmental manifesto to say strongly that we are committed NATO member, but at the same time we are trying to push for stronger European cooperation, and I don't see a conflict between those two things. But at the same time, we need to be vigilant, not to make duplicated structures, not to make duplicated efforts, and to make complementing effort on both sides.
Okay, the U.S. is obviously the strongest partner within NATO. What the U.S. says is important. We heard this morning the German Foreign Minister Heiko Maas saying that whoever wins the election, it's likely that the U.S. will continue to pull out of its international role, which was an interesting statement to hear him make. This is, from a European perspective, we're hearing a lot of pressure being put on Europe to try to develop greater autonomy in a number of different areas. Strategic autonomy is one of them. That's the big umbrella concept. But for NATO, when NATO watches these observations, and we heard already from the Secretary General yesterday what his views are on the developments within NATO, but I wanted to hear from you, Barbara Braja, how NATO is trying to work with the European Union to assure that these developments within Europe are going to be complementary and not a competition.
For that question, obviously you heard from SecGen, but also there have been quite a number of other occasions where very clearly those developments in the EU that improve burden sharing and bring new capabilities are very welcome. We know that after Brexit, 80% of defense spending in NATO will come not from European allies, non-EU allies. So obviously there is big space for improvement. NATO covers populations of 1 billion and provides protection and defense for them. So more capabilities, more burden sharing, more contributions, cash and capabilities, very welcome. Obviously, those capabilities have to also be interoperable with NATO. They cannot be just not accessible to NATO allies. So there is an interoperability element in all of that. Also, when we think about the political cooperation and the very basis of what the EU and NATO stands about, we are alliances of democratic states. This is in the NATO statute. It's in the European documents. We are there to protect our democracies, to protect our societies, to protect our values, and we do it with mutually complementary means. EU ensuring the growth and prosperity, the access to the markets, and a variety of other different means, and NATO, of course, is political military alliance. So we don't have to look so much at the differences, but actually how to be able to work together, and that is what we do also on staff-to-staff relations, and COVID has brought us closer than ever. We have regularly in the North Atlantic Council, we have dialogue with the EU officials, with the commissioners, the Secretary General meets with the President of the Commission, with the President of Council, and it's just, it has never been closer, to tell you frankly.
Security and defense is coming up in the next budget of the European Union in its multi-year framework, financial framework, the MFF. It features as a separate section for the first time. Some are saying this is really a radical break. It was long considered a political no-go, a taboo. Just wondering your views on how significant that development is. Minister Karablis, how do you see this development in the budget that the European Union is now budgeting for security and defense in a way that it has never done before? How important is this?
Yes, it's a reflection of the EU's ambitions. In general, we really welcome. But, well, it was some kind of mechanisms and even financement from the EU funds, first of all for European Development Agency, but also through the Athena mechanism. So, of course, it was, as a general rule, outside theoretically the EU formal budget, but nevertheless it was the European financement. Now we'll see, so with some mechanisms, but for us the biggest issue is military mobility, of course, which is for us is the sentence, and truly speaking, so the military mobility, which is strategic, both from deterrence and from defense point of view in Europe, having this conventional threat of Russia is about the speed, having in mind the limited, of course, forces which are in Europe. The question is number of hours when the forces could move from one country to another. And here we have, so really situation varies in the Baltics. We have just hours for issuing of the permits. For some countries, 10 days crossing the border. In some countries of the European Union, even the permission from the parliament, almost the permission of parliament is required. So the question is about the procedures, and the European Union mechanisms with directives and regulations is one of the engines. Another is of course, critical infrastructure. European Union has the mechanisms, which is financement of infrastructure, which is going well. The question is how to transfer the military requirements, which is formulated by NATO to the European Union. And also NATO does not have the mechanisms how to implement. The European Union has good. And in our case, we think that it's the biggest chance of the European Union to strengthen realistically, in real way, so this security and defense. For us, frankly speaking, this is the litmus test for the CSDP. So military mobility, if European Union succeeds with the military mobility, we have the leadership and significant strength of the EU in these terms. If not, sorry, we have the failure, and well, we practically, I think the chances for the European Union are quite limited here. So we have 1.5 billion for that, for military mobility. It's quite small amount, but we expect that it's the beginning, and by that, European Union will be stronger.
That one part of it, military mobility, that seems to be where there's some consensus between NATO and the European Union that this is a good thing. Everybody can use that. That particular part of the budget was trimmed down radically, along with other parts of the budget. It was cut by 74% from the original Commission proposal down to 1.5 billion. I want to talk about one particular instrument in this budget, and that is the European Peace Facility. Some are saying that this is the most significant part of the budget that is being developed within the European Union. This EPF, it's a new budget instrument. It's going to allow the European Union to finance actions, if I understand this correctly, in the field of security and defense, and it's a novelty in many ways because it includes the possibility for the European Union not only to train, but also to equip partner countries. How significant is that?
It is significant, although we have to say that there is still no consensus, the final consensus, I would say, of all member states on the final provisions of using this money, because especially in that term, what you mentioned, there are some question marks from some countries. But I hope that until the end of this year we will find a solution, and everybody will be satisfied with using this money. What is important that it's widening the scope of actually of the tools where the money can be used, and also it's because before it was African peace facility. It's changing actually the scope of geographical scope of direction for potential use of this money. So now there are more opportunities, or for at least for those who are supporting this original proposal. It's something which could help European Union to be more visible and to be more effective as well. Of course, regarding the amount of money, it's lower than also we expected, and it's not only about the European peace facility, it's also about EDF and military mobility, as Minister Karoblis mentioned. So this is something European Union really needs to work on if we'd like to be real partner and a real player in international relations, and to somehow want to influence strategic issues in the world or around, at least around Europe. We need to invest more, not only from national budgets, but also from joint European Union's budget.
Okay, just to give you an opportunity to, we still have the Assistant Secretary General with us, Ms. Braja. Would you care to comment on that? I'm just wondering how that looks from NATO's perspective, the notion of the European Union, which, as you pointed out, with the departure of the UK from the European Union, you now have only 20% of what is left in NATO coming from the European Union in terms of the member state budgets. How do you see that NATO, or that the European Union is now going to not only train but equip other countries in military terms? Possibly. Of course, the budget's not passed yet, is it?
Voila. We will get there when we get there. But what I want to say is, of course, the investment in military mobility is most welcome. That has been something where we also informally and formally we have discussed with our European counterparts, and mobility, resilience, countering hybrid threats, countering disinformation, anything that promotes readiness, that promotes interoperability, and also that ensures that our societies and infrastructure are ready to support the military side is most welcome. And there are instruments where the EU can provide, or through EU can provide a lot of investment and a lot of development. Another field will be we do things that NATO is the best platform for transatlantic developments on emerging development technologies. But obviously, EU also has a role to play. So again, we have a very close dialogue with people in the respective fields. So on be it on artificial intelligence, be it on autonomous systems. And we just have to, again, understand that working together is much, much better, and we can get much further to defend the very basics of our societies than not. Simple as that. And as for the defense spending, we have seen 5 years of real growth in defense spending across NATO, and we do expect that to continue. We have done some polling. The societies, the audiences in NATO countries do see the positive role and recognition that the alliance and our military and NATO as such has played in responding to COVID. There is a feeling of increased threat, security threats, possibly connected to COVID, but also there is a great interest, large interest of the part of population to continue support defense spending. So as far as we are concerned, obviously both in the EU's and NATO's interest, it is to continue on that path, because if there is no security, if there is no defense, it's very difficult to build prosperity.
Mr. Karoblis, I'm just going to put one question to our group before we bring in some questions from you. if any of you have questions for any of our participants, please just raise your hand and I'll try to collect these questions. And we have someone with a big boom mic walking around, or two of them, who can help you give a socially distanced question. One of the questions that many people have when they look at the European Union, we know that not all members of the European Union are also members of NATO. I think 6 members of the European Union are not in NATO, and a couple of them are significant. There are different reasons for that. We know about that. But still, people are asking, well, why does the European Union really need to develop its own security and defense identity and make it a robust force when there's already NATO? What's the whole idea behind this? What's the purpose? And I'm wondering if you could just maybe talk about that in more specific terms. Minister Karoblis, why do you think the European, I mean, I know that you're skeptical, and I know that there are a number of skeptical countries to a degree, but you're part of the European Union. It's moving in this direction. The budget is going to go that way. Why do you think this is necessary?
Well, in the very idealistic, well, first of all, I'm not skeptical. I think that this is the real chance for the European Union to take its niche. But in the ideal world, I think, yes, for the defense issues, so this NATO should take the responsibility, or EU for other issues. We have quite a lot of slogans, actually, so this division of responsibilities between NATO and the EU. One is in the past that NATO is for defense, European Union is for security. And another is, I think, the phrase quoted by our president, Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, is that, well, it could be treated as a joke, but nevertheless, it's that NATO is for the security, NATO is for life. This is the essence of our country, but European Union is for the better life. So probably this is kind of a division. But yes, you mentioned that, and well, what we see, it's the only complementarity of the EU role for defense issues as such. Yes, the advantage of the European Union, they have specific mechanisms, so in particular on hybrid threats, in US threats, technology and similar. And this is the strong point of view. And of course, the niches, EU operations, for example, where the European Union should take the responsibility. NATO is not able, because of some reasons, NATO also can't cover all the world, if possible to see so. Military mobility, I mentioned also. So, and here we need to find the solution. So you mentioned 6 countries which are not of the European Union, which are not members of NATO, but also please take into account that 2 countries, Finland and Sweden, they have special partnership with the European with NATO, and they are active participants in NATO's mechanism, strengthening the defense. And it's really a full understanding, of course, of the threats they feel about that. Yes, we have some countries of the European Union which are a little bit skeptical regarding increase of the euro, but well, it's their tradition, their view, and I think that well, it is kind of compromise and agreement. So that they could have specific attitude to that, and because of few countries, so the process could not stop. And here we should not apply one-size-fits-all approach. But generally, we need to look what is possible to do generally with the majority on this very, very important issue.
I mean, we heard from your boss, the defense minister, yesterday saying, with respect to the European Union trying to develop its own defense and security identity and structures, you're saying, well, sometimes it works, but we need to be careful. That was how he put it. So there's a certain caution, at least caution in approaching this. And I wanted to ask you, State Secretary, is this, how much caution is needed there? I mean, why is there such caution called for when it comes to the European Union attempting something? Is it because of the structures, the decision-making processes being so complicated, or what is it?
I think it's mostly related to some failures in the past. So there were strong ambitions in last maybe 20, maybe more years, and those ambitions were not fulfilled in the European Union. So that's why we try to, and I was also saying that we need to be critical, because a couple years ago, when PESCO was launched as the new initiative mostly pushed by France and Germany, it was presented as something, as a breakthrough, and it could be a breakthrough, but at the same time, we need to be vigilant. So I don't know how much cautiousness is enough, and how much would be too much, but we have to bear in mind that fulfilling the commitments which are on the papers and have been presented before means investing every day, money, effort, personnel, everything, and only then we could succeed. So that's why, although I said that I'm a big fan of European cooperation in defense, at the same time I'm aware of some failures in the past, and we need to bear it in mind.
Here, we've got one question that's come through here, and if there's a question in the audience, again, please just raise your hand. I'll try to catch you in my eye, and we'll bring a microphone around to you. But we do have one online question here that I would like to pick up on and put to the Assistant Secretary General Braja on the question of NATO-EU cooperation. And here's the question. It's from Anka Agachi from the Atlantic Council. How do you conceptualize NATO-EU cooperation in the case of novel security threats like climate change, pandemics, resource scarcity, and more? Kind of broadening it out to take into account other things. Go ahead.
Pandemic, obviously, we were all sort of caught in a situation where we had to respond how we could in the best way. And as for the EU, obviously, the health is a national responsibility. So the EU as an institution at that very moment couldn't respond right away, except eliminating the budget borrowing limits and responding, with a financial package and regulatory package. So most of the national responses were at home. And as for NATO, also NATO is not the first responder to a pandemic crisis, but NATO had capabilities. It was able to fly more than 350 flights to support civilians, to support our medics, to support allies, but also to support partners. So we were supporting countries not only within NATO, but also within the EU and outside our borders with the capabilities that we had. So, it worked out very naturally, and there was again a lot of cooperation and coordination among the countries and among the institutions at that very time. On climate change, again, NATO is not the first responder, but if NATO doesn't take climate change seriously, our overall security environment will be changing, and we just have to incorporate those changes and understand what we can do to also contribute. So be it in the technology, equipment, in policies, whatever we do. And it's a sort of integrated action and thinking. On the EU side, the Green Deal very much shows what the EU thinks, and it's a very welcome development, again, both through the green taxonomy package, meaning that you have various incentives for private sector, how to implement a number of concrete initiatives, whether it's borrowing, whether it's promoting certain types of activities of private sector and the banks and insurance companies and others, to make sure that the commitment of 2050 to be carbon neutral, at least partially, is implemented. So again, we are going very much the same way, very much the same way. We have the same interest to make sure that for example, climate change, where EU is only 12% of the emissions, and where the emitters are elsewhere, is that we talk to them, that we get them on board, and countries like China become part of the solution and not a problem.
We only have we have about 6 minutes left, and during that time, I would of course welcome any questions from the audience. But I'd like to cast our vision a little forward. You know, we're caught up a little bit in detail of how these two organizations are supposed to cooperate with one another when there are very difficult decision-making structures already within the European Union. So there's that to be resolved. But looking ahead, I'm just wondering where things will be, say, 10 years down the road. We've got our next 7-year budget coming up in the European Union. Where will things be, say, 10 years down the road? Minister Karablis, how do you envision EU-NATO cooperation? Of course, we have a sort of changing world, but how do you see cooperation evolving down the road, 10 years from now, say?
Well, evolving and making prognosis what will happen after 10 years, we need to look a little bit back, probably so 10 years back, I think. And 10 years back, we have practically nothing. All attempts, all real attempts of the coordination between these two organizations actually were on the level practically nil. This was one of the biggest blockages which European Union has. And from then, indeed, so the relationship was very intensified very significantly, and already so they bring the fruits, at least the perspectives. First is about the military mobility, which is the greatest area of the cooperation. So this new areas of cyber, the area of propaganda tackling and similar aspects. So really we have quite a lot of issues, and I think that now this level of cooperation between the EU and NATO is the best ever. Regarding the future, of course, we need to look what kind of the threats will be in the future, and of course, now we have this testing time. Well, I mentioned military mobility. If it fails in the European Union, here we have very big hopes that it will develop, but in case of failure, it will be failure for all as the CSDP. And prognosis so regarding increase of relationship between NATO and the European Union. But present mechanisms which are on the table, I think European defense, so this compass issues, card issues, which are complementary to NATO issues, I think that is the way forward, and really we need to look how they will work, and on that basis to build further perspectives. We are in this, I think, very ambitious, but nevertheless first period of so close cooperation between these two organizations.
State Secretary Maia, when you look 10 years down the road, do you see, say you are defense minister at that point,
hopefully not.
But presuming you're still working in the defense ministry, perhaps in your current job, perhaps somewhere else, but when you're looking down the road 10 years, do you imagine yourself plugging yourself in, not just into NATO, which you're already hardwired into NATO, the whole defense apparatus within your country and the region, but what about the European Union? Do you see this as something that will help you, or is it to become a bit of a burden in trying to think how to attach that to an existing structure that is already complex enough?
Maybe the simple answer or the question would be whether there will be another crisis close to us triggering the development. But the more serious answer, yes, I hope so. I hope so, that European Union will be something effective. So that's why I think that we shouldn't spend more time by discussing armed forces, strategic autonomy, something which is spending our time, and it's heading us nowhere. We have to invest to the real projects. We have to find several strategic projects which will be really joint, and every member state will have or would have some benefits from those, and of course supporting activities of of European Union, not only like pure military activities like operations in Africa, for example, but also activities like countering disinformation, cyber, I don't know, fighting terrorism, exchange of information, and so on and so forth.
Great. I'm going to be able to give the final word to Barbara Braja. Your vision for the future in terms of NATO-EU cooperation? We have about
As you rightly pointed out, I think we have to get away from thinking about the structures and institutions. We have to look again what is in the interests of our people. Everybody in our countries, be it NATO or EU, wants to live in peace, security, and prosperity. And how to ensure that is a task for both institutions or organizations, if you will. And we have to look at the threat vectors. Obviously, they will be different from what they have been in the past. And we have to look at how to maintain our technological edge, so emerging technologies, and especially disruptions coming with it. We have to be very clear in terms of regulation, how we get regulation in place, be it by the standardization or by smart regulation on digital, which is not going contrary to our defense interests at the end, but also to ensure that there is interoperability of our defense forces. And in terms of that, it's very, very, very important that our non-EU allies in NATO also get access to what is there in the EU, if there are capabilities that are being developed, and the other way around, that our EU partners feel secure enough that they can speak with us, and there is a really good relationship among the countries and people and institutions. So as Secretary General of NATO has put it, it's the Vision 2030 with NATO that has to be more politically, militarily strong and much more globally engaged. And that can only be done all together with partners such as the EU, such as other democratic states in the world.
Barbara Braja, thank you very much from Brussels. We really appreciate you joining us and giving your thoughts on that. And to all of our guests, of course, to Raimundas Karoblis in Vilnius, thank you as well for joining us from up there, and Maria and Maya here in Bratislava. And thank you, of course, to our audience. But don't leave yet. We're not completely over, because there's one more bit left in this session, and it's perhaps one of the most important parts. It's a bit sad, because we are about to conclude this amazingly successful GLOBSEC. Despite all of the difficulties that we've faced in trying to come together here, it's a remarkable testament to the will of the people and the resilience of this organization too, and its organizational acumen that is able to get so many people here and to be joining us. Anyway, we're going to go and sit over there, right there, where I see two seats available for us, and I'm going to turn the floor over to Robert Fasch, who is, of course, the president of GLOBSEC. Thank you.
Thank you for the great debate and the great 2 days we had here in Bratislava. I'm not going to say anything clever, because all the clever things has been said already. So I will have only a few very ordinary points as I'm evaluating this conference. So let me just say that, firstly, I think the success already is that we did it, regardless of the pandemic. I think it's a great success. We took a risk, and we did it. And I think it's showing the resilience of all of our communities. You had to come here, you had to travel, you had to pass the test, all the masks and everything. But it feels that people really want to travel and they want to socialize. And we don't know how long the pandemic will be here, whether it will be here for a year, 2 or 3, but we will have to find a way how to coexist with it. And I'm glad that GLOBSEC, again, somehow is setting the standards. And there will be some other events, international events, and we'll be happy to share our know-how on this. Actually, during these 2 days, we had 18 countries represented here in Bratislava, 12 ministers. two presidents and many, many distinguished guests who came here. And we had thousands and thousands of online participants worldwide. We really felt that people want to travel after the great lockdown and meet in person. And I have to tell you a story also during the great lockdown. I bought a world map to my wife. I gave her a dart and I said, throw this and wherever it ends, that's where I'm going to take you. Guess where it ended? It turns out we'll spend 2 weeks behind the fridge, but no, but I'll take her somewhere after that. Secondly, to a more serious note, I want to say that this pandemic is truly multidimensional and transformational crisis. We don't know how the world will look like after this crisis, but we know it will be very different because it accelerated so many trends. So if you want to see some clever things and read some clever things, I'm recommending some of our brochures, especially the GLOBSEC megatrends that you will find somewhere in the lobby on the post-corona world. But this conference here in Bratislava is a call to the world that we need to work together. We need international cooperation. Because during the pandemic, the world has closed down international borders, and we need international cooperation more than ever. Thirdly, I also want to say that on the sidelines of this conference, there have been many, many important meetings and side meetings, but I want to highlight one that was just reported in some of the media that the Greek and Turkish foreign ministers have met on the sidelines of GLOBSEC and they have agreed on the new round of talks, and media reports say that the atmosphere was wholehearted, open, very warm. So I hope we contributed at least during this pandemic here in Bratislava to the talks between Turks and Greeks, and I'm very glad about that. And finally, and most importantly, I would like to thank to many of the partners, organizers, and everybody who has helped us to make this happen. I have to say that this is the 15th year of GLOBSEC, and we have never faced a so difficult year. Some of my colleagues have been joking that this was more difficult than a computer game, like a Counter-Strike in the 10th level. I never played it, but actually this GLOBSEC was definitely more difficult. 10 years ago, we faced the Icelandic volcano, as you mentioned, Eyjafjallajökull. I remember the name very well. 2 days before the conference, and we had to cancel the conference. We had our people in different airports in Europe, and it was really a difficult situation. And we said to ourselves that if we will go through that, we'll go through everything. Well, that was nothing compared to what we had to go through through this year. We had to postpone twice the conference, and we didn't know until very end whether we will be able to do it or not. It has been also very difficult financially, organizationally, logistically. You can't imagine how the organizing team that has been working so hard has been so resilient and so dedicated to make this happen, and I'm so proud of them. And I want to ask you to give them a round of great applause, because they have done this because of their resilience, they believe, and they all are my great heroes for this time. And I would like to mention some of them. First of all, Milan Solar, and I think after several months I can name him CAO, Chief Infectologist Officer, because I think he knows more about the pandemic than anybody else in this country. But also many of my colleagues like Kevin Karabin, Emma, Natalia Ronzikova, Natalia Rypáková, Daniel Hošták, Adam Horehaj, Lucia Milanová, Henrieta Kunová, Lucia Colníková, Rastio Martiška, Janko Fogaš, John Barter and his team, Alena Kucko, Jakub, and many others who have been working in our staff, and I would like to ask you for giving them great applause. But I would like to thank also to our key partners without whom and the support of whom we would not be able to do it. And first of all, it's Ivan Korčok and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because they believed us that we can do it until the very end. So thank you, Ivan. I would also like to thank to our national health experts who have helped us through this pandemic. Robert Mistry, Kiamikas, Professor Jarčuška and many others, but also the companies who have supported us with PCR tests, antigen tests. Actually, I don't know if you knew, but the PCR tests that we used are Slovak. So they really were developed by Slovak scientists here. So it's also a part of the Slovak greatness that we've been able to bring these tests here. But also the Slovak Academy of Science, Lambda Life and Alpha Medical and all the great people who have been testing all of you outside. And I have to say that we had very low numbers of positive cases. Actually, from the foreign people and delegations, we have probably none. We had few among the interns before they joined, so the filter worked very well. But the low numbers are saying that even the corona was afraid of this organization, which I'm greatly thankful. So let me also thank to X-Lab and Life Park, who have been working hard to bring this conference to the world. For all of those people who have not been able to travel to Bratislava, and we've been able to connect them from different continents of the world. And we've been really trying to connect the physical sphere here and the virtual space out there. So maybe we had a limited participation here in Bratislava, but we had around 80% more around the world who have been following us, and I'm very, very grateful for all of those people who have joined. Well, we had to reinvent ourselves. We had to go through this, but I hope this shows the way for also other organizations and organizers. And I have to say, we would not be able to do it without all of you, without the support and without the belief in GLOBSEC, without the belief in this organization. So thank you for all who traveled here and gave us this great trust. Let me also mention one, and lastly but not least, is my great friend who believed me from the beginning, and my great dear colleague, Ambassador Rastislav Káčer, who is here with us. So thanks you, Rasti. With that said, I would like to thank you, and I'm looking forward seeing you next year. Hopefully, all physically. Hopefully, the pandemic will be over. But if not, we will fight it again. Thank you very much.